miré que se llama Danvers, Massachusetts. Porque acuérdate que había dos. So creo que uno tiene un nombre y el otro tiene, like, uno es Salem y otro es lo cambiaron a Danvers. I'm not 100% sure. Pero, güey, todos los años va un chingo de gente que va a visitar. Eso es uno de mis bucket list. De ir a visitar a Salem. Porque estoy en mi era de witchy vibes right now. Ahorita, güey, yo soy...
Y yo con mis cristalitos.
Yo sí, güey, yo tengo mis cristales al lado de mi cama.
Sí.
El viernes 13, güey, dijeron, no barras, tú te cortas el pelo.
Say no more.
Ajá, I'm like, well, barrí porque no mames, es que Valeria me hace mugre. Así que, ay, me estoy barriendo mi suerte. Pero, like, estoy en mi...
En esa
era. Sí, a veces agarro mi palo santo and I'm like...
Déjame limpiar las malas vibras.
Güey, la mala vibra soy yo. Ahí me caigo, me estoy ahogando, ahumando.
Te deshaces de ti misma, güey.
And I'm just like... Estoy en mi... Like, I'm just... Ahorita estoy en like... No me menciones nada de like... I'm obsessed right now. Estoy en mi era, ¿ok?
Creo que se ha puesto más y más eso de regresar más a lo espiritual. Espiritual hablando energéticamente, hablando. Al menos yo de mi parte es como yo lo miro. Nada de... ¿Cómo se dice? De andar ahí con...
Nada.
De andar ahí con conjuros y hacer como rituales.
Nada de
eso.
Nada de Ouija board, nada de lo oculto.
Pero hasta ritualitos así como mucha gente y es muy creyente de que al principio de cada mes que pongas canela
en tu puerta
para que venga la abundancia y cosas así. No soy muy creyente de todo eso, respeto. Es más de que quiero estar en paz, güey, quiero estar en paz conmigo, con la gente.
Lo que me ayude a quitar las malas vibras, no importa. A lo mejor ni siquiera nada en este mundo es real, pero si te da
paz mental,
do it, hazlo.
Y mientras no
que te
perjudiques a nadie más.
Exactamente.
Es todo.
Fuck it.
Te doy muchas gracias por el caso, Jackie. A mí en lo personal es una de mis historias favoritas. Eventos históricos favoritos me obsesiona. Hubo un tiempo que me obsesioné bastante viendo documentales de los casos de Salem. Se me hacían muy interesantes, todavía se me hacen interesantes. Así que te doy las gracias por haberlos presentado el día de hoy. Muy de acuerdo para este mes de
brujas.
Literal.
Allegedly.
De brujas. Te doy las gracias por la historia. Le doy las gracias a ustedes por habernos escuchado y permitirnos estar aquí con ustedes una vez más. Yo soy Jessica Torres.
Y yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y esto fue Zona del Crimen.
Adiós.
Hasta la próxima.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband, Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Stream your favorites and discover more with the Disney Bundle. Watch the new season of Loki on Disney+. On Hulu, fear creeps in with the boogeyman. And touchdown with college football on ESPN+. All of these and more streaming now. Get the Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 a month. Plans with ESPN Plus starting at $14.99 a month. Terms apply. See DisneyBundle.com for details.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, we are back, Summoners, for another edition of the Benjamin Betts podcast, League of Legends style here. World Championships going on in Korea. We're moving into day 4 of League of Legends Championships, World Championships. Yesterday, we had 2 best-of-3s to determine who moved on to the knockout stages. You know what? We're always gonna tell you when we do well, and I'm gonna tell you when we miss. And last night we didn't do so hot. You know, we picked G2 for the upset, did not happen. Gen G got a 2-0 sweep there to move on to knockouts. G2 still in it, of course, but we picked them to cover, and they didn't even cover. They lost and they got slaughtered. So that's okay. Our other matchup, we did pick JDG to move on, but we picked it in a sweep. They did end up winning the series 2-1. So we did get a little bit right there, just not all the way. So, but as we move in here now, we got the 1-1 teams. These are still just one gamers, okay? Because they haven't moved into an elimination match yet. So the first one, SKT, Korean Royalty versus Cloud9, the NA Upstart, the NA Hope. The hope that we just believe that we can do well at Worlds. We have Cloud9 in this. I just have to do it. I think Cloud9 has been playing well. I know they lost their last match. SKT did too and looked a little sloppy. I'm taking Cloud9 in a close game. We're going to get them at plus 9.5 here. That gives us minus 135. I feel like that's pretty good money here. So Cloud9 plus 9.5 in the first game. I do hope they outright win. But I just don't know if that can happen. But I do think they can cover the spread here. Now, moving into the next game, we have some EU-NA matchup here, which is always fun to see at Worlds. It's a little bit more even. NRG versus Mad Lions. Give me NRG again. I'm probably being a little biased here for NA. I know I was rough on them when we were picking our teams at the beginning of Worlds because we just don't show up. But you know what? NRG is going to play well. And we're getting plus 4.5 here. So maybe Mad Lions still pulls the game out, but maybe I think it'll be close. These are 2 evenly matched teams, but NRG could just pull off the upset here too. But give me NRG plus 4.5 against Mad Lions. Now we're moving on. BLG playing Fnatic. We got China versus Europe. BLG heavily favored in this matchup. And you know what? I'm rolling with them. I believe in them. I have not been a believer in Fnatic all tournament. I'm not a believer in them in this match. BLG minus 9.5 is minus 120. We got to cover that. I think we can. Minus 9.5 kills. BLG moves on to 2-1 at Worlds. And then the last matchup, this is going to be wild. KT Rolster against Weibo Gaming. Korea versus China. These matches are always fire. They're hot. KT Rolster is a Korean favorite. The crowds love KT Rolster. You can tell Korea is behind this team. But Weibo Gaming is playing really well. I'm taking them there. We get them at plus 3.5 at minus 110. I'm taking that. Plus 3.5. I think they outright win this too. You get plus 104 if you take them in an outright win. So you get some good value there. But just to cover our bases, we're taking them at plus 3.5 against KT Rolster. Now, this is a great episode because not only are we getting a round of games, we're getting another round because on Sunday, we're moving into, again, a best-of-3 match. But this, instead of determining who goes to knockouts, these matches are determining who goes home. These are elimination games. 0-2, these are the teams that are 0-2. They're matched up against each other. So remember, who moves on to knockout stages? First teams to get 3 wins move on. If you get to 3 losses, you're out of Worlds. So Team Liquid's 0-2 versus GAM Esports, who's 0-2. They're going off against each other. Give me Team Liquid, okay, to get this match. I think NA can survive. Vietnam has played well, but they're going home. But I do think GAM plays a close game 1. So give us GAM Esports plus 8.5 at minus 135. And that's in game 1. Now, they could still lose this, which they probably will, but I think it's going to be super close. So plus 8.5 GAM Esports. But then game 2, give me Team Liquid at minus 7.5. I think Team Liquid gets their act together in game 2 and pulls off a nice win. This could be the one that clinches. Maybe they lost game 1, but they'll win game 2. We don't have odds here on game 3, but if you're betting live, take game 3 Liquid if it comes down to that. I don't care what the odds are. Take it. Now we're moving on to the last match of the night. Korea's number 4 team, D+, sitting at 0-2. Oh, my goodness. A Korean team is 0-2 facing elimination, but they are playing against a play-in team qualifier in BDS Esports, who's played admirably this tournament. This didn't have the talent level that some of these other regions do. So they're going in here, and this is going to be a clean sweep by D+. We're taking a minus 8.5 in game 1, minus 7.5 in game 2 for a 2-0 sweep. Minus 8.5. They have to get the kills. They have to win by that many in game 1 and 7.5 in game 2. So they're going to sweep BDS here, and it won't be close. They will not go home. This squad is stacked. Showmaker, they have really good players. And to be embarrassed at this point, they may not make it to the knockout stage. I think to dig out of an 0-2 hole is pretty rough, but they're not going to go home this way. So give me D+ in this matchup as well to move on to go back to 1-2 record to then fend for their life again. But we will get there when we get there. So to wrap it up, we got Cloud9, we got NRG, BLG, and Weibo Gaming. Those are our winners for Saturday's games. And then in the best of 3s, we got Team Liquid moving on and D+ moving on to the next round. So, or to win this match to move on to the next set of matches. This has been Corey with a little League of Legends special edition on the Benjamin Betts podcast. Thank you for joining us. We will see you next time.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't right, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Benjamin Betts.
It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby.
You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Benjamin Betts, the show where we make bets and all of the winnings go to charity. I am Jared Dowenhauer, and with me always is my co-host, Corey Dickman. And Corey, we should have gone 0-6 this week, and it felt like we went 0-6 this week. And our bets, I know the mortgage didn't go well. We can talk about that later, but somehow we escaped this week at 500.
Yeah, we need to be honest with our listeners. We want them to lay their money with us so they can win money. Charity wins money. But man, it was looking very grim. I was going to feel very bad for all the people that followed us when we were starting the day out 0-3. And it honestly wasn't even close. Like, we had Bears. They lost. I think it was Bears +3. So we had some cushion there, but they lost by 6. The Niners, that was a disaster all the way around. We had them trying to cover 8.5 points. Not even close. And then what was our other boo-boo? Thursday night? Was that?
Yep, you broke the rule, Corey. You doubly broke this year's rules.
I hate myself. Over. I had the over, and again. No, that was for mortgage. Oh, it was Atlanta. Atlanta pooped the bed against the Commanders. They didn't cover either. They lost that by 8. So it started off very poorly for us.
It did, and then everything slowly became okay.
Dude, those unders were hitting like Skittles, baby. Like I was gonna say something else, but I'll say Skittles. The Patriots and Raiders, God bless them. We knew they weren't gonna score points. Eagles Jets, such a weird game, but that was under where it needed to be. And then, how about them Cowboys? They covered. That was a good pick by you. But I did beat you again. I was 2-1. I think I'm 2-1 the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, you're where we would love to be. Like, if you and I could both just go 2-1 every week, it would suck because we'd hit our 16 or we'd miss our 16 parlay. But people be making hand over fist money with us.
They would be. Now, then you go to the mortgage bets that I made. I can't get 2 in a row, man. And this week was bad. Lost Thursday night, and then the Seahawks Bengals just put up no points. So that was depressing. The 2 games I picked the overs on, I lost on. The 2 games I picked the unders, we hit. So I think you're going to sense a trend, at least on my side, going in to week 7.
Well, you will not sense that same trend from me, as I have been burnt very badly recently. I feel better about matchups in week 7. I think we've seen some realities of some teams that are on the up, and we're going to get some good value from Vegas on some of those things. So that's where I'm going to start this week. If you're okay to go ahead and jump into week 7.
I'm ready, baby. Let's roll. Let's get to week 7.
All right.
Let's get this parlay, Jared. Let's get it.
Well, I'm just going to be honest with you, because I feel like that's what our relationship is built upon. It's built upon honesty. I want to go to Thursday. I want to take Jacksonville plus 1.5 points, but I'm not going to. I don't know the last time we hit a Thursday bet, so I'm not going to.
Don't do it.
We're not doing it. We're 100% not doing it. But let me tell you where we are going. I'm on the Detroit hype train, Corey. I'm on the Detroit hype train.
Okay.
I'm money lining Detroit right now. That's where I'm at. The Baltimore Ravens, I understand they won their game last week. I believe they're 4-2, but they're not putting up points. The defense is doing everything, and the defense is about to get tested this week by a very, very strong Detroit offense.
Okay.
So I'm saying Detroit offense does a little more than Baltimore defense in this matchup. I'm taking Detroit money line straight up plus 132.
Oh,
Plus 132. Okay, you don't want the 3 points.
I don't want the 3 points. I think it will be more by that. A push would suck, but I'm riding Detroit coming into this matchup.
I love that. Okay. I'm feeling that. I didn't pick that game, but I was looking at it hard because I think you have Detroit that's playing well. The Ravens are always in the mix, and this could be an interesting game. So okay, let's roll Lions, baby.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Okay, my first game requires a clip that we've heard before, but I got to do it. And here we go. Oh wait, hold up, it's muted. Give me 1 second. Listen, my producer's not here. Hold up. Okay.
I got it. He got two. He got two. Get the mailman.
He got two. I get the Jets are +2. Give me the New York Jets at home against the Commanders. I'm not a Commanders believer. Sam Howell, flippy floppy. Give me the 2. The mailman, he's got 2. The Giants played well Sunday night. Was that Monday? No, Sunday night.
Yep.
Against the Bills. I think they go into this game. I think they have momentum. Saquon Barkley, he's back. I think he brings stability to the Giants. Give me Giants +2 at home in the Meadowlands. I don't believe in the Commanders, Jared. I think they're wishy-washy. 1 week they look like they can play well. The next week, Sam Howell has -6.6 points in fantasy, and I lose. So I just am not a believer. Give me Giants +2.
I love that. I don't believe in Sam Howell either, and I agree with you. The Giants did play. I know they lost, but they played a good game. That defense looked like the defenses that stomped out Tom Brady back in the day and won some Super Bowls. They were looking strong.
They were. Yeah.
I'm taking us out to my home state, Colorado.
Okay. Oh.
And I think I must have some dead pixels in my computer because I believe this line says Green Bay -1.5. And it must be like a fudged 7 or something because the Broncos are trash. And I saw this really interesting graphic this week that made me feel a little bit different. It was comparing the stats of Patrick Mahomes and the 5-1 Chiefs to the 1-5 Broncos. And they were very comparable, Russell Wilson to Mahomes. Like, he's not having a bad season statistically, but that defense is just miserable. And Sean Payton plus Russell Wilson does not equal any type of continuity or success. So Packers -1.5 points.
Oof.
Easy money.
Love
Easy money in Denver.
I love that so much. I mean, I had it picked right here. I was going to be my next one. I feel really good about it. I feel good with these first 3. I am like that to me. It was a smudge line. Like the 1.5, -1.5.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos. It's a fire sale over there in Denver. I mean, this is the fact that they're +1.5. Like that. I don't know if that's because John Elway is still in the building. Like, why are they getting respect?
It's John Lynch watching from the from the stands, and
Oh
my
Johnny boy.
gosh!
All right, okay. My next game. I need a little help.
Just like a young man coming in for a quickie, I feel so unsatisfied. So
I
that's
feel
it.
so unsatisfied by this game. Raiders at the Bears. This game has no business being played. Under 37.5. Like a young man coming in for a quickie. This game will be over very quickly. No Justin Fields. The backup for the Bears, I can't even pronounce the name. Garoppolo got sent to the hospital. They have a backup quarterback playing. This is going to be a disaster. The Raiders barely got over 20 points for the first time last week because of a joke safety that they got against the Patriots. And I don't think the Bears are putting up anything more than 13 points like they did last week. So I know 37.5, Jared, is very, very low, but this game will be disgusting. And Like a young man coming in for the quickie. This game will be over very quickly because it's a low-scoring game. Give me under 37.5. Raiders at Bears.
I like that. I like that a lot. This last one, I debated for a while, and allow me to explain myself. I love the Dolphins. I would love to go into that game and take a money line away win game, but I just don't think you screw with the Eagles or the Niners this week after they got exposed, which is honestly what happened. And I think this was a week of a coming to Jesus, as we say here in the South. And I wouldn't want to be Minnesota or Miami on Sunday or Monday night. Like, I just think those games are going to be ugly, just brutal. Like, remember the Titans, that game where they just run those teams into the ground and run up the score on them type of games. Yeah. So I'm going to stay away from those. If you want to get wild, I could see you in my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, Corey's going to go Miami, Philly, take the over, tease down the over. That feels like a mortgage bet to me. I don't know if it is. I'm
avoiding. I'm not gonna lie. I'll tip my hand right now. I'm not touching them. I don't like them either.
That's fair.
Like no, don't feel good about them.
That's fair. I'm actually gonna go to. I know how you feel. I talk about this coach all the time because it's the man that I would run into a minefield for. I'm going back to the Steelers.
Okay.
And it just feels like they're this ragtag team that doesn't do anything super well except win. Like, Tomlin is just going to get them there. Like, his second-year quarterback. They've got Johnson coming back off the IR this week, so they've got some more firepower on offense. That defense is playing well. I understand the Rams are playing well too. This game is in Los Angeles, but I'm taking the Steelers plus the points here. I'm tempted to take money line, but I think this game could come down to a field goal or something close, and I just want a little bit of insurance there.
Oh, I like that. Okay. So Steelers +3 here.
That's it.
Okay, I love that. I think I don't know what the Rams are right now. I know they have a bunch of receivers that run around. They have Stafford that throws the ball. I know Kyron Williams got hurt, so I don't even. They're running a backup out there. I'm not sure what the Rams are. They were supposed to be the worst team. I thought they would be like 1-16 this year.
They're playing, man.
They're playing. But I'm with you. I mean, the Steelers are going to be this team that goes back and forth all year, and I do believe we'll finish 8-9. They're going to finish under 500, but they will be right where the Tomlin zone is, where the man just doesn't have losing seasons. So
he doesn't. So it's just gritty. I like it. Gritty team.
Yeah. All right, you ready for the final pick here?
I'm ready.
What's going to bring us home for 6-0?
I love it. Let's go.
All right. I got something for you, but you just got to let this clip breathe, okay? It may feel a little long, but it's a goodie, okay? So just let it do its thing. Let it do its thing.
We're going to stick together. You know why?
Because we are ducks, and ducks fly together.
That's right, Jan. And just when you think they're about to break apart,
ducks fly together.
And when the wind blows hard and the sky is black,
ducks fly together.
And when the roosters are crowing and the cows are spinning circles in the pasture?
Okay.
Ducks fly together.
And when everyone says it can't be done, ducks fly together.
Now, new ducks and old ducks must unite under a new banner. And I thought perhaps something like this.
Something like this, Jan. Old ducks and new ducks. You have the old regime of the New England Patriots, Jared. They're the old ducks. They've been around a long time. Belichick's old. And we got the new ducks. We got Josh Allen. We got the Bills. They're hungry. They're playing well. The new ducks. We're uniting under one banner of under 41.5 points.
Oh.
The Bills may score 41 points. The Patriots will score 0. The Bills defense, they do have some injuries. Okay, I'm not going to lie. But the Patriots do as well. But the Patriots are not going to score. And the Bills will get up probably 27-0 and put the brakes on this thing. Mac Jones, as long as Mac Jones is playing NFL football for the Patriots, they won't score more than 13 points, Jared. They just won't. Like, they are incapable of scoring. And I don't think this game becomes a shootout at New England with the Bills traveling there. So give me this. We're united together. We're changing our uniforms, and we're gonna finish this thing 6-0 with the parlay hit. Let's go, baby. Under 41.5.
No, I like that. Listen, you could have said anything after that clip, and I would have jumped off a cliff with you, playing on my emotions over here with my favorite movie of all time. Love it, love it. All right, just to recap, what we're saying, we're staying away from our Thursday games, as Corey and I have a track record of absolutely taking a dump when it comes to any type of Thursday game. So we're gonna start off at our noon game. Giants. He got two. We're taking the Giants +2. The Ducks are flying together in New England. I agree. The Bills played down to their opponents this season. They still have a winning record. I don't know how. Under 41.5. Raiders at Bears feels like a minor league or a CFL game where everybody is injured. 37.5 is low, but it's probably not low enough. I'd love the under here. Detroit is my hot team right now in the NFC. Baltimore's 4-2. I don't think it matters. Detroit money line, get some odds, get some plus 132 in our favor. Never sleep on Tomlin, Corey. Never. Pittsburgh going into LA. The weather won't matter. It's always sunny out in California. Take the Steelers plus the points. Expect a close one. And Green Bay, the fudge line of the week. No idea why anybody should be favored -1.5 going into Denver unless they're playing on their knees. Take the Packers coming off of a bye week, -1.5 in Green Bay.
Your fantasy team with Love and Dobbs, I mean, you might score 195 points.
I know. You're telling me I've got better options this week, but it doesn't matter. Like the Denver Broncos, I think, are playing kindergartners in their secondary.
They got the little kids out there. Put the pads on. Put the pads on.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm curious now where the mortgage is because I'm interested. The rest of these games, I know the Seahawks are still on the board. You love to get you some Seahawks. They did you dirty last week. But where are you finding value where we're going to pay our mortgage after the disaster that was last week?
The disaster that was last week. There are two games that I like here. We're gonna mix this up a little bit. One of them we're gonna go under, and the other one we're gonna pick the spread line. But Scotty Wynn, I need you to bring us in, baby. Hold on.
You call gonna be all over, baby.
You call us over, baby. You call us all over, baby. Shout out to World Series of Poker 1998. Scotty Wynn, you call us over, baby. You ride with me here, it's all over, baby. You pay your mortgage and you're good. Give me under Falcons at Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Ritter is not. I don't think he's a NFL level quarterback. He's shown flashes, but on the road, his home record was astounding. That was his first home loss, Jared, last week.
Wow.
College or NFL, first home loss. On the road, different story. They're at Tampa. You've been there.
Oh, I love going out to. I mean, I wonder if it's still. What's the name of that stadium right now? I think it's had a couple of different names.
It has like it's called like Floyd Casey, or like that's the old Baylor one. But like, isn't there like two names? It's like two first names.
I think I can't. Raymond James. I think it's still Raymond James. I think it's still Raymond James. But yeah, I've been there many a time. Seen a lot of bowl games there. Seen a lot of Tampa Bay games there. I've got a good family that took us out to football when we were young.
Well, Jared, they're not going to be shooting that pirate ship off very often in this game. It's going to be low scoring. 38.5 is where it's set. We're going to tease that 4.5 points. We get it at 43 points now. Under 43 points. No way this doesn't hit. No way. And then, of course, you're right. What do we have to do, right? We have to go to Seattle, of course. Like, that was a debacle of a game. We should have won it 4 different ways last week against the Bengals. Super upsetting. On the road at Cincinnati, we're back. We go back to Seattle against the lowly Cardinals, who've had one good game all year. We're -7.5. Seahawks are -7.5. We get it down to -3. Just win by a field goal and we're good. I like that. This is a NFL. It's a 1 week you're down, 1 week you're up, 1 week you're down, 1 week you're up. Seahawks were down last week. I think Geno and the boys come out and they put up points. Defense is playing better right now. Give me Seahawks -3. So your mortgage bet, you're teasing 4.5 points. We're getting under 43 points. Atlanta at Tampa, and then -3 Seattle over the Cardinals for your mortgage bet for the week.
That's dope. That's dope. That's dope. I love it. I'm all about it. Well, lock those in. Lock those in. You call us all over, baby.
You call us over, baby.
You call, man. I love it. Well, let's look at what we're looking at real quick. Right now, our 6-leg parlay. We always put $10 on it. $10 is going to win you $564 this week.
That's a juicy one.
That's a juicy one with taking the money line. Detroit going into Baltimore. So there's a little extra change for you this week, but be sure to lock those bets in. Again, we are nearing, not quite there yet, but we're nearing that midway point. Teams are getting their bye weeks in, and this is the time. We started off hot. We cooled down a little bit in past weeks. We're leveling off another bit. But these feel like the weeks, listeners, where there is some value. Take advantage of these middle weeks because when we get to the end of the season, people sit and stuff. It gets weird come those last 3 weeks.
It does get weird. But right now, we're in mid-season form. And I know we had the last 2 weeks weren't great, but now we're in our sweet spot here. So I expect big things from us this week. Big things.
And we should be up because we won't be betting Turkey Day in November like we did last year. And statistically, we should be better off, way better off.
We're going to be way better off, But we'll see. I mean, maybe we get there. Maybe we just do one. Maybe we just bet one Turkey Day game.
Don't know. Listen, no.
Just one.
No. Next week, get ready. I'm gonna have some clips of my own next week.
You're gonna have some clips?
I'm gonna have some clips. I'm gonna have some clips next week. You better be ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready, Jared. I'm ready.
I'm just worried. I think mine might get more and more obscure to where you're like, okay.
All over, baby. You call gonna be all over.
All right, as we close out, Corey, trivia question for you. In that matchup, who is Mr. Win up against?
Oh man, yeah, no idea. It's some unknown player. Like he made it in from like a satellite, like a entry tournament, and got his entry that way. He's like an unknown dude. I don't know his name.
The name we're looking for is Kevin McBride. Kevin McBride. Do you know what hand he won with?
What hand Kevin McBride hand won?
No. What Scotty's house?
It was full house. It was he had nines with something, nines with eights or
nines with eights. That's right. That's good. That's good memory.
Because he had the third 9 in his hand, and McBride had 8s full of 9s. So like he was playing the board. He thought Scotty was bluffing on that. And
dirty.
Clearly it wasn't. You call us over, baby. There's an interview of him saying he called it because Scotty said that. He thought he was bluffing it because Scotty said that.
Because they got baited in.
Got baited in, man. But that guy still won like $650,000.
Yeah, he ain't. It's sad he ain't got the trophy and the bracelet, but he doing all right. Except the way these poker guys bet, it's just water. It's just water to them.
But it's not even money. Like it's not money how you and I think of money. It's just the chip, the game piece that allows you to go at it. So, but then next year, man, it blew up. I mean, that was the Chris Moneymaker year, and poker got wild after that. So
And here we are. Now, maybe Texas one day will let you gamble online. Who knows?
One day I'll be on my deathbed and they'll finally pass that legislation. I'll get to make one bet. One bet.
Well, be sure to follow us on all of your podcast platforms. You can find us there. Send us a review. Shout us out on social media at Benjamin Betts. We would love to hear from you, and we will catch you guys next week for some NFL Week 8.
Yeah. It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts.
It's
all about the Benjamin Betts, baby.
You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, League of Legends, gamblers of the world, we're back for another special episode of the Benjamin Betts podcast. I'm your host, Corey. My co-host, Jared, he's on vacation with the family, so I'm keeping us locked down and ready to go for day 3 of League of Legends Worlds. But before we get into day 3, let's recap day 2. I want to say Jared went 4-4 on his bets in the first day. He got you 500. You won, you lost, you broke even. That's okay. Yesterday, day 2, your boy Corey went 5-3. So now you made a little money now, which not a bad thing at all. It was a good day. I'll take it. Of course, you always want to go perfect. There were some upsets that went down that I just didn't see happening as far as the spreads went. But the big game, the one that we missed on, was SKT lost to Gen G. I wouldn't call that an upset. It was a close game. Two star-studded Korean teams both have won Worlds in the past, and Gen G got the best of SKT, which is a little bit of a heartbreaker, but that's okay. But the big one we pulled out, G2. We called it G2. European squad took down Weibo Gaming from China. That was one we predicted here on the show, and we took it home for you. So that was a good one. And then the last game of the day, another toss-up, KT Rolster versus the D+ team from Korea. KT got it done, and we said they would, so we were happy with those. We took some long shots on some other teams, BDS, GAM Esports. We weren't able to cover there. Those two teams were long shots. We probably shouldn't have rolled there, but we got a little risky. We won't do that again. So 5-3, not terrible. We move into tonight's games. Remember, these games are taking place in Korea. the home of esports. So these games happen very late, 2 a.m, 5 a.m. are when these games are happening. But it will be a best of 3. That's how it's going down, because these are games that decide who moves on to the knockout stages. So our first one, JDG, the favorite for the whole darn thing to win it, is playing LNG Esports. That's the first game that's happening at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be a wild matchup here. Because it's a best of 3, the betting on this is a little bit different. We are going to pick JDG to take this down the series. So we are picking them to win. They are, the heavy favorites to win this thing, to win the matchup here. So that's not going to be groundbreaking, but we will predict in game 1, which we know is happening, JDG is only favored by a half of a kill, or 1.5 kills. So give us that at plus 110 to not only beat LNG, but to beat them by more than a kill. So that we feel really good about that. It's also predicting, I'm sorry, that was for how many games it's going to take. I'm so sorry about that. So JDG is minus 1.5. So obviously to win a best 2 out of 3, you got to win 2 games, right? First team to win 2. They are predicting that this will happen in 2 games, which we think that's probably how this is going to go down, right? So the spread on the first game is minus 7.5. We will take that. Give us JDG Gaming minus 7.5 for game 1. And then we have them winning the series. We'll have it in 2 games. They're going to sweep them, win game 1, and win game 2. JDG moves on to the knockout stage. Now that rolls us into the second match of the night. This determines who our other team moving on in the World Championships is going to be. And we have here, let me pull it up here because now I can't find it now. So it's, G2 Esports, so European squad playing against Gen G, who's Korea, one of the favorites to win the whole tournament too. This is going to be a big upset. We're going to ride with G2. Let's go Europe. Let's go. They will win this match. They're going to win it in best of 3. They're going to take it in 3 games. So they're going to win 1, they're going to lose 1, and then they're going to win the third and final match here to go on to the knockout stage. Right now, G2, if you were to take the plus minus here, we're getting minus 105, okay, for plus 7.5 kills. So they are heavily going in Gen G's favor, which they should. Gen G is the favorite. We're picking the underdog here. Give me 7.5 kills, but give us the outright victory too. That is plus 400. Get your money in, get it good. Plus 800 to win the series in 2 games. That's probably not going to happen, but we'll take it in 3. So we love G2 here playing against Gen G. So a lot of G's going on. But that will wrap up the knockout stage, the match tonight to determine who goes to the knockout stage. We will come back tomorrow with another episode because these matches are the juicy ones. They're the 1-1 teams. That's happening on Sunday night. There's 4 matches. So we'll cover those. But the ones that are most important, who's moving on to the knockout stage, JDG playing LNG and G2 Esports playing Gen G. Hope you enjoyed it. Win some money. We'll recap tomorrow. Hopefully we did good. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband, Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Wendy Michelle Davis. Do you want me to say anything else?
Just say who you are and what you're with.
Yeah, I'm an artist and I'm putting on the Austin Avenue Art Fair this weekend.
Whoop whoop. And you are actually a veteran on the show. So you've been on before. So we're so glad to have you back here in the studio in our new location. Right here in downtown in the Alico building. We're so glad to have you here to talk about this exciting event. So you're putting that on this weekend. Tell me all the details. Tell me all about it.
Wow. So yeah, the Austin Avenue Art Fair is going to happen. It's actually happening on Austin Avenue and 8th, which is the Anthem Stories building right across from Maria Mezcaleria, down from the Hippodrome. And there are 14 amazing Texas-based artists with their booths all set up. We have a lineup of lots of local musicians. We had Suede last night, and tonight from 6 to 8 we will have Smooth Nature.
Ooh, yeah.
And we'll also have Maria Mezcaleria serving margaritas and Waco L serving their brew, their beer. And we'll have live painters painting throughout the day as well. So it's going to be a great day.
I love that, and that's absolutely amazing. So this is a full festival happening all weekend long.
Yep.
What are some of the things we can expect?
Boy, from 11 to 8 today, on the street, there's like this great curb on either side of the building. It's a corner building, and there'll be at least 4 or 5 artists creating, painting, and drawing. We'll have outside. We'll actually have the Lindsley brothers playing tonight from 5 to 7 outside of the building, and then from 11 all the way through 8 p.m. tonight, we'll have musicians playing in the mezzanine level, which is like the upper level on the inside of the building. And then, of course, all the artists with their work and their booths, and all that work is for sale. They also have prints as well. Brew coffee will be open in the building as well. So, yeah, it's a great time. Everyone should come out.
Yes, that's going to be absolutely amazing. So what is the mission behind this art festival?
It's a great question. So I've never put on an art festival before, and I never thought that I would. But the story in a nutshell was several months ago, I think it was early June, I had tried to get into the Celebration Festival, and they have vendors on their street, and I've always wanted to get in because it's great exposure for my art, and I didn't. And that almost the same moment that I got the email that I didn't get in, we were sitting at Maria Mezcaleria, and I was looking across the street at that beautiful 100-year-old Anthem Stories building, and I thought that would be a great place for a group art show. I'm just going to see if it's available, and it was, and that's where it all started. But I mean, something that I've always loved doing is bringing people together, and as a full-time artist, I found it part of my mission to bring community to artists and also bring art to our community as well. So the main reason this art show is happening is because I want Waco. I want people to see all our amazing artists and musicians and be able to support them, but also for the artists to just share their work with the community and let it be seen. I think Waco needs more platforms, more venues, more events for artists to be able to show their work. And the beauty of this indoor event is it gives the art a safer space than outdoor events, of course. So, yeah.
I love that. And one of the things I always say on the show is you got to be the Waco you want to see. So really there was a need and you were able to fill that. And it's so fantastic seeing just everybody coming together and being able to grow on this. I know that that's just going to be happening. Do you have any plans for doing this maybe again in the future, or what are some of your goals?
Yeah, it's been, I mean, when I started, I was like, this will be easy, just throw it together. But it's been so much work. But it's also been really fulfilling to see it come together and to see so many different businesses and, like Cultivate and
Shout
Creative
out.
Waco
And
and
Creative
the
Waco,
Arts
shout out.
Center, just as the arts community.
We just got some
helping
grid
out.
walls sent over
I
there.
know,
Whoop, whoop.
some walls. You're hosting the artist dinner at the end of the event for us. So yeah, I could definitely see this happening next year. That's what we're planning on, especially now that the community kind of knows what it is and they're not like, what are you doing? It's like, it's an actual art fair. But yeah, hopefully we can get some more support behind it for next year and potentially have a venue that we can have even more artists showing their work. So
I love that. That's absolutely fantastic. And again, this is just built out of a need in our community. Of course, Celebration is this weekend, so a lot of people feel like that is both a great way for people to get out, but it's also like if you're a local, you're like, maybe I shouldn't go downtown. But this actually gives people a reason to go downtown, get engaged in our local culture, meet local artists, and really just have a good time.
Yes.
Really just having something fun and for people to do.
Yeah. No, it's such a neat way to bring the community to get together. And who doesn't like music and art?
Exactly.
I mean, if you don't, we just have to say, what's up? So, and I mean, it's going to be a great, like I have 25 artists that are going to be painting on the streets, like in rotation. And I have, I think, 13 groups of musicians.
Wow.
So it's like bringing all this talent and all these people that love what they do, love the arts together to show Waco a really good time.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. And again, this is right downtown, right on Austin Avenue.
Yes.
This is such an amazing opportunity for people to get out, hang out, and enjoy a good time.
Yes, for sure.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you so much for sharing about this event. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Boop, boop, boop. Commercial break.
I feel like I'm getting redder.
You did a great job. No, you're great. And so, like I said, now we'll go into like Waco questions. We'll go into like, what would you like to see more of in Waco? What are some of the like things you're looking for? And then we'll do our little shout out section. So you can be able to shout out. You don't have to shout out everybody, but if you want anybody you want to shout out, you can. And of course, just be like all of our sponsors, all of our people, all of our artists. You don't have to say names if you don't want to be here for 20 hours. And then, of course, anybody that's helped you along the journey, you can shout out.
Okay.
And then at the end, we'll have your plug section. So that's the opportunity, last minute, social media, where they can find you, where they can find more information about you.
Okay.
So if you need to look that up, let me know. We can just take a quick pause, and then you'll just keep going.
Okay.
And then that's it.
Okay. Got this.
And then I'll give you your little soapbox moment. I'll be like, is there anything else you want to share? And that's when you can really do all the soapy. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try. Let's go, brain. Let's do this. I feel like I'm a little off.
It's great.
It's all right.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're back. So right before commercial break, we were talking about this exciting event happening this weekend in a way for artists in our community to come together in such a beautiful location in the Anthem building downtown. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back from break is, what is something you would like to see more of in Waco?
Sure. Well, I hope that the Austin Avenue Art Fair spurs more venues wanting to put on art shows, even small art shows, or hang artists' work throughout town. And definitely want to see this art fair turn into something that's happens yearly.
Yeah.
So people can look forward to it and prepare for it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What would you say is like one of your, I know I already said kind of like goals, but do you have like a qualitative goal or a quantitative goal for what you're expecting?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I would love to see all the artists with the booth space, the ones who've invested work and time and their money into preparing for this. I would love to see their work sell. So if you're looking for art for your home, your office, any space, come out and check out the artist's work and see if anything you see resonates with you. And I just encourage you to buy, because real art is so much better than that, big box store mass-produced art.
We're calling you out, Home Goods.
Didn't name any names, just Debbie did, but
for legal reasons.
Yeah. But I think that when you have real art that's a little bit more living, it's been touched by the artist, it brings life to your space and it brings more meaning to your walls, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I love that. And you yourself are an artist, so how long have you been in the art business and doing all of your wonderful, amazing works?
Yeah, I've been creating art since I can remember. Yeah, both my parents were not artists, but ever since, especially when I hit high school, it was like, ooh, I just want to do more art. I didn't go the art educational route because I was encouraged to find something.
A real job?
Yeah, something that was going to actually make money. And then, so I taught for a long time. I taught English. And then just a few years ago, in large part to Creative Waco encouraging, artists to look at the business side and kind of going after that. I eventually quit my full-time or my two part-time jobs that made over a full-time job and decided to become a full-time artist. And it's been amazing. And I've learned a lot, especially over these past couple years about, how to set up a booth, how to put on a show, how to do open studios. I even host painting workshops at my home studio, and I host artist retreats too. So, so I feel like a lot of the things I've been doing over the past couple years have helped prepare me, at least somewhat, for this art fair.
Yeah, and it's amazing seeing just like that culmination of being able to take all your past experiences and your own personal works and again, just bring it to others and make that space and creating space here in Waco, which I feel is the most important thing, is creating space and giving a voice.
Yes. Yeah, and I love Waco, and Waco's growing in so many fantastic ways, and it's growing in the arts too, large part to Creative Waco and Cultivate in the Art Center, supporting artists. So I want to be a part of that. I want to see these artists lifted up and known by not just the Waco community, but beyond that too.
I love that. And you've already shouted out some amazing organizations and businesses here in Waco, but is there anyone else you would like to shout out that's helped along this journey, who are involved?
There are so many, and I wish I could just go down the list, but we'd be like, okay, let's keep it rolling. Knoxville Ranch, which is a wedding and event venue, has been super helpful with everything. Having Waco Ale and Maria Mezcaleria serving drinks for Thursday and Friday and tonight, Friday night, has been really helpful. But then there's just countless artists who've donated things for the silent auction and businesses who've donated things for the silent auction. That's you can come down and bid on some really beautiful baskets. There's like a date night basket, a getaway basket, a pet lovers basket, a coffee lovers basket. There's like a whole bunch of them, and they're all great, and they're all local businesses or local artists that were a part of that. So thanks to everybody. I'm really grateful. I couldn't do it without you. And also all the people that are volunteering too. I've got a long list of volunteers. I'm one person, and I've realized that, can't do it all. So I'm really thankful for everyone.
I love that. That's absolutely amazing. Well, we're so glad to have you here. Of course, now it's your chance. Plug everything. Tell us all the information where we can find more about you, and of course the fair itself.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a website, and it's just the AustinAvenueArtFair.com. We're on Instagram too as Austin Avenue Art Fair. Not on Facebook, but you can find me on Facebook and on Instagram as Wendy Michelle Davis. And Yeah, I think that's all the social stuff that I have.
Perfect.
But we're out there, and we're on Google as well, on Google Maps.
Pop a quick Google. That's the easiest way to find you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing your time with us. And again, just really showing this passion here in our community. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners today?
I just want to say, if you're trying to figure out what to do this weekend, I mean, here you go. You're all set. Come down to the Austin Avenue Art Fair. We'll be there today until 8 p.m. and we'll be there tomorrow from 11 to 6 on Saturday. So,
whoop, whoop.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for your time again. We loved having you here in the studio, and we can't wait to have all the awesome artworks that we're going to be able to see this weekend.
Thanks, Debbie.
Thank you. Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Wendy Michelle Davis. Do you want me to say anything else?
Just say who you are and what you're with.
Yeah, I'm an artist, and I'm putting on the Austin Avenue Art Fair this weekend.
Whoop whoop. And you are actually a veteran on the show. So you've been on before. So we're so glad to have you back here in the studio in our new location, right here in downtown in the Alico building. We're so glad to have you here to talk about this exciting event. So you're putting that on this weekend. Tell me all the details. Tell me all about it.
Wow. So yeah, the Austin Avenue Art Fair is going to happen. It's actually happening on Austin Avenue and 8th, which is the Anthem Stories building right across from Maria Mezcaleria down from the Hippodrome.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 14 amazing Texas-based artists with their booths all set up. We have a lineup of lots of local musicians. We had Suede last night, and tonight from 6 to 8 we will have Smooth Nature.
Oh yeah.
And we'll also have Maria Mezcaleria serving margaritas and Waco L serving their brew, their beer. And we'll have live painters painting throughout the day as well. So it's going to be a great day.
I love that, and that's absolutely amazing. So this is a full festival happening all weekend long.
Yep.
What are some of the things we can expect?
Boy, from 11 to 8 today, on the street, there's like this great curb on either side of the building. It's a corner building, and there'll be at least 4 or 5 artists creating, painting and drawing. We'll have outside. We'll actually have the Lindsley brothers playing tonight from 5 to 7 outside of the building, and then from 11 all the way through 8 p.m. tonight, we'll have musicians playing in the mezzanine level, which is like the upper level on the inside of the building. And then, of course, all the artists with their work and their booths, and all that work is for sale. They also have prints as well. Brew coffee will be open in the building as well. So, yeah, it's a great time. Everyone should come out.
Yes, that's going to be absolutely amazing. So what is the mission behind this art festival?
It's a great question. So I've never put on an art festival before, and I never thought that I would. But the story in a nutshell was several months ago, I think it was early June, I had tried to get into the Celebration Festival, and they have vendors on their street, and I've always wanted to get in because it's great exposure for my art, and I didn't. And that almost the same moment that I got the email that I didn't get in, we were sitting at Maria Mezcaleria, and I was looking across the street at that beautiful 100-year-old Anthem Stories building, and I thought that would be a great place for a group art show. I'm just going to see if it's available, and it was, and that's where it all started. But I mean, something that I've always loved doing is bringing people together, and as a full-time artist, I found it part of my mission to bring community to artists and also bring art to our community as well. So the main reason this art show is happening is because I want Waco. I want people to see all our amazing artists and musicians and be able to support them, but also for the artists to just share their work with the community and let it be seen. I think Waco needs more platforms, more venues, more events for artists to be able to show their work. And the beauty of this indoor event is it gives the art a safer space than outdoor events, of course. So, yeah.
I love that. And one of the things I always say on the show is you got to be the Waco you want to see. So really there was a need and you were able to fill that. And it's so fantastic seeing just everybody coming together and being able to grow on this. I know that this is going to be happening. Do you have any plans for doing this maybe again in the future, or what are some of your goals?
Yeah, it's been, I mean, when I started, I was like, this will be easy, just throw it together. But it's been so much work. But it's also been really fulfilling to see it come together and to see so many different businesses and, like Cultivate and
Shout
Creative
out.
Waco
and
and the
Shout
Art
out.
Center, just as the arts community.
We just got some grid walls sent over there.
I know,
Whoop, whoop.
some walls. You're hosting the artist dinner at the end of the event for us. So yeah, I could definitely see this happening next year. That's what we're planning on, especially now that the community kind of knows what it is, and they're not like, what are you doing? It's like, it's an actual art fair. But yeah, hopefully we can get some more support behind it for next year and potentially have a venue that we can have even more artists showing their work. So
yeah, I love that. That's absolutely fantastic. And again, this is just built out of a need in our community. Of course, Celebration is this weekend, so a lot of people feel like that is both a great way for people to get out, but it's also like if you're a local, you're like, maybe I shouldn't go downtown. But this actually gives people a reason to go downtown, get engaged in our local culture, meet local artists, and really just have a good time.
Yes.
Really just having something fun and for people to do.
Yeah. No, it's such a neat way to bring the community to get together. And who doesn't like music and art?
Exactly.
I mean, if you don't, we just have to say, what's up? So, and I mean, it's going to be a great, I have 25 artists that are going to be painting on the streets, like in rotation. And I have, I think, 13 groups of musicians.
Wow.
So it's like bringing all this talent and all these people that love what they do, love the arts together, to show Waco a really good time.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. And again, this is right downtown, right on Austin Avenue.
Yes.
This is such an amazing opportunity for people to get out, hang out, and enjoy a good time.
Yes, for sure.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you so much for sharing about this event. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Boop, boop, boop. Commercial break.
I feel like I'm getting redder.
You did a great job. No, you're great. And so, like I said, now we'll go into like Waco questions. We'll go into like, what would you like to see more of in Waco? What are some of the like things you're looking for? And then we'll do our little shout out section. So you can be able to shout out. You don't have to shout out everybody, but if you want anybody you want to shout out, you can. And of course, just be like all of our sponsors, all of our people, all of our artists. You don't have to say names if you don't want to be here for 20 hours. And then, of course, anybody that's helped you along the journey, you can shout out. Okay. And then at the end, we'll have your plug section. So that's opportunity, last minute, social media, where they can find you, where they can find more information about you. Okay. So if you need to look that up, let me know. We can just take a quick pause, and then you'll just keep going.
Okay.
And then that's it.
Okay.
And then I'll give you your little soapbox moment. And I'll be like, is there anything else you want to share? And that's when you can really do all the soapy. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try. Let's go, brain. Let's do this. I feel like I'm a little off.
It's great.
It's all right.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're back. So right before commercial break, we were talking about this exciting event happening this weekend in a way for artists in our community to come together in such a beautiful location in the Anthem Building downtown. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back from break is, what is something you would like to see more of in Waco?
Sure. Well, I hope that the Austin Avenue Art Fair spurs more venues wanting to put on art shows, even small art shows, or hang artists' work throughout town. And definitely want to see this art fair turn into something that's happens yearly.
Yeah.
So people can look forward to it and prepare for it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What would you say is like one of your, I know I already said kind of like goals, but do you have like a qualitative goal or a quantitative goal for what you're expecting?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I would love to see all the artists with the booth space, ones who've invested work and time and their money into preparing for this. I would love to see their work sell. So if you're looking for art for your home, your office, any space, come out and check out the artist's work and see if anything you see resonates with you. And I just encourage you to buy, because real art is so much better than that, big box store, mass-produced art.
We're calling you out, Home Goods.
Didn't name any names, just Debbie did, but
for legal reasons.
But I think that when you have real art that's a little bit more living, it's been touched by the artist, it brings life to your space and it brings more meaning to your walls, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I love that. And you yourself are an artist, so how long have you been in the art business and doing all of your wonderful, amazing works?
Yeah, I've been creating art since I can remember. Both my parents were not artists, but ever since, especially when I hit high school, it was like, ooh, I just want to do more art. I didn't go the art educational route because I was encouraged to find something.
A real job?
Yeah, something that was going to actually make money. And then, so I taught for a long time. I taught English. And then just a few years ago, in large part to Creative Waco encouraging, artists to look at the business side and kind of going after that, I eventually quit my full-time or my two part-time jobs that made over a full-time job and decided to become a full-time artist. And it's been amazing. And I've learned a lot, especially over these past couple years about, how to set up a booth, how to put on a show, how to do open studios. I even host painting workshops at my home studio, and I host artist retreats too. So I feel like a lot of the things I've been doing over the past couple years have helped prepare me, at least somewhat, for this art fair.
Yeah, and it's amazing seeing just like that culmination of being able to take all your past experiences and your own personal works and again, just bring it to others and make that space and creating space here in Waco, which I feel is the most important thing, is creating space and giving a voice.
Yes. Yeah, and I love Waco, and Waco's growing in so many fantastic ways, and it's growing in the arts too, large part to Creative Waco and Cultivate and the Art Center, supporting artists. So I want to be a part of that. I want to see these artists lifted up and known by not just the Waco community, but beyond that too.
I love that. And you've already shouted out some amazing organizations and businesses here in Waco, but is there anyone else you would like to shout out that's helped along this journey, who are involved?
There are so many, and I wish I could just go down the list, but we'd be like, okay, let's keep it rolling. Knoxville Ranch, which is a wedding and event venue, has been super helpful with everything. Having Waco Ale and Maria Mezcaleria serving drinks for Thursday and Friday and tonight, Friday night, has been really helpful. But then there's just countless artists who've donated things for the silent auction and businesses who've donated things for the silent auction. That's you can come down and bid on some really beautiful baskets. There's like a date night basket, a getaway basket, a pet lovers basket, a coffee lovers basket. There's like a whole bunch of them, and they're all great, and they're all local businesses or local artists that were a part of that. So thanks to everybody. I'm really grateful. I couldn't do it without you. And also all the people that are volunteering too. I've got a long list of volunteers. Yeah, I'm one person, and I've realized that, can't do it all. So I'm really thankful for everyone.
I love that. That's absolutely amazing. Well, we're so glad to have you here. Of course, now it's your chance. Plug everything. Tell us all the information where we can find more about you, and of course the fair itself.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a website, and it's just the AustinAvenueArtFair.com. We're on Instagram too as Austin Avenue Art Fair. Not on Facebook, but you can find me on Facebook and on Instagram as Wendy Michelle Davis. And I think that's all the social stuff that I have.
Perfect.
But we're out there, and we're on Google as well, on Google Maps.
Pop a quick Google. That's the easiest way to find you. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing your time with us. And again, just really showing this passion here in our community. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners today?
I just want to say, if you're trying to figure out what to do this weekend, I mean, here you go. You're all set. Come down to the Austin Avenue Art Fair. We'll be there today until 8 p.m. and we'll be there tomorrow from 11 to 6 on Saturday. So,
whoop, whoop.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for your time again. We loved having you here in the studio, and we can't wait to have all the awesome artworks that we're going to be able to see this weekend.
Thanks, Debbie.
Thank you. Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Central Texas Life with Ann Harder presents Central Texas Events.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Events with Ann Harder, and this is one of the really, really fun and unusual events in Central Texas, and I'm talking about the 4th annual Pioneer Classic Hickory Golf Tournament in Salado, coming up on November 4th and 5th. And with me, David Swarthout, who is, you've been kind of organizing this thing for its life in Salado at Mill Creek.
I came up with the idea as a fundraiser for when I was at the Salado Museum, and everybody kind of first looked at me like, "You want to do what?
What? What?
Hickory? What's Hickory Golf?" And this will be the 4th year. This year, however, it'll benefit the new Salado Senior Center, and the interest is kind of perked up again and everything because it benefits a new organization, and the Senior Center has been so well received in Salado.
Oh, I'm sure.
And we've got so many activities, and we're only open 2 days a week, but eventually we'll get to 5 days because we certainly have enough events,
seniors, and seniors in that area that want to take advantage of it.
Yes, and so this tournament was just much too good to just let
You
it
couldn't let it go. No.
let it go, especially with the Hickory Golf Association actually has kind of a informal or formal circuit of tournaments that they play. They play Houston, Austin, and Dallas, and so they were kind of looking for a fourth spot. Well, Salado
Makes perfect sense.
absolutely perfect, with Salado being founded in many ways by the Scottish.
Right, and of course that's sort of the birthplace of golf.
And that's the
itself.
birthplace of golf, so
Yeah.
it just seemed like a natural.
It has
so
seemed like a natural. Well, of course, your outfit. Obviously, they can see you've got the jodhpurs, I guess you call them, the knickers.
the knickers,
the
yes.
knickers, and so the rule is you play golf with a Hickory golf club set, which is the old-timey wooden golf clubs.
Yes.
So where do people find these to
Well,
play?
there's a great guy that I've kind of partnered up with. His name is William Reed. He's the past president of the Hickory Golf Association, and he has just the most phenomenal collection of Hickory golf clubs. So any of the people that want to participate, that not everybody owns a Hickory golf set. So
yeah, probably
they,
not.
They are available to be rented at that. And he comes in a van, and the whole back of it is just loaded with
And he
clubs.
goes to garage sales, estate sales, finds
Yeah,
great
and
grandpa's golf clubs or whatever.
Yeah, he's in his mid-80s now, so he's very, very well known around the Hickory Golf. So anybody that comes across something that they don't want, they know that Bill will
We'll take that.
That Bill will take it, and we do play with original Hickory shaft clubs.
Right.
There are some that are remakes now and everything.
Oh,
but-
are there? Kind of
and
like
there are-
reproduction.
yeah, and there's little by little more individuals that are learning how to make the Hickory shaft clubs and everything, and are doing so. But all of the golfers that come to this one, and because they travel to all of the other tournaments and everything, they have their own set and their preferences, and they
Sure.
are original Hickory shaft clubs. And you wouldn't think there'd be that many around anymore.
I know it's kind
but
of
there
surprising,
are.
yeah, and
There
they and they love it. I mean, these guys are a pretty good group of mostly men, I guess, but there's some women that
Yeah,
play.
we have several women that also play, and yeah, because it's in the true tradition of golf, and it's not all of the latest big head drivers and all of this.
Well, yeah, the technology now with the
Yeah,
titanium and all that kind of stuff
sure
is
has changed.
certainly
so
and it's changed your swing and really how you play the game.
Yes.
So I guess all the golfers are suddenly adapting to
Yes, and
the
we-
original way they played golf.
Yeah, and these golfers come from all over the state of Texas and even beyond. We have, I know, 2 golfers that'll come from New York.
Really?
And there's 2 from Iowa, and their surrounding states and everything. And Hickory golf kind of continues to gain in popularity. And individual in Salado, who's a very, very good golfer. I talked him into playing, and he actually he and his partner won the tournament
Oh, yeah?
last year.
Oh, uh-huh.
And he is simply hooked on it, and it's a whole different feel.
Well, and I guess for the duffer, I mean, you've immediately got an excuse.
Yeah, you can.
I
you
played
can-
with a wood golf club, you know.
You can legitimately blame it on the equipment, not. No, but it's a great group of guys, and they're really dedicated to the game of golf, and really want to preserve the history.
And that's what's so special to me about it.
It
is how
truly
it does,
is.
how it preserves the history of it. Kind of takes these golfers back to the day when it was maybe a little simpler.
Well,
game.
yeah, and when you see them all out there, and we all wear our knickers, and
And it's a rule. I mean, you dress
Yes,
in the
yes,
outfit,
you
so
have
that's
to.
a whole nother thing.
Yes.
If you don't have the outfit, where do you go to find that?
Well, there are outfits available.
Uh-huh.
I actually, out of curiosity, checked Amazon, and they've got Hickory golf equipment. Or, I
Okay.
mean, pants and shirts and everything. And most of the guys, and I will too on the day of the tournament, it's almost like there's kind of this unspoken competition as to who can have the best looking knickers and the best looking
and Argyle socks and the whole
and vest and
whole bit. Yeah, and of course you're wearing a traditional golf, polo shirt, but that really would not be. It would be like a white long sleeve shirt with a vest,
tie,
maybe a little bow tie.
Yeah, and a tie. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that you were there last year and you have some photos and everything.
Yeah, we'll share some of those.
Yeah, and I've often thought that we might even have just kind of a fun add-on competition the last day of who has the best looking outfit and everything. So,
well, and the ladies, that were playing, I mean, they were dressed like I guess they would have back.
Yeah, and
100 years ago.
And these are just the nicest bunch of golfers that you could ever meet. I mean, they're all very friendly, very respectful.
But you're not walking the course like you would have 100
No,
years ago.
normally we would, but because of the number of players and everything, we do take cards.
Okay, so it's $150 a person to play.
Yes, and that's for the 2 days.
2 days.
And that includes their lunch both days.
Yeah, and you've got a bagpiper who were kind of
yes,
really sets the mood.
I can't forget that. Yeah, they kick off the opening day with a bagpiper on the course playing and everything, and if anybody has heard a bagpipe, I mean the sound carries for quite a distance, so you literally can hear it just about over the entire course.
Of course, Mill Creek is just one of the great courses in Central Texas. I know my husband loves playing there.
Yeah, it really, and when I first approached the owners and everything with the possibility of a Hickory golf tournament there, their eyes lit up. They thought, wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
So, and we're trying to get more and more local golfers to golf, because all of these guys come from certainly the other part of Texas and beyond, so it requires them to come in, and they've got to get a hotel room and everything. So we've been
Well, it helps the economy of Salado as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been working with the hotels and the bed and breakfast and everything to give them a little break on room rates if they're in here for, the Hickory Golf Tournament. So.
Yeah. Well, it's just a wonderful event, and I'm so glad to hear it's still going on, because you did leave the museum there, and you'd been executive director there for quite a while, but now the senior center. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Where is it located?
It's located at 650 Royal Street, and that's if the Barrel Brewery seems to be the landmark.
Oh yeah,
now
Barrel's
in
right
Salado.
there.
So if you just continue past that and you go up and Royal Street will make just a little bend to the left, and it's there at the United Methodist Church.
Okay.
They have a building there that's their youth activity center. We're not affiliated at all with the church. We just rent
letting
the
you use the
activity
space.
center.
Yeah,
there.
cool.
And that was the first location and best location that we could find for the senior center. And we just started it the first part of June. And so we're just a few months old.
Yeah.
And I think we have roughly 230 registered seniors that
really,
that have filled out a
So you say
form.
you're open 2 days a week. Which 2 days?
Yeah, Monday and Thursday.
Monday and Thursday.
And we
Is
just-
that all day or
Yeah, well, from 9 o'clock till 3.
9 to 3? Okay.
Yes, and we just started another great event, pickleball.
Oh
which-
man, people love pickleball. I've not
The popularity.
I've not drunk the Kool-Aid yet, but I will
popularity
at
has
some point. I
exploded.
feel.
So we have pickleball on Thursdays.
Yeah.
And we have 3 courts that they can play.
Oh,
So we
that's
got
great.
quite a bit of room, and they reserve the court for an hour at a time. So
So have you played pickleball?
yes, I have.
Okay.
In fact, I'm recovering from an injury because
You can get hurt. It's a little easier on your knees than tennis, but
I
there's some-
tend to be very, very competitive, and so there
can't
was
believe
kind of a low shot, and I was convinced that I could
You
get
could
it.
get it, yeah.
And when I went for it, I kind of went
went down?
face first.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
my hand, I'm right-handed, so the racket was in my hand, and it went underneath me.
Yeah.
And so,
Well-
so, but, so, and we have quite a few other Thursday afternoons. We have bingo, and that's become very, very popular. And we keep looking for other events. We've got bridge, and we've got mahjong, and they play chess, and we have kind of a coffee hour from 9 o'clock when we first opened. And
It's kind of fun to have something regular in your schedule, you know, that you're going to go to and
yeah,
enjoy.
and the people that have come have really, really enjoyed
I'm sure.
having it. And when I was first, I'll give him the credit to being the founder, a gentleman by the name of Larry Nathanson, approached me. It's probably three years ago with the idea, because he was looking at, could we have a senior center there at the museum in the big hall? And
Yeah, that would be a spot.
unfortunately, at that time, I had already booked so many, so it didn't work. And so I kind of thought the idea had kind of died, and then all of a sudden he approached me again and asked if I would be part of it. And it's funny, it's a joke between he and I, because when I've never viewed myself as a senior citizen, even though I am 76 years old.
Hey,
I've just never thought of
young at
myself.
heart.
Yeah,
I know.
so
Yeah, here I am
when I
now.
first looked at him-
or a senior.
Yeah. So I first said to Larry, well, Larry, but sure, but I'm not old enough to be part of this.
That's just for
So it's
old
kind of a standing joke
That's
between us.
funny.
But it's been well received in the community, and it's the village itself has stepped forward and also has
good.
put in their budget some money
Excellent.
for us, because it is
Yeah.
it is for the community. And I really
It adds to quality of life, no question.
yeah, it does, and the people that come there just love it.
Good.
They really have a good
Well,
time.
so that's what the Hickory, the Pioneer Classic Hickory
Yes,
Golf
yeah.
Tournament is
All
going
the-
to benefit, coming up on November 4th and 5th. And where can you go to register for this?
You can go to the Senior Center website, SaledoseniorCenter.org, and the registration form and everything is on there, and you can do it. Or you can email me too at dswarthout50@outlook.com.
We'll put those links in the header here for
Appreciate
for
it.
this podcast. Thank you so
Appreciate
much for coming to tell us about this. It's just a wonderful. I love, even though I don't play golf, I love coming to it and sending my husband off with his little group, and
Yeah,
you know,
we
he
had-
loves it. He's kind of gotten hooked on it as well.
Yes, and Mike is a great promoter, advocate for the Hickory Golf there too. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it, and all of the guys are that way. Well, however they can promote this game of Hickory Golf and where it's played, they're more than willing.
Yeah,
to
and if
do
you
so.
don't have the wooden golf clubs, there's a guy there who will fix you up.
That's right, and we have one gentleman that if you can't find knicker pants, he and his mom make them.
Yeah.
They go around and they buy up all the old pants. From,
Yeah, you have the pleated pants, you
Yeah,
know, from
yes, yeah.
Goodwill or whatever,
Yeah.
and then they kind of alter them to make them
Sure.
into pretty nice.
Yeah.
In fact, that's where Mike got his. He
Yeah.
ordered them from that gentleman
Scott
out of
Pilgrim.
Houston, I think. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's a thing. So
It
it's
is.
fun for me to be able to let you all know about the Pioneer Classic Hickory Golf Tournament in Salado at Mill Creek Golf Course, which is a great course. It's not a links course, is
No.
it? It's a traditional course.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun for everyone who plays
It really-
to kind of, relive the old days.
Oh yeah, it really is. And when we have lunch with all of the guys, which is provided there at Mill Creek, and just to hear the stories that they all tell and
Oh, yeah.
everything is worth the price of the entry fee.
No kidding, no kidding. All right, well, I'm looking forward to being there to see everybody off as well. But thanks, David. Dave Swarthout, who is with us, and certainly appreciate all you're doing
Yes,
in the wonderful village of Salado.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing everybody that's viewing this.
Yeah.
There at Mill Creek
That's
for
right.
the tournament.
Sign up.
Thank you, Ann,
Thank
very
you.
much.
And thank you for watching. We'll be back again. Bye-bye.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
Hello, and welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies. That's right. We're your hosts. I'm Caitlin.
And I'm Joshua.
And today we're here to talk to you about a new horror film
Mm-hmm.
that's done well.
Talk to me. 2022 Australian supernatural horror film.
Oh, it came out in 22.
Yeah. Well, technically it did, but it got bought by
overseas.
Yeah. It
and
got
then
bought out
came
by
here
A24, and then
Okay.
they distributed it.
in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it was directed by Danny and Michael Philippou. I think that's how you say it. Philippou. And they were some YouTubers basically who decided to take an idea and turn it into a whole film, which is
So it's based off of a short
Mhm.
story or short movie, short film.
kind of like Lights Out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pretty. I mean, for you going to from YouTube to a movie, it's pretty like it seems like pretty professionally, like I don't know, like a full-fledged director. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? To film people who are used to doing films. But yeah,
To have some big faces in it too.
for sure. Like the lady from Sabrina, the Teenage Witch.
Yeah.
And then I recognized like the young actors and actresses, but I couldn't quite place them and what I'd seen them in. Like Jade. Like I know I've definitely seen her before.
Oh yeah, she did look familiar, but I have no clue who.
On what she's been in.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's we have Sophie Wilde, Alexandra Jensen, Joe Bird, Miranda Otto, who I was talking about. And then I really liked how there were kind of, to me, I guess it seemed like fresh faces, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Not overly used.
With like people that we're
People.
familiar with. But yeah, it's how would you describe it off the bat? It's pretty much kind of like a new take on like a Ouija board, spirit board type of situation.
Yeah.
Contacting the other side.
Definitely dabbling in things that they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And yeah, kind of like I watched the new Exorcist.
Oh
and
yeah.
I fell asleep.
Oh no.
But
was it bad?
No. I think I was just really tired.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it had to do with a pendulum instead of a Ouija board this time, and contacting the spirits and then spirits going wrong. And so it's kind of all in that same.
It's not a remake, is it? Or like, is it like just a different story?
Yeah, it's a different
Totally?
story
Okay.
altogether. It does have Reagan in it.
Hmm.
So it's like a continuation. Like
Oh,
it
like in
has
the same
Reagan
universe.
and the mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
and
interesting.
they contact the mom to help.
Because they're like, oh, you've been through this before. That makes sense.
Yeah. So it's definitely still the same universe. It's just a new age story with Reagan being a full-fledged adult and everything. Reagan's in it
That's
for like
wild.
all of 2 seconds.
But she's in it.
But she's in
Yeah.
it.
Like
Yeah.
full fledged? Or like they just mention her?
No, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They mention her a few times. But she's in it for like I said, like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
With her actual body.
Yeah.
But they mention her more than that.
That's wild.
It was
That's pretty cool.
It was interesting. But yeah, this is essentially just kids getting possessed and
Yeah.
tormented by spirits, not turning into full-fledged demons like The Exorcist, but
it's somewhere in between possession and like haunting, almost in a way.
yeah.
This is like they get possessed for a while, but it comes in and out.
It's
And
like
I
they're conjuring spirits and then the spirits stick around.
I think there's a lot left to be like explained.
Yeah.
Like how it all even works and stuff. I know that there's already a sequel like in production or being produced, not necessarily being filmed, but I think like it's the writing process and all that is started for it.
That's cool.
But hopefully it'd be interesting to learn more about the hand and like where that all started from, as opposed to just like maybe a different group of kids or something.
Yeah.
Or people. Or to follow her in the whatever the further.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Whatever she's in now.
The sunken place.
Do you feel like it stood up to the hype?
Whenever I first watched it, I really liked it, and upon my second watch, I don't know, I'm not gonna say that it almost was like I liked it more the first time than I did the second time, if that makes sense. I don't know.
I felt that way about movies before.
Yeah, I don't know. Not to really like knock it or cut it down, but I definitely feel like the first time, for some reason, I felt, and I also watched it in the theater. I was by myself when I went to go watch it.
Oh, fun.
I think that I was just probably the setting and being by myself and watching it and getting spooked in the theater and having like that whole, being surrounded by all of it, probably added to me getting creeped out by it. But I did, when I watched it the first time, thought like, okay, like it's a pretty valiant take and effort on like putting a spin on like, kind of the classic story of, what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Kids messing with things they shouldn't be messing with.
Yeah.
And I liked how kind of they also portrayed the hand as almost like a hit of dopamine, like a drug almost, when they were playing with it and messing with it, as opposed to just like a spirit board and people were like either spooked by it or like, we want to do that again. But I feel like they were doing it because for some reason contacting this other spirit world was releasing maybe doing even something chemically within their body where they felt like it was like euphoric in a way.
Yeah. I mean, because
that's how she was describing it as well.
Yeah, she described it as being like she felt like she was glowing and was a passenger in her own body.
Sounded like acid, like an acid trip.
Yeah.
Almost. That's what it felt like. But yeah, if you want to dive right into it.
Yep.
We start and we have basically a party going on, and we have I forgot Duckett's brother's name. Cole is looking for his brother.
Looking for Duckett. Which, what kind of name is Duckett?
Sounds like bucket.
Yeah.
Duckett.
Or
fuck it. Maybe I don't know.
It's like when my phone tries to autocorrect.
It sounds like, right?
Fucking.
To ducking. It sounds like one of those little ducks from Huey, Louie, Dewey Tells. I don't know. I feel like that's their cousin. Duckett.
Cousin Duckett. Yeah.
But we have him looking for his brother, of course, and then everybody's like, your brother, get him under control. He's in Jason's room or someone's room.
Yeah, someone's room.
And
And the mom, there's like a mom there at this party too.
Was that a mom?
She looked like a mom.
She could have been a mom.
She
But
looked
it was a birthday
older.
party.
Yeah. And I mean, it was a pretty bumping party
Yeah.
for starts. It looked like professionally thrown. And then she was like, I'm about to call the police if you don't get him under control, kind of thing. And yeah, then he goes and he knocks down the door, and the other guy's like, fucking, you're knocking down my mom's door.
Yeah.
My mom's door.
My mom's. Maybe that's how they do it in Australia. Maybe they party with their kids. I don't know.
Maybe.
And so, yeah, he does end up breaking through that door, and Duckett's in there, and he doesn't sound that well. He's like talking to himself.
Yeah, and his back's all covered in lacerations, and he looks pretty roughed up.
And he ends up, Cole ends up getting him, walking him out. And as soon as he gets him to like the crowd of people, everybody brings out their phones, of course, and starts recording him. And Cole does not take lightly to it. So he's yelling at everybody, trying to get everybody to put their phone up. But before he can even catch his bearings or whatever, Duckett comes from behind, and you can hear him like grab a knife. You can hear the like,
yeah, you hear the little shink.
and just comes in, uh, stabs his brother right in the like heart, or I don't know, his lungs area. Probably killed him
Yeah.
instantly.
No, because Cole
looked
comes
like-
into play later.
Oh yeah, hello. That's a major part.
It was his right side of his
Trying
body.
to throw you off
So it was, he stabbed him in the shoulder.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then we have
Had it been the other side of his body, yeah, it probably would have
been
nicked his
fatal,
heart. Yeah.
or an artery or something. That was a pretty, looked like a big blade, like a kitchen knife, like full size scale, like what are those called? Not a butcher, but
Oh.
mm-hmm.
Big cutting knife.
Yeah. And then Duckett goes out into the middle of the backyard, where everyone's running around and freaking out, and just ends up unaliving himself.
Stabs himself right in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Eey.
Right, like would you say it was between the eyes,
Or in the eye or something.
Yeah.
It was definitely in the eye.
It went all the way
region.
through right to the handle.
Yeah.
It's a lot of force.
A lot of force.
But yeah, and so we basically start the movie off that way, because then we get a title card.
Yep. Title card that
pretty
looks like it's
simple.
been scratched into the
Mhm.
into the
screen.
film
Mhm.
screen. And it looks very similar to the writing that's upon the hand
Yeah.
itself.
Like scribbly almost.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like
or
it's
like fingernails on a chalkboard almost, or whatever.
or fingernails in a door.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good call. Mm-hmm. That's true. Because that comes into play later.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
We open up to our main actor, Mia. On this one, she's on the steps, right?
Yeah.
I like. Is this a funeral going on?
It was a remembrance day.
That's right.
Because as we find out later, I thought it was a funeral or a wake of
Yeah.
some sorts at first, but then as we find out later, it was her 2-year anniversary of her mom's death.
Mm-hmm.
So they were having a little get together for her mom.
Yeah, I guess that's what people do. I've never heard of that. Do people do that?
I
Remembrance
guess
days?
not that packed.
Yeah.
It looked like a funeral because
That's what
so
it
many
gave.
people were there.
See, and so I didn't know if it was a funeral, and like it was just like, then whenever he's asking her here in a second, like her dad, he's like, "How are you doing today? How is it?" I just thought like maybe it was triggering or something for her.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that does make sense that it is the Remembrance Day. And we have, like we said, her dad trying to talk to her. And then he isn't this the part where he's trying to talk to her, and then she's trying to wash the dishes.
Yeah.
Mhm,
And then she ends up getting a phone call from Riley, who is basically her younger brother.
Yeah.
And she needs to go, you can gather that she needs to go pick someone up. Kind of right now.
And
so she leaves.
They're really laying down as well that like these two, her and her dad, do not have a really good relationship at the moment. Like their communication is very just much like like I guess a teenager who doesn't want to talk to their parent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very standoffish.
Mm-hmm. And so she goes to pick up Riley, and we're introduced to Riley, who's with his friend James, and you can tell that James is kind of like the little bad influence type of friend that he hangs out with. And
yeah, James was, I would smack that kid.
He's selling cigarettes, and they're watching some other kid on like Snapchat videos.
Yeah,
who
and
looks
like
like
he looks so cringe.
Yeah, and then
Or-
Riley's like, he looks elfish.
Yeah.
And then James is like, what? And so we have Riley popping up, kind of making fun at Riley. Oh no, Mia popping up, making fun of Riley, because she sees him with the cigarettes. Offers James a ride, but he doesn't. He's just gonna wait for his mom, and they end up going home. We have this cute scene of us building like their relationship, where they're singing "Chandelier" by Sia
Yeah,
in the
they're
car.
scream singing it really fast. I want to go back to the "you're a fucking fetus" insult.
Oh yeah, to
That-
Riley.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whenever he doesn't want to smoke the cigarette, which we can kind of tell too in that moment that Riley's a good kid
Yeah.
and it doesn't want to get involved in things that maybe James is up to.
Mhm.
But he just calls him, he says, "You're a fucking fetus." And that insult was the weirdest insult I've ever heard, but I liked it.
Yeah. Basically like a weenie, like a chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're being a baby.
Mm-hmm. And so we have them singing that song, and then we end up coming upon a kangaroo that unfortunately I guess has been hit by someone else before them, trying to cross the road, and it's dying in front of their eyes. And Riley is telling her that they need to basically put it out of its misery.
Mhm.
And so they attempt to, but Mia can't bring herself to run over it, which understandably,
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to.
yeah.
If I came across an animal on the road, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And then Jade even says later on, like, why didn't you call the whatever number?
RSPCA or
Yeah,
something like
which
that.
that would have been the best thing to do, because even me, like, I would maybe even want to, like, well, let me move it out of the road, but then, like, you could hurt it more.
Yeah.
It could uh, kick or do something to hurt you, and then you're both hurt,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, she should have called some sort of authority to come take
Mhm.
care of it, one that specializes in things like that.
And
But
so
they don't. They just drive
leave
off.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, but that'll come back later. And so they get home. We meet up with Riley's sister, which is Mia's friend Jade. And they have this, like, Riley is getting onto Jade because she didn't pick him up, and then she's like, "Don't tell mom." He's like, "I'm gonna tell mom." Their mom's not there, and we have this little cute moment between well, not a cute moment, I guess. We have Riley trying to, or Mia trying to get Jade's attention, but she's on the phone, not necessarily paying attention to her, talking about her mom's Remembrance Day. And then we have her mentioning the kangaroo to Jade, and Jade's still not paying her any attention.
Yeah, she's like not paying any attention at this
Mm-mm.
point. And
Which Mia brings up. She's like, "Can you pay attention to me?"
yeah, which was, I feel like, a fair, that whatever the other girl's name is, Haley.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, she's so clingy, and I'm like, maybe she's a little clingy, but also if someone's right in front of you, I would rather you not be on your phone
Yeah.
the whole time. That's pretty fucking rude.
Yeah.
So.
And so she ends up getting Mia to pay attention to her for a little bit, but not long, because then Daniel ends up calling, right?
Yeah, Daniel calls, and she's got the most god-awful ringtone.
Mm-hmm. It's the Crazy Frog, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so she ends up talking to Daniel. We then have him being like, "Oh, is that Mia?" So she's like, "Yeah." And so she's like, "I'm gonna call you back later." And that's whenever they look up on the phone and they see that Haley, right, her Snapchat is throwing that party or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she was basically, she wants to go.
Yeah, and she's asking Jade to go.
Yeah, and Jade's pretty hesitant, but Mia's like, "Please just do this for me."
For my mom's Remembrance Day. Like,
Yeah.
I need to not think about that, essentially. And so she ends up agreeing. And then I think this is whenever we have she's going to call back Daniel. So she's like, "Give me 5 minutes." And so then Riley goes to I keep calling Mia Riley. Mia goes to hang out with Riley. And she helps him with his homework, apparently. And then we have mom coming home, and mom, is kind of talking to Mia, basically saying, like, "I'm sorry that I didn't make it to your mom's Remembrance Day. I couldn't get off of work." And we can see that from this interaction that Mia and Sue are like, she's basically kind of like her second mom. She's very much let Mia, like, come and stay and be welcome in their home, I guess, as she's been having a hard time acclimating to the death of her mom, which I would feel would probably be hard for any young person to go through. And so she ends up it's funny to me when Riley's doing his homework and she's yelling at him to get his shit off the table.
Yeah,
I'm just
she
like,
gave him 1 second.
yeah, and then she yells at him again. And I'm
Yeah.
like, and I would have been like, "Oh yeah, good, you're doing your homework."
Yeah.
But we have that happen, and then quite immediately we have, after, I guess, I'm assuming they had dinner, Jade is asking her mom, like, if she's going to bed, and the mom is like, "Oh, I know you're gonna sneak out, yada yada yada." And long story short, who do we have sneaking out? Mia, Jade, and Riley.
Yeah,
And
they're
they end up,
taking Riley to the party.
because he's threatening to tell her mom that she forgot to pick him up.
Yeah, or at least tell him about them sneaking out.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "Well, mom basically already knows." and they end up at this party. This is probably also, the most chill role. Miranda Otto is her name, who plays the mom.
Yeah.
And it's probably the most chill role because in Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, she's so uptight.
Yeah.
And then I recognize her from Lord of the Rings.
You're so right. Yeah.
And
not Arwen, but the other one.
Yeah. The one who
the other
falls
love
in love
interest.
with him. Yeah.
And he's like, nope, sorry, he's
I
in love
am
with an
no
elf.
man.
Yeah. And then she
Rips
kills
off.
the Witch King.
Yep. I recognized her from that.
I can't remember her name.
And anyways, she not chill in there either.
Well, she had one of my favorite interactions throughout the whole movie is whenever she's coming to the kids and she's like, "What time's the party?" So what time's the party? Oh, it's okay. Jay told me.
Aowen.
Yeah, Aowen. And so I don't know. She was really, I liked that even if we didn't get her throughout the whole movie and she wasn't a main character, I liked her character a lot.
Oh, yeah. I liked her character a lot, too. I think she did a fantastic job.
She sold the worried mother and then like protective mother and then chill mom. Like so she was all of them. Cool mom, chill mom, protective mom.
Like Mean Girls.
But yeah, we have them arriving to the party and immediately like Haley's a dick.
Yeah, because she's like, "Oh, you're here. Oh, we're babysitting," and then poor fucking Mia just walks in and she just goes, "Fuck me."
Yeah,
and then is like later talking to Jade and is like basically saying like, "Why'd you have to bring her?
She's clingy.
Too clingy," and yeah, just being rude as fuck. She's like, I can't stand her.
Yeah, and
it's just like, okay, well. She's here now, so what are you gonna do about it?
And also like Haley herself, himself, themself. I don't know them. Haley. I'm just gonna say them because I could not get it for sure. Like what we're going. What's the vibe? We're not affirming to gender. We are, which is all cool and great, but. Nobody ever used pronouns. They always kept saying just Haley the whole time with Haley. So, and then Joss was named Jocelyn. I feel like they did that on purpose. Like her friend, Haley's friend was named Jocelyn, but he was a guy.
Yeah.
I've never met a boy named Jocelyn, but that actually kind of eats. I like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
It's like when boys are named Ashley.
Oh, I've never met a boy Ashley. Have I? No. I met a boy, Leslie. I've met a Leslie that's a boy.
I've met a Leslie boy too.
Yeah. Wait, there was another one too that I met.
I like those gender neutral names.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Or like Charlie.
Oh yeah, that is. But for some reason, mine associates Charlie with boy. I guess because Charles.
Yeah.
But I guess Charles can also like. I want to meet a girl named Charles. She'd probably be really cool.
I still to this day wish that they would have named me because my dad is Charles Robert Klein III.
Oh, you could have been the fourth.
I could have been the fourth. Instead, I just have initials CRK still.
Oh, they did that on purpose.
Yeah. Keep
the tradition-ish alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
at least on paper.
I wish I would have been named Charlie. That would have been cool. Yep. He almost named me Quadrophenia, which is like a Rush album. Or something.
Quadrophenia?
Yeah.
What would be your like nickname?
Quaddy.
Feeny. There's so many to choose from.
I like Feeny.
Quadrophenia?
Yeah. It's
That's what I mean, honestly.
Thank God dads weren't in control.
Quadrophenia. It's weird because I like the name trigonometry. I think that name is just so cool.
For a kid?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was just telling Robert, we were just talking about this like 2 days ago, I think. It was really funny. I don't know.
Call him Trig for short.
Maybe. I don't know. But there were other names too.
Trig is.
But then there was a few other names too, but yeah. Funny times. We are at this party, of course, and Mia's kind of giving the whole awkward kid, like kind of to herself. Everybody else is kind of mingling, talking. Nobody, and unfortunate for her, I mean, it's not like anybody's really going out their way to talk to her anyways. There's kind of this, I feel like probably a stigma around her. Like, oh, it's, Mia, the depressed kid whose mom died 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, because she tried to talk to someone and then they basically were just like, we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
Like, don't talk to us. Yeah, really rude.
And so we have Jade coming up to her, kind of talking to her a little bit. Then Daniel shows up finally, which we have this like already this whole time gotten not clues, but hints and like things that like Mia and Daniel not necessarily had a thing, but like kind of kissed or dated at one point in the past. Like they're kids though, so like you know how kid relationships are. Because they got to be just like sophomores or something. They don't feel like seniors or anything just yet. Because Riley is definitely giving like 13-year-old vibes. So they're
Yeah.
definitely like 15 or something like that.
Yeah.
15, 16. That's what it gave. But yeah, we have all the kids now gathering around, and it's time for the magic trick, the show and tell hour.
It
And
did very much feel like show and tell.
yeah, and we have Jocelyn and Haley introducing everyone to the hand that they pull out, which basically just looks like oh, what are those things like that people like wax figure hands or like
Yeah, when you make a cast
a
of something.
cast. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they pull it out and it's covered in all this writing and it I feel like does it actually say talk to me on it?
I don't remember seeing. I was trying. I never paused
I
it,
read
and I should
something
have. Mhm.
from it, but I don't remember what it said now.
I felt like maybe talk to me wasn't necessarily like the only words you could say, and every type of way that you could. Because I did read another one that said like enter here or something like that. I don't know, something kind of like that.
Hmm.
But I never paused it, which I should have.
Just to really examine the hand.
Because it had so much different like scribbling and writing on it. It did look like a cast, like your friend's cast, and everybody was like,
Yeah.
Haley, Joshua,
Yeah,
Caitlin.
sign whenever
Mhm,
you
mhm.
sign a cast. Yeah. Yeah, but they're basically giving us the rundown on what can and cannot happen with this hand. And basically, we understand that you can't go longer than 90 seconds. You light the candle to open the door, blow it out to close it. And you have to tell it, talk to me. And then you'll see a spirit.
Yeah. And then when you see it, you then have to say, I let you in order for it to essentially possess you.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're allowing this entity to enter your body.
Which we all see through the course of Mia volunteering because they're asking like who wants to go first. And I think in a sort of like attempt to, I'm gonna let me be the cool kid. Let me, let me fit in. She's like, I'll go first. And so they're all like down for it. Of course, they're hyping her up. And then as soon as she does say talk to me and she touches the hand, she sees a ghost or a spirit. I don't know if they're considered ghosts just because they're like in limbo. I don't know. What makes a ghost and a spirit? They kind of almost seem demonic at points too.
Yeah. Some of them seemed definitely, at least they were not friendly
They were
spirits.
malevolent.
Yeah. Most of them were not friendly. Even her mom didn't seem friendly.
Oh, no. Yeah. Which I don't think was her mom the entire time.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was definitely feeling like you're getting played, homegirl.
Yep. They are playing on, like,
Her
especially
weaknesses.
if they're able to imitate things like they imitate the dad later on and stuff. Yeah, that has to be, it wasn't her mom. But basically she sits down and she holds hands with the hand and says, the talk to me, sees an old man spirit sitting across from her. And then she basically is like,
Spooked.
freaks out and lets go of the hand. So breaking the connection and is freaking out. And Jade is just like, stop playing around. And she's like, I swear to fuck. Like, this is actually happening. And then so they're basically everyone's egging her on to do it again. And she does. And this time this spirit's even more terrifying looking.
Yeah.
She looks like she drowned or something and was
She's got like bubbles on her skin.
Yeah.
From like water. What's
Like
the word?
bloating.
What's the word when like people are in the but like decomposition from water, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there's a term for it. But yeah. And
she's like waterlogged and stuff like that.
And
it's, it's not her mom because you hear water gurgling with her mom later on.
Throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things tying in water as well. Like it's kind of, there's a few times that it's raining as well. A lot throughout the film. And like you said, those times when we can hear it in the background and the sound effects. And she sees this ghost woman, water lady, and then she says, I let you in. And we see her like fling her body back, and then she comes back up and her eyes are pitch black.
Yeah. Got them black contacts in.
Which also to me gave like not ghost vibes, but also demon vibes. I was like, this
Yeah.
seems a lot darker than just like spirits. And immediately too, like your face, anytime someone gets possessed, like their face like gets, I don't know what's the
It
word,
looks like they're
their veins
decaying.
decaying, yeah, like their
Almost.
veins are more present and visible.
Yeah, the like around their mouth
Mhm.
starts discoloring, and their eyes and stuff. Like basically, I think it's from them being choked too.
That's
So
true.
it's
Like
a lack of
asphyxiation,
oxygen getting to them, and they're like choking out.
Yeah. So she's possessed, and this lady basically comes to after like maniacally laughing with everyone and starts looking at
Riley.
air
Oh,
first,
yeah.
right? And then works her way to Riley, but is like, there he is. And then he's like, oh, he likes you.
Yeah, he likes you, pretty boy.
He's behind you now.
Yeah, he's behind you. He'll split you. And then she says, run, run, run.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 times.
And then they can't get it off. And then finally they are able, Joss and Haley are able to pull it off of Miss Mia.
And it went over 90 seconds, which
Yep.
was one of the
Rules.
was like the first rule when we broke it.
Yeah.
So we know that something's bad is gonna
Yeah.
happen.
I think- and I
poor Riley was so freaked out. He was like crying.
Oh yeah, I would be too. I mean, that's pretty freaky, and because even like that door opened, and I
Oh,
love
yeah,
how
and
whenever the
slammed
door,
shut.
I love how whenever the door opened, like I love how the kids are like, you could visibly see like they all did a good job of like, oh, we're freaked
And
out for
turned their
real.
phones
Yeah.
to the door as
Which
well.
is good commentary on like today, because that's
Yeah.
what everybody does is let's record it. Which I mean, honestly, please record it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Like I need proof. I need to also see it as well. And so we have, you know, as they take Mia away from the hand, and immediately though she does come back to like herself, and then they're like, how was that? And she was like, it was amazing. And so
Basically just like that.
and they're all like, woo. And so we have now back at home Riley, who can't sleep because he was so spooked by what happened with the hand. And so he goes to Jade, who's a fucking bitch. And which I mean, I guess I get. Yeah, I feel like siblings would probably be like that at that age. Like, no, go sleep in your own room, baby. So she shuns him away, and he leaves without closing the door. And then he goes and finds comfort with Mia, who's in the living room, I guess, on a pull-out couch, pull-out bed.
Yeah, upstairs. And they have axolotls.
Yeah, it's pretty
that
cute.
That was cute.
Well,
But
like 3 of them.
Yeah.
In the tank. I wonder if they fight. They're probably docile.
Probably.
Probably
They're
cute.
too squishy.
They're cute.
But yeah, Riley has to sleep with Mia, and it goes up there, and she's like, doesn't she even say like, what a bitch?
Yeah, she's like,
About-
oh, what a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a bitch. Such a bitch. Yeah. And then we have him asking, and then she's like, it's your house, bro. And so, you know, he goes and gets next to her. But I love how immediately what he was like,
how'd your mom die?
Yeah. Like he just like goes there, and she's like, oh, you know, and he's like, only bits.
Oh, and right before that, she's talking with him, and she's like, you know, oh, you worried you're gonna have nightmares? And
About the
he
hand, yeah.
says,
I
don't get nightmares. And she goes, oh, well, I do. I have a reoccurring nightmare where I basically wake up and go through things, but then my reflection is gone. And
that's when we get the asking about how was the hand. That's right.
Yeah. And she says, like, you know, that she's worried about being like nothing and stuff like that. And then he asks how the hand was, and she says, I felt like I was glowing, but I was like, I could see, hear, and feel everything, but it was like I was in the passenger seat. And then Riley does just go, how'd your mom die? And then she's like, you know. And he says, oh, only bits. I only know a little bit. Probably because he was too young to let know.
They didn't probably give him all the information.
Yeah.
That apparently she took too many sleeping pills.
By accident.
Quote unquote accident. And whenever her dad tried to open the door the next morning, her mom was slumped over the door but on the other side, so he couldn't get through. And whenever he did get through, unfortunately, you know, I'm assuming she died in the middle of the night. And pulls her body out. I'm assuming Mia witnessed all of this and just sees her mom laying there dead on the floor as he's crying over her. And she also mentions that, she tried to get help because her fingernails had like blood on them and were like, chipped back the nails and there were scratches on the door.
Yeah.
So to her, and I'm assuming maybe she was told this information. I don't know if she necessarily saw that information. I don't know. Or maybe the door does have scratches on it and she's seen that for herself.
Yeah, maybe.
But it could be that her mom did very well because we find out later there is a note, did plan it, but then mid it happening was like regretted it and like tried to stop it from happening. Yeah,
definitely a possibility.
Mhm.
And then they keep on talking, and he was like, "You got depressed afterwards." Jade said, "You got depressed afterwards," and she was like, "Yeah, I just felt alone." And then she says, "I don't feel alone anymore."
Yeah,
and I was like,
"Ooh, yeah, same."
That's
Sneaking
a little
suspicion
spooky.
that that's because of the ghost.
Yep.
And I love how Riley, I like how we get an even more like building of what the dynamic is already before the movie started, that they are kind of more close and like family, because he's like, well, you'll never be alone, silly, because you have me and you have Jade.
Yeah, you'll always have us.
So you can tell that this family has embraced her fully at this point. But yeah, it's the next day and Daniel really wants to try the hand. So we have Miss Jade and Mia going up to Haley, talking to her.
Oh,
Haley's still a
wait,
dick.
can we talk about whenever she took the phone out of his hand and stuff?
And
took
then that's
the
right.
earbud out.
And then another creepy hand touched
that
him.
creepy hand
That's
came
true.
in and patted his little head, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Ugh."
And it looked very creepy.
Yeah,
it
looked like it had writing on it, or like it was covered in boils.
Yeah,
and blisters. Like,
I couldn't tell because we don't see obviously whose hand it is, but it did definitely look like maybe the man that the lady was talking about.
Yeah.
From the interaction earlier. That's what I thought. Like, oh, that's got to be whoever she was talking about, whatever spirit.
Yeah.
And now it's clung to him, followed them home.
It was creepy. It was a nasty looking hand, though, and would not want it touching me.
And we have so that next day Haley agrees, and he's like, I'll be over at your house at 11 or 10 tonight. They basically have an hour to be together because he's got to go, or anyways, they have a party to go to at 11, and Jade's mom leaves at 9 or something like that. So anyways, we're at home. We have Daniel showing up at the door, and that's whenever she was like, oh no, goes to the kids and is like, why is Daniel here? I swear to God, if you're throwing a party, like, and then we have her kind of interrogating everybody and asking Riley, asking James, asking
She's
the
like,
girls
I swear
again.
to God, if there's a party here or if you drink, I'll punch you in the face.
Yeah, on God. She was like, on God.
Which cracked me up.
And then she goes back over to Mia and she's like, if there's a party here tonight, you're never invited ever again, effective immediately. And Mia's just like, okay. Like, everybody's like, okay, there's no party.
Yeah.
And I mean, truthfully, they were telling the truth. Only 2 friends were coming over. And she ends up leaving, going from work to work. And then that's whenever we have Haley and Joss coming back over. And whenever they're getting things set up, I think, is it Mia or Jade? I'm pretty sure it's Mia. That's when she starts asking, like, where did y'all even, like, where did this hand come from? Like, what's the origin? And he starts bringing up his friend Duckett, who we already saw at the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
And how he got it from Duckett, and he didn't buy it or anything. It was just given to him because Duckett said that he no longer. Oh no, that's a little bit later. But anyways, he's just, says he gets it from them. But then we start getting into like the superstition, or not superstition, but like the lore, because there's not really a solid story of like it belonged to a medium from back in the day.
Medium that's been cut off and embalmed and stuff, or then it was the hand of a Satanist, something. So
and his other hand is out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which could be a thing as well.
That could be what we saw at the end.
That's what I thought, honestly.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was the same hand.
Made it all the way to Greece. I think they were speaking, it said Greek.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think it was another version of it, or the other side of it.
Yeah.
What would happen if you made them, maybe you close the door if you make them touch each other.
And then it explodes.
That'd be the sickest ending to a film. to a ghost film? Because
That's how we just called it. That's how the second one's gonna end.
Why are there never explosions in ghost movies? Why is there never an action ghost movie? Like I love
Yeah.
action movies, honestly.
You get a ghost walking away with giant flames behind it.
Is that
It's a
what Ghost
sheet
Rider
ghost.
is? We're explaining Ghost Rider,
Yeah.
Nicolas Cage. But I need a third Ghost Rider film, Nicolas Cage. Come on, make it happen. And so we have, all of that, but there's basically no real, explanation for it. But at this point, we do have them getting ready, and we have Daniel trying to do the whole thing. And so whenever he does do it, though, unfortunately, it does look at first like it's going wrong because he's just choking, but then he finally comes to, and it's a sexual deviant spirit.
Yeah, that it looks at poor Jade.
Oh, yeah.
Looks right Jade in the eye, and it says he hates it when you touch him. It makes him soft. And it's like, oh, damn.
That's pretty barbaric.
Yeah.
And even Haley's like, man, this spirit's a cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we have then Daniel looking at Mia and like moaning and like making these
licking his lips,
noises, very sexual and
touching himself, not just touching his chest and stuff, like rubbing on his chest, and then
falling over, and then like humping the floor,
humping the ground. Yeah.
And then the dog Cookie comes to like lick him, and he's making out with the dog, and they're at this point all laughing at him and recording him, which I thought was a bit shitty. But kids will be kids, I guess. I don't know. And
I would have been like, my poor dog.
Yeah.
I would have grabbed my dog away.
I would have pulled them away. I don't know. That's like, I mean, for everybody, I feel like that was a bit like, oh, dang, maybe we should stop this. Because he's obviously, I mean, he's not doing it because he wants to do it out of his own volition. Like, to me, it almost felt like, dang, this is not, Daniel is not giving consent right now. This feels like SA.
Yeah.
Like, from the ghost, perspective. But anyways, we do have them pulling him apart from the hand, and of course he's embarrassed, and he's just like, untie me, and runs off because nobody wants to delete the footage. And then immediately we have nobody caring, and Mia just being like, okay, my turn. Get the perv dog out, and let's
get your
go.
thought dog out.
Yeah. And let's go. And
no
even
cameras,
even
she says.
What's her name? Jade even stays in there. She doesn't even run after him to like check up on him.
Yeah.
She just stays in there. She's like, okay. And
probably her feelings were hurt.
Probably. And then we have a montage basically of them all partaking in the hand.
And then the poor dog outside just whimpering, being like,
and
let me back in.
Yeah. And right. And then at this, they should let the dog touch the hand. And then throughout this whole montage, this is where we get that kind of like, it seems like
the
touching
dog
the
starts
hand.
talking, and it's like
dog demons. Could you imagine a dog ghost? There's probably so many dog ghosts out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I literally, just yesterday I was driving and I saw a doggy on the side of like the sidewalk, and I thought like maybe it was, is it laying? Is it sleeping? And then I came up to a stop sign, and I was close to it, and it was just like down over there, and I was just like whistling to it, and it was not responding. Poor thing was dead. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's
it was
so
like
sad.
a little pit something. It was cute. Poor thing. It looked
baby.
It looked, and it's probably like a 2 or 3 year old doggy. But yeah, we have looking like every time that they touch the hand, it's like kind of like a hit of a drug. Like they look like they're enjoying it. They look, we obviously get like, all the
It's a
different spirits
rush.
talking through them. It's a rush because they're like, the guys are like pounding their chest, and they're like making all these faces. And then whenever they get off of it, even Joss was doing this weird, like tweaking type of thing in a way. And so you could tell that like they're getting more than just like it's doing something more for them, more than just like speaking to the ghosts, because I feel like they're not even at this point doing it really to like speak with the spirits. They're doing it more for like the feeling, and because I guess they think it's fun, and they're making each other laugh. I guess at this point nothing bad has happened just yet, but it's about to, because we have freaking Riley
wanting
asking to take a turn. Well, James and Riley.
James James sits down first, and they're like, absolutely not, you're not gonna do that. And
Jade especially.
Jade
is kind of the leader on that.
Was like, you're not he was like, "You're not 18, like you're not the boss of me," kind of thing. And she
Mhm.
was like, "You're not 15."
Yeah.
So
Get out.
yeah, you
Get
can't
out.
do this.
And I mean, rightfully so. She's just being like a, good older sister trying to protect him. Because obviously, even her, she just kind of like at the beginning was like, we shouldn't, I don't want to do that. Don't do that. But
Did she even do it?
I honestly, I don't
I
even
don't
think I
think
saw
she
her.
did.
No, she never
Yeah,
did.
I think
Yeah.
she's just a bystander in this. And it
Yeah.
was like, no, she's the only logical one.
Yeah.
Who's like, no,
This
thank you. I don't want to get possessed by a ghost.
Yeah, I'd like to be in control of my body.
Yeah.
Which this could all also be like metaphors for drug use, right?
Yeah.
It's just literally your friends making you do
Good.
heroin, and she's just like, "Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
I'll be fine without the trip. I'll watch." And so, anyways, we do have all of that happening, and then Riley is like, "I want to turn." There's kind of a little spat that happens between brother and sister, and she ends up leaving the room.
He's
and
like, I hate you.
he convinces Mia to be like, what about 60 seconds? And she's like, okay, 50. So she lets him do it for 50 seconds, which we have him touch the hand, and he's like, whoa. And they're like, just okay, just say let you in, or I let you in, which he does. And it takes effect. And immediately we're like, oh crap, because this is not just any regular spirit. This is Mia's mom, because it starts
Yeah.
directly referencing her and calls her a nickname that only I guess she would know or be called by from her mom.
And I could tell, could you tell right from the moment he panicked and glanced at Mia? I was like, that's her
he
mom.
knows, he recognizes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was like,
Mhm.
this is going to be her mom.
And it is.
It was.
Yep.
Yeah. And she's
freaking out.
basically saying, like,
It was an accident. I would have never intentionally meant to leave you.
yeah. And then she's saying, like, I'm so proud of you and I love you and I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to hurt the both of you, kind of thing. And she basically stops them from allowing him to stop.
Yeah, because it's gone over 50 seconds at this point.
Yeah.
And she's like, don't break the connection, please. It's my
my
mom.
mom.
And so she allows it to go further until further is too long. And it's now way past over the 90 seconds.
Yeah,
And
it'd been like 2 minutes, they
Mhm.
said later on.
And we have poor Riley, like, the mom is still talking through him. But at this point, it even sounds like that water spirit, like now choking on water. Cause she's like, I got. And then just he
gurgling and
he just slams his head on the table in front of him, and then
Ugh,
continues
and the blood
to do it.
Immediately
pouring
gets on the
down
table,
on
and
his
then he
face.
starts pulling out his eyeball.
Yeah. And
What's with both of the movies that we watched?
with eyeballs.
Yeah,
and
with
goriness.
eyeballs.
And so we have all of this happening. It's really kind of quite terrifying as he starts attacking himself, and they're trying to take the hand off, but they cannot get it off of him. And he ends up like flying across the room with the chair. And then like at that point I thought, oh my God, this boy's going to go through the window. But thankfully he doesn't. I don't know if this is even any better though, but he starts like beating his head in on the counter, on the dresser.
On the corner.
And then poor Jade comes in to try to stop him, and she like gets her hand fucking smashed
broken
by
with his head.
So you got to know that's a lot of force there. And they're trying to get the hand off him, and at this point I believe they do, but like through all of this they're freaking out. Daniel's got to call 911. They're like, oh my God. And then of course Mia's having a moment because she just like had her mom, quote unquote, talk to her, and so she's like in this kind of state of disbelief as she's cleaning herself up. And then the cops are talking to them, and then Jade has to call her mom, which obviously any mom would be like, what the fuck? Because she's like, he smashed his face in, and she's like, what do you mean? How is he just gonna smash?
What do you
what
mean?
led to
What
the
are you
smashing of
talking
his
about?
face in? Yeah.
And she did such a good job playing that phone call. Seemed like you could
it was very
hear
genuine.
the shock of the
Mhm.
initial hearing your child's in the hospital, and then
Yeah.
like trying to figure out what happened exactly
Mhm.
to him and stuff. She did a great job
Yeah.
explaining that. And honestly, Jade's actress did as well.
Oh yeah. She was pretty good throughout the whole film as well, and showing her range of like emotion, and then also like the whole spat between her and Mia later on. But yeah, we have, I guess at some point Mia's dad got called. She's been picked up. She's gone home with her dad. And her dad are like, he's like, are you gonna tell me what's going on? Did you give him anything? And she's like, we didn't. We weren't doing anything. And then she's like, but you know what? You haven't been completely honest with me about mom, have you? There's something you're not telling me. And then it's very cryptic, and he just like stays silent. And she's like, okay, yeah, and goes to her bedroom, and then decides, I guess, to call an Uber and goes back to the hospital to check up on Riley. And kind of not the best parent award for dad also throughout this whole film, because I'm just like, why is your daughter never home? But okay, I get it. And yeah, she shows up at the hospital. Obviously Jade is not happy that she's there, because she's kind of mad at Mia right now. She's basically blaming Mia. And then we have Mia going into the room, or not at the room, but by the window, and then the mom seeing her. So Sue comes out and then starts yelling at Mia, and is like, basically, if you ever come here again, I'm gonna call the cops. This is your fault. Like, I can't believe you would do this. And she's like, I didn't hurt him. And obviously Sue doesn't believe her, because I mean, there's at this point not been too much of an explanation. So her only dots are like, well, Mia must have done something, or he must have taken something to do this to himself.
Yeah, I was a little bit like, why is the mom blaming Mia? Like this, I mean, it is Mia's fault, but also it's
she was kind of mad
Riley's
at both of them
fault too.
True.
For wanting to, but she doesn't know what happened.
Yeah, she doesn't connect those dots yet.
We also saw that Mia took the hand.
Yeah, she did.
She took the hand home. But as she is standing there in the hospital, she starts seeing her mom again. She's seeing her everywhere. She saw her at the house whenever she was going
washing herself off, right?
Yeah, after she got done doing that and talking with the police, she sees her mom through the glass door, kind of standing there. And of course, it's like a beveled glass, so you can't actually see her, but you can tell it's her mom's silhouette. And then she sees her mom in the reflection in the window of one of the not offices, but little rooms, a hospital room. And she then follows this spirit and goes and follows it into a bathroom. And in this bathroom, we start hearing the door slam shut. And
basically kind of reenacting the moment that her dad couldn't open up the bedroom door.
Yeah.
Essentially, but with Mia.
The door slams shut. And then she is trying to get inside the door, because she starts hearing this scratching on it and stuff too. And so she's like trying to open the door, because she realizes it's her mom and is like, mom, and trying to get in, and then finally gets in, and there's of course no one there on the other side, which was really kind of spooky.
Yeah.
And
then at this point, that's whenever we have her getting spooked and going out of the bathroom, and then she runs into Daniel, who sees her like all totally freaked out. And so like she runs away from him and into the stairway, and he's like, hey, like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And she doesn't really say anything, but then we cut to them in the vehicle, and he's giving her a ride home, and he's explaining to her how, like, he told his parents that he was at a cousin's house, and because he's over the age of 18, the police did not call his parents to let them know what had happened. So he can't go home, or else they'll know something that is up. So she suggests that he go and stay with her at her place.
Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of weird sexual tension between them, like the whole time, especially once they get into her house. And you can see the little carved Daniel plus Mia inside a heart. Yeah.
It gives that there was definitely probably more than just a kiss, or like them holding hands, like what Jade said.
Yeah.
That's probably what they told her, because they didn't want Jade to know the truth. Like maybe there was something a little deeper or something.
Yeah.
Just to like spare her feelings or something. And so then we have them having that moment together, and they start like putting their hands together, which then I'm like, oh boy, this is getting very... Y'all are getting way too close.
Yeah.
Like, y'all are about to cross some lines if y'all do not stop, which I think they both are kind of like aware of, and then they both have to pull away and be like, okay, it's time to go to bed. Like,
yeah, because well, I felt like Mia didn't want to pull away.
Oh no, yeah, it's definitely more Daniel.
Yeah, because then she had mentioned how she could feel his heartbeat through his fingertips, the only time they ever held hands. And then, sorry, that distracted me.
It's okay.
whenever they held hands, she could feel his fingerprints, not through his heartbeat through his fingertips. And then I feel like his heart was racing again whenever they were touching hands, and she could feel it again.
Yeah.
And I think because he is sexually attracted to her and not Jade.
And not Jade, yeah.
Yeah, just like the ghost said, because the ghost was making the moaning sounds and stuff at
Jade.
Jade, yeah.
And it feels like he's definitely like restricting himself to, I don't know, whatever hang-ups he has or whatever is going on. You know, he's a good Christian boy, as whatever Jade said at the beginning. But he ends up, you know, pulling away. They end up going to bed, and that's whenever we have Miss Mia end up falling asleep eventually. After watching like Snapchat videos, right?
Yeah, Snapchat memories going through with like her mom and stuff like that. And she, as she's going to sleep, she like inches closer to Daniel, trying to touch him while sleeping. They're sleeping like opposite of one another. Yeah, foot to head. And she like, you know, puts her forearm against his calf and then touches his forearm with her feet and stuff like that, and gets as close to him as like physically possible without waking him up. And she then wakes up in a dream and is kissing Daniel in this dream. And
smoochy dream.
Yep. And then they're like kind of getting into it.
Unfortunately, not just a wet dream, because she's hearing like the whole, again, which kind of plays throughout the movie, a reenactment of her dad like pulling her mom out of the bedroom when she was found after her suicide, unalived self. And we have basically all this happening, and then we have her coming to,
and her hands then turned into being bloodied with wood under her fingers, which I feel like is a, I don't know, kind of, maybe she feels guilty or something like that, and it's come into
haunt her.
Yeah.
Because then she wakes up from this dream state, which we think she's waking up from a dream state, and she sees this weird ass old white lady in the corner.
Yeah, she hears humming, and at first you don't see her, but then it kind of eventually settles. The camera settles on the corner of the room, and then you can tell that something's in the corner, but it's playing the tricks on your eyes. Like the movie's just dark enough to where it's like, is that a weird pile of clothes that looks like a human, or is it just a weird pile of clothes? And then it moves.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no, fuck, that's a human.
And it comes closer to her, looking at her all oddly and weirdly. And then it ends up doing this like weird dash all the way up to Daniel's feet, and starts like, her eyes go back into them, rolls it to her head, and starts sucking on Daniel's feet.
Yeah, just starts going ham, and putting like past the knuckle.
Oh yeah,
into her mouth.
Mia's freaking out,
really going for it,
and she's trying to wake up Daniel. And then she like finally, Daniel wakes up, but when he looks down at his feet, it is not a ghost lady. It is Mia who is sucking his feet,
with her eyes rolled back into her head, and she looks like
possessed.
Yeah, I would have, if I was Daniel in that moment. I mean, of course, he's just woken up from sleep, so he's probably really groggy, but I would have been like, what the fuck? You look possessed.
But it was dark in the room.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he necessarily could have seen that.
Her eyes looked gigantic, though. And they were really white.
I feel like what he woke up to was just like, oh no, why the fuck is Mia sucking my toes?
No, I agree.
And then especially after maybe like the weird sexual tension energy earlier. But yeah, I agree with you though. Obviously, you know, she wasn't herself. And I think like a better person who knows someone else would have been like, I know that's not you. Like, what's going on? But because he ends up being like, you know, like fuck off. Like, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna leave. And she's like trying to get him to stop. And he's like, no, I'm leaving. This is crazy. You're crazy. Which also I'm like, how did the dad not wake up? But okay.
Yeah, I was like, how would the dad not know that there's a boy in the house too?
Yeah. But she ends up like freaking out a little bit, and then like she's in her room and she's like slaps herself, and then after slapping herself, she's like, okay, you know what? Time to pull out the hand,
and lights the candle on her own and starts having conversations with her mom. She doesn't invite her in, but she says at least the talk to me.
Yeah.
and it's her mom sitting across from her, and her mom's like saying, you know, like, no, I didn't do it on purpose. I love you, and I would never ever want to leave you.
Yeah. And that Riley needs help.
Yeah. And then she says, Mia, Riley needs help. And then you see them going and cuddling into bed together with the ghost just cradling Mia
Pretty
as they
spooky.
sleep, which was like, ugh, that's not your mom. Also, her face still looked so creepy.
Yeah, and you can see throughout the movie visibly, like, her face every time we do see her is getting worse and worse. Like reverting back to maybe the other ghost that we think that it is.
Yeah.
And so it's now the next day, and we have, or I don't know, it could be even just right now, same time, but we have Sue and Jade bathing Riley, and Sue gets this call from their father, so she goes to take the call, and whenever we have Riley left alone with Jade, she's trying to talk to him, get him to come back too, which he does for like a little bit, but whenever he does, he ends up biting her in the hand. And I love how she like throws him off the chair.
Yeah.
Because of course, I mean, he's biting her. But,
Yeah, it was a knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, but he goes off, and then he starts like banging his head into the back of the ceramic tile on the wall.
And shattering the tile.
Oh, yeah,
Which
'cause
was
he's
like,
hitting it so
damn,
hard.
he's hitting it really hard.
And that's whenever she's screaming for help. The nurse comes in. They don't know what's going on with him. So it just kind of seems like a
And it's so creepy the way he starts
Crazy.
lapping up the blood.
Oh,
like
yeah.
he's like a cat or something. It's just like,
and we see the blood draining into the drain, which I thought was a pretty cool shot.
yeah, that's always a good
Yeah.
classic horror movie shot.
And then we have them then the gang meeting up because now they need to talk about what's going on. And then Mia asks them, like, have y'all been seeing stuff still? Because I have, and just basically like word vomits everything she's been seeing and what's been happening to her. And that's whenever we get Jocelyn bringing up Duckett and talking about how
this
he
is
got
where
it.
we get that he got it from Duckett, and that they need to go talk to Cole, Duckett's brother. And so they're going to talk to Cole. They kind of ambush him at a bus station.
Honestly,
and
he's like, what the fuck? And then he doesn't give them any information really. And then they have to
No.
go onto the bus. Lord knows where they're even going. And then they just follow him and have a conversation with him and basically explaining like the details of the situation to, I guess, reach his humanity. And then he's basically just like, though, like,
You let a kid do it? Are you stupid?
like, y'all were stupid enough to do it yourselves, but a kid?
And to let him go for 2 minutes? Like,
Yeah.
no.
And
what have y'all done?
He's basically just like, y'all are stupid, y'all are fucked. There's
Yeah.
nothing, he has no information for them. He's just like, sorry.
My
Like,
brother's dead. I have no clue. Yeah.
And so they're like, damn. So that then sparks a fight between Mia and Jade, who's Jade is a little savage. And it's just like, I wish you would never like have latched yourself
Forced
on,
your way
yourself
into
to our
our family.
And then we have Mia not necessarily reacting, still on topic, like, well, now what if we didn't blow out the candle in time or do it right? Like, let's connect Riley again and blow out the candle this time. And of course, everybody's reaction is like, you want to do what with him again? Like the thing that killed him? But she's basically kind of desperate at this point.
Yeah. And she's like, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it
Like,
doesn't.
they basically have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And they take the hand and they go to Riley and they try to make it happen again. And essentially, it's not necessarily working at first because also the way she's like talk to him, like
yeah,
it's not how it works, boo. He can't talk. He
can't talk for himself. Yeah, he's intubated.
And we have this little girl pop up, little ghost girl.
Once Mia decides to try it herself,
Mhm.
and she says, maybe I can talk to him.
Yeah.
And she holds the hand and says, Riley, talk to me. And this little girl pops up and she says, like, Mia's asking, is Riley here? Like, can I speak to him? And the little girl's like kind of nods her head yes. And she's like, I can take you to him. And then all of a sudden we're in this, like, it basically what I imagine hell would have to look like.
Yeah.
Poor Riley's just being like ripped apart by
Tortured.
individuals. And it's just like an orgy kind of thing of like,
people just like wanting to probably get inside his body.
yeah, they're just like prying and all trying to get towards him. And
Yeah.
he's just getting torn like not literally torn limb from limb, but
No, he's just getting pulled.
from
Yeah.
every direction.
And so she obviously is like, whoa, this is a lot. She like gets out of that state. And as they pull the hand off of her, and then, you know, Daniel's trying to like comfort her, and she's like, don't touch me, don't touch me. And is basically explaining to them like they have him and they're never going to let go, and they're going to keep torturing him forever and ever and ever. And like
And it was
pushes
so
the hand
weird
away.
how she didn't say I let you in, but the little girl did.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty cool. I thought as well. I was
and
like,
that's
oh, we
how
could do
they
a reverse.
got into that
area
where
Mhm.
Riley was. Yeah. Which I was like, damn.
Yeah. And so after all of this happening, we then have Mia going home, and she ends up having this conversation with her dad, because her dad's like, I should have shared this with you a long time ago. And it's basically her mother's suicide note, kind of explaining that, like, you know, she did that on purpose, and she didn't. It's going in contrast to what the ghost has been telling her, because then she's like not buying it, and she's like, she's having a freak out moment. She goes to her room, and then this is when the ghost who's imitating her mom is being like, he's lying, I didn't do
It's
that,
not your dad.
that is not your dad.
It's the ghost impersonating him. It's not
funny
true.
because it's coming from, what is it, the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so then we do have a fake impersonation of dad, like screaming at the door, wanting to
And
come
the mom
in.
does warn her. She was like, they're imitating your dad, and
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's what he does. He busts through the door and
Starts attacking her.
Just like is like choking her.
But at the same
and
time,
stuff.
we have real dad like kind of hearing the commotion upstairs, because there's a
Yeah.
visible, like, the ghost obviously can't be seen, but she's like, I guess, getting thrown around invisibly through the room, so he can hear that. So he goes up there trying to save her, but the door is locked. So once again, kind of like a mom and her situation.
Yeah, I'm
where
sure he feels very helpless.
I'm sure he's
and-
feeling triggered as fuck right now.
Yeah, and trying to get through, and he eventually does get through. Sees
Her on the floor getting
Yeah.
like invisibly attacked.
Mia just writhing.
And she grabs the
and
scissors just in time to
stab dad in the neck.
So unfortunate. And
Yeah,
she
stabs her real dad.
And I mean, immediately is like, oh fuck, because she's like, this is my real dad. Damn.
And then just leaves him.
Yeah, she does. And I think at
because
this point she's broken. I think at this point she's like no longer Mia.
Yeah.
That we know. Yeah. That was the last straw.
But she calls Jade
Mhm.
and is like, come to my house. I know what we can do to fix Riley,
Mhm.
basically. But then we see as Jade gets into her car to leave. 'cause
Riley's at the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, Mia's at the hospital.
Jade takes some convincing to get away, but then finally she's like, I'll be there in 10. Yeah.
Mhm.
And we see that Mia's at the hospital and she's there so she can kill Riley. She's got the same scissors that she just stabbed her dad with in her
Mhm.
back pocket. But thank God mom comes in just in time.
And starts to talk to
So-
her. Yeah. And they
Yeah,
have this
and
little
it's
heart to
like-
heart moment.
She's like, I never meant to, say that to you. Like, I was just upset in the moment. And
She's stressed out,
I
man.
know that you're actually, like family and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
And so then that's whenever Mia's like, you know what? Can I have a moment alone with Riley?
Yeah.
And so and especially because then her mom's like, I know you would never hurt him. And then immediately, what is she going to do? I'm going to try to kill him.
I'm gonna try to kill him.
So she does ask for that moment, and she can't bring herself to stab him because she also sees this old man that's taken his place, and he's basically taunting Mia.
Yeah, he's like, you found me. And
Yeah.
then he's like, you can't take him.
Yeah. We have him.
We have him. He's ours forever now. Blah.
And so she can't bring herself to stab him. But at the same time, obviously, Jade is getting back to her house, and she's like, honking at the horn. She's trying to get in. She does get in. And that's whenever she's like, she sees the hand, and then she's like, huh. And then she goes upstairs and she sees that the dad has been stabbed. But at the same time, Mia's trying to kill what's his face, but then can't. But then she sees this like flashback of the kangaroo.
Yeah.
And it leads
She
her to
gets
think
an
of
idea.
going to the road. And so
To put Riley out of his misery.
Mhm.
Because Riley is just like this little baby kangaroo now at
Yeah.
that point.
And so she ends up taking him out, and the mom comes back. She's freaking out, like, where's my baby? And then Jade gives the mom a call. Oh, well, she already gave the call. And then Sue's like, where's my baby? But then Jade thankfully gets back to the hospital just in time to see Riley like going towards the highway. And so she runs after them. And we have this whole moment with between Riley being in the wheelchair and Mia holding him. And she's kind of having this contemplative moment of like wanting to push him into oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
Thankfully, though, I'm pretty sure that as she's coming to, notice that the spirit behind her, who is still portraying her mom, is like, we're gonna take care of him, like it's okay, this is the right thing to do.
He'll be ours forever.
I feel like at that moment, that's when she realized, like, oh shit, I don't think this is
the right thing
the
to
right
do.
thing to do. And
Yeah.
she lets go. This is what I think, because it kind of can be left up to your interpretation, because it could also be like Jade could have came up and like pushed her and saved.
I kind of feel like Jade pushed her.
Jade pushed her.
Mhm.
She ends up going into the traffic as opposed to Riley, who's still safe on the side of the road with Jade in her arms. And then we kind of have Mia waking up, and it's kind of like this time moving fast forwarding ghost world that she's in, I guess.
Yeah, and sort of out of body experience.
Mhm.
She gets into the hospital and she's seeing flashes of everything. Like we're seeing Riley get better and his face look normal again, and we're seeing her dad leaving the hospital and walking out, and we're seeing Riley and them leave the hospital as well, and the lights are all turning off, and she's running, and
she had that
she runs to a mirror, right? And then
there's no reflection, just like her nightmare.
we realize it's a reflection, like when the doctor passes by, but yeah, she's not in it. And then her fingers are all just like mangled too, which was really gross looking.
And then it goes like you're right, all those lights turn off and it goes pitch black, and that's whenever
as
we
she
see
runs to
her dad.
her dad chasing her dad down to the elevator. And but then that's when we see a table with a hand outstretched, and she goes and grabs this hand right when it says talk to me, and she's now one of the spirits on the other side of the hand.
And then she's there, and these people are obviously not English speaking, and they're say a different language, talking a different language, and then he's like, I let you in, and she's like, and then that's the end of the movie.
Yep. A pretty good way to end it, in my
Full
opinion.
circle. She's now a part of it, which is what they said. And then I guess we even earlier, Cole, Duckett's brother, did mention that, like, you know, eventually, like, if you stop messing with it, they let you, they
get weaker with time.
weaker, and they let you go. So we can, I guess, explain that's what happened with Riley is, you know, but they were really playing and toying with her to get her to kill him,
so that way they could keep his soul forever.
Exactly. Which is pretty wild. There was a lot going on in the movie. Whenever I first watched it, I was really like, oh wow, this is pretty cool. It's a different take or newer like version of like a spirit board movie. I think all the actors did pretty good. Everybody was pretty believable. Even like the mom, Mia, did a really good job. I feel like she sold a lot of the emotion on her face throughout the whole film, which was pretty good.
She was very emotive. She did a great job.
I liked everybody's accent throughout the whole movie, to be it was pretty cool. And I think that the plot like was pretty, I mean, it's only an hour and a half, so it's like it goes, like, it's not, there's nothing that really snags it. It all kind of derives the narrative somewhere, even I guess kind of meeting the brother Cole, who kind of gave them nothing but gave them something. I don't know, it kind of gave us a moment again between everybody getting back together and trying to figure out, like, making sense of all of everything, and coming up with the plan, even though that plan was kind of bad. But overall, I think I would give this movie about 4 boos out of 5. 4. Yeah, I think it was pretty solid. I think it was above average than like a mid movie.
Oh yeah.
But I definitely do feel like there were some things that maybe could have been better flexed out, if that makes sense. But overall, it was still really good. Yeah, everybody did great. I liked the story. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty thrilling. I would probably pay again just to have the experience in a movie theater as opposed to just watching it at home, because I feel like that added to it.
Yeah.
Do you have any fun facts?
I do. 6 hands were made for the movie should any of them happen to get damaged or broken, and director Danny Philip, how do you say his name? Filippo, something
like that. Yeah,
kept one of the hands.
Cool.
Danny and Michael Filippo turned down the chance to direct an unknown film in the DCEU in favor of having Talk to Me be their directorial film debut, which I think was probably a good call. Good call on their part.
Because it's like they're known for that, then is like they did that as opposed to like being a part of a bigger universe.
Whenever I typed in Talk to Me, it's the number 3 most searched horror film.
That's awesome. Good for them.
on
Yeah.
like the internet right now.
Yeah.
Which is still
And the DCEU is dying.
Yeah.
Nobody watches DC movies. Everybody's
No.
into Marvel. Yeah.
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 Well, and also because they're just not very good.
They're not that great. Yeah.
The comics are good.
Mhm.
DC comics are good, but
Better than Marvel.
no.
But they're good. Well, and I just think that's a whole other podcast.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's of course all just opinion.
Yeah.
But this says except for a couple of grip rig shots, the entire second possession scene montage was shot in less than 1 hour. That like montage of all of them getting
Oh, yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
That's pretty cool.
That really means they put out their acting chops and
Mhm.
got into makeup and
I
stuff.
mean, she was
and-
speaking French and everything.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
she was singing it. That was cool.
Well,
I
I don't
liked
know.
it.
It sounded like her voice. It could have been a dubbed, but that really did sound like her voice, just
Yeah.
in French.
I
yeah.
believe that she could speak French.
Yeah, I believe it. At least for that part. At least remember some lines. Which
Yeah.
sounds believable to me.
And have a good accent.
Mhm.
Let's see. When asked if he would make a sequel, director Danny Filippo said, "Oh my God, yes, at A24 would need the first one to be successful though, so help me."
Yeah.
It's a little tweet that he
Worked
had.
out.
And then Danny Filippo co-wrote the film with Raka.
Mhm.
I don't know, collaborator Bill Hinsman. The team was joined by producer Samantha Jennings and Krista Satan
Mhm.
or Cayton, Ceyton. So
Mhm.
who knows?
I don't know.
From Causeway Films, who made The Babadook.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Little connection there.
So that is neat.
In the horror industry.
I think for me, this film didn't really live up. I felt like it was so overhyped.
Mhm.
I did still thoroughly enjoy this film. I thought it was really good.
Mhm.
I liked all the shots and everything like that. It did feel very more like art film,
Mhm.
like it was
There were
at a film
specific
festival.
choices.
Yeah, and stuff. So I really enjoyed that. But with people saying that it was like better than Hereditary
Mm.
and Midsummer
Mhm.
and stuff like that, I was
Yeah.
expecting a shit ton from this movie.
Gotcha.
So my expectations were like through the roof. And then I watched it and was like,
That's not
this
at all
was
what I
not better
expected.
than Hereditary or
Mhm.
Midsummer, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that, I mean, that is all opinion, though.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, it just wasn't as good.
Mhm.
I do still think it was a fantastic film, though, and I would recommend this film to anyone, and I'd watch it again easily. I'd love to watch it again just
Mhm.
to
Pick at it again.
Yeah, and not
Mhm.
be taking notes and stuff through it.
Yeah.
And not having to pause it and just being able to enjoy it.
Mhm.
And I think it would be a rather enjoyable film to watch again. It had some really scary moments, like that feet sucking scene, the
Yeah.
grandma crawling on the floor and stuff.
Yeah.
Scary as shit. Was
Mhm.
not a fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a fan, but I was not. If that was
It was
happening to me
scary.
in real life, yeah, I would be shitting my pants.
Yeah.
So I think I would have to probably give this film a 4.2.
4. Yeah.
4 as well.
I mean, it's pretty solid. It's a great.
It just wasn't a 5 in my book.
It was a pretty good story.
Yeah, it was.
I maybe just needed. Maybe honestly, if they even tacked on like a good 20-ish, 30 more minutes, I wouldn't mind. And then it could be like a fully more fleshed out story.
Yeah.
Of kind of connecting more
Maybe a
dots,
little
giving
bit
us some more
more of
background.
what happened at the end too.
Mhm. Yeah,
like
that
maybe
too.
seeing Riley's recovery a little bit more or something.
It kind of maybe felt a little rushed right there at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like they wrap things up very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could
But
see that.
it was also like what it would be like in a dream state.
Or like living, we don't know, like in her ghost realm, probably time works differently, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who knows? That was a cool artistic take
Mhm.
on that. But I wouldn't mind seeing more of what happened with Riley
Mhm.
and them.
So hopefully they do that in the sequel or something. To
Yeah.
give us a little bit more details. Who knows?
But definitely will be watching the sequel when it comes out. I'd
Yeah.
be interested in seeing it. But yeah, that's
about it.
2022/23's Talk to Me.
And yeah, like always, we're in the lovely Rogue Media Network studio.
That's right. They take great care of us.
And you can listen to our podcast and a lot of other podcasts on their website at RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And then you can also listen to us or all of the other amazing podcasts all in a couple different places wherever you get your podcast, but the biggest two being
Spotify
and also Apple. And wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that's the only way we can get ahead in this world.
Mhm.
And if you're following along with our spooky month of October, just know that we'll be covering Barbarian next. It's a listener request from our friend Nancy.
Yes.
And so we'll be talking about that. So if you want to let us know your thoughts on Barbarian, please do so. And we'll love to read it out loud.
And where can they do that at?
They can do that all in one central place, and that is Instagram at
Boobays Podcast, at BOOBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
And until next time, you guys.
Bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Benjamin Betts.
It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby.
You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
We are back for another special edition of the Benjamin Betts podcast, esports style. We did day one of League of Legends World Championships. It was okay. Jared took his swing at this. There were 8 matches. Jared went 4-4. So if you were playing along with us and you put your money in, you didn't lose anything. You didn't win nothing either. But you know what? You got some money to play with today. So now it's your boy Corey's turn. I am going to take a swing at these games here. We're going to rapid fire into day 2 of the League of Legends World Championships. And we're starting off here. Remember, we bet with Bovada. That's where you can get your esports betting in. They're a good program to use. Just remember, though, bet responsibly. If you don't got the money to lose, don't bet, okay? If you got issues, call the gambling hotline. But if those two things are not your issue, let's roll, baby. We got NRG against Team Liquid. This is NA on NA. NA on NA crime. Both these teams are from North America. This is an even game toss-up. I'm rolling with NRG plus 1.5. Give me NRG plus 1.5 kills. They can lose this game by a kill, I suppose, and still cover the bet. But I do think they're going to win this game against Team Liquid. Then we're rolling into Cloud9 versus LNG. This would be a pretty big upset. I think NA, I trashed them last episode. I think they've come to play. I'm going to put my money on Cloud9. They're getting 9.5 kills here, plus 9.5. Give me Cloud9 plus 9.5. I do think they probably drop this game against a Korean team that's motivated, that wants to move to 2-0 in Swiss play. But Cloud9's going to hang tough with them. Give me Cloud9 plus 9.5. All right, here we go. We're rolling. Mad Lions EU against BDS Esports. Okay, that was a great game in day 1 yesterday. Mad Lions played super well. They got the upset. They did what they had to do. But I think Mad Lions they're going to lose this game. And give me BDS. They're getting plus 2.5 here. Give me BDS is going to hang tough, and they're actually going to win this game. But we're getting plus 3.5 or plus 2.5 for BDF there. BDS, not BDF. That's a different thing. Then we're rolling right along. Fnatic against GAM Esports. Both these teams lost in day one. Fnatic, like we talked about, legendary organization, has been around since day one, won the original League of Legends World Championships against GAM Esports. Upstart from Vietnam, played well in the play-in stages, and I think they hang tough here. Give me GAM Esports. They are at, where are we at here? Plus 9.5. Give me GAM Esports plus 9.5 to hang tough with Fnatic. This is not your grandma's Fnatic team. Okay, they aren't rolling in here as one of the best teams in the world. GAM Esports, I think, shows up and plays well. And I don't know if they win. I'm not going that far, but plus 9.5, you give me a lot of kills, I'll take it. Now, we move to one of the games of the day here. Gen G versus SKT 1. Both these teams, Korea. This Worlds is happening in Korea. The crowd is going to be crazy. The crowd was so fun in day one. They freaked out when both these teams were drawn against each other for day two. This one's going to be a great game. But give me SKT. They're getting plus 6.5 here, which is a lot of kills. And I know Gen G is just cooking. They were one of the best teams statistically in the Korean League this past season. They had 3 of the top 6 players. We covered that on our episode that never aired, but we did talk about the reasons why we like Gen G. But there's something about SKT. There's just something about him. Faker has been around forever. The Michael Jordan, LeBron James, whatever you want to call it, of League of Legends. And you're giving me 6.5 kills. I'll take it. They did not look good against Liquid in the first round. I will give them that. They probably should have lost to Liquid, being a North American team. So that did not look good for SKT, but they pulled it out. I think they pull it out again, but give me plus 6.5 there, just in case Gen G maybe sneaks in a little dub there at the end. Now we're moving right along. G2. Ooh, G2 versus Weibo. This game is going to be probably my most exciting game of the whole second round. G2 played so well. They got the W. They upset Weibo, that upstart Chinese team, looked really strong. And we're going to keep the good times flowing here. Give me G2 plus 4.5 in this. I notice I'm taking a lot of underdogs here for some reason, but give me G2 plus 4.5. I think they outright win just like they did in day one, and I think they moved to 2-0 as the surprise team so far of the World Championships. Now, our almost last game of the day here, JD Gaming, the favorite, against BLG, who's also an extremely strong team. This one's the closest match that we have coming into day two, but give me JD Gaming. This is going to be a rough one here, minus 8.5. But I'll take it. They're the favorite. They play like the favorite, and I think they're going to steamroll. I think they're just getting their momentum going after the first day. So this day two, look to them to be strong. And then we finish the night off. Again, KT Rolster, who finished the night off yesterday, also plays the last game against D+. 2 Korean teams here going at each other. Give me KT Rolster. I thought they'd be a strong team. We did pick that for them to lose in day one. Jared did. I think they're going to win in day two here. They got to cover here, minus 6.5, which is a lot of kills. But give me KT Rolster. I believe in them. I do think they make it to the knockout stages. I like their squad, so minus 6.5. So this was your speed round. That's day two. Get your money in. Bovada Esports. Remember, Benjamin Betts podcast. You got it here. You want to win some money? You roll with us. So let's see if I can beat Jared. I got to do better than 4-4. I can do better than 4-4. We'll tune in next time tomorrow. Check back in. Let's see how I did, and then what our bets for day 3 will be. But this is day 2, League of Legends World Championships.
Yeah. It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband, Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hi.
Hello, and welcome to
Boobies.
Boobies.
I'm Josh.
I'm your host, Caitlin.
And
that was a mess.
It's okay. And today we're going to come talking to you about one of our listener requests.
Barbarian.
Requested by Miss Nancy. Nancy, thank you, Nancy, for this request. Something that I
Yes.
had previously watched.
Me
But
as well.
it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty cool movie. And we should just get right into it.
Yeah, it's directed by Zach Krager and
Mhm.
written by Zach Krager.
Yeah, it's his directorial and writing debut.
Which
it's pretty crazy.
The last film we covered also was the directorial debut of
Mhm.
Filippo.
The Filippo brothers.
Yeah.
Danny and
Michael. Yeah.
And so we do basically a horror thriller type of film. I
Yeah.
would say it's kind of its own kind of ball game because it's
Monster movie.
it touches kind of on a bunch of different genres.
Yeah. 'Cause
Drama, rom-com, even for a moment there.
It really does.
Yeah.
It does such a good job. They do such a good job of painting Bill Skarsgård, Keith,
a little creepy.
As a creepy. I mean, of course, Skarsgård has such a unique face too that it seems like he just kind of has that inherently creepy.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
For him. No,
but
it's
also
creepy
like
but cute
so
at the same time.
attractive.
Yeah.
I was
Mhm.
like,
It's
this man is definitely handsome.
Well, it's the way that he plays his characters for sure, and the way he, the certain mannerisms as well, and even the cadence and like the speech, even the way Keith would like kind of not necessarily stutter, but like his delivery and his tone and like nervousness in his voice
Yeah.
almost at times was very even coming off a bit like either try hard
or he's doubling back to cover up for something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially whenever she found the room.
Yeah.
And it almost seemed like
he already knew about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like trying to play it down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It seemed like he'd been caught.
I could definitely
or
see
something. They did I just love how, and especially from the trailer too.
Yeah.
Do you remember the trailer? Like
it didn't give much away, but what it did make it seem was more of like him being
Bill,
the villain.
Yeah, with Keith being the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember thinking going into the film that Skarsgård was bad.
Mhm.
And like they fully had me believing it until
Yeah.
his head gets
It kind of gave cat and
smashed
mouse
in.
movie at first. It gave like Psycho. It gave like,
Yeah.
this is gonna go a certain way, and eventually he's gonna try to kill her or something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
She's gonna have to try to escape.
And I mean, even though there was like the instance whenever he was asleep on the couch and then we see the door close behind her and stuff, that did make me clue in. And then at that point too, I had started trusting him.
There's something more here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh, well, what if maybe he's got someone else already locked in the basement
Mhm.
or something, even though we didn't know about the basement at that moment.
Mhm.
It's still such a good job. I love this movie, y'all. Spoiler alert.
There's a lot of ways. Like I feel like this movie almost gives, even like if they put it out with that, like, you know how back in the day you would get DVDs with like, and I think you've done this with different one. How should this play out? Like interactive, like you could choose different roles for which the movie could go.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Did,
yeah, with Final Destination.
yeah, because it gave very much like that type of vibe. Like it literally could have went in like several different directions of horror genres, subgenres, other than the way that it went. But yeah, could you just imagine seeing like a ghost like through the? I was just imagining it gave very Talk to Me.
Yeah, it was like that's like the exact kind of glass in Talk to Me.
But yeah. So
I could see a ghost through that door.
We have Barbarian, you guys.
I'll take a picture of the door for y'all to see. We'll post it on our Instagram.
And we open up on a rainy house. It's raining on a house, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is very eerie.
On this creepy little house, because the house looks put together, but just run down enough.
Yeah.
Like the door with how dirty it is. Like that door needed a fresh coat of paint. For sure.
I could see that.
And stuff.
Well, and it was the way that it was so dark and stormy around the house, and yet the house was the only thing like lit and framed, and like it definitely gave spooky vibes.
And the music throughout this entire
I really
enjoyed.
Yeah. Especially when she's discovering the layer, whatever. And it's like,
I know I put in my notes like well placed soundtrack here, because it had that like plunking that was like dink, 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 dink.
Yeah, the synths. And we have our main character pulling up, Miss Tess, and she is, and at this point too, the score is like wailing, like behind like everything going on.
Yeah, there's like screams, actual screams happening in it, and then I love the transition shot
of it going through the window.
Yeah, and then the music intensifies, and then once we slip through the window, we get silence, and we just hear her saying like 831 or whatever, trying to remember the code
for the little lockbox for the key.
Yeah.
And she ends up ignoring a call from Marcus, which will come into play later. And then we have her trying to get in the code, which she enters in incorrectly.
I really thought Marcus would come more into play.
Oh yeah, maybe coming all the way or like entering at some point, interjecting. No, I think it's just more to drive the narrative, her character of like
why she's in Detroit and stuff like that. Yeah.
And so she ends up trying to get in, which she can't, but it's because she got the code wrong. But even when she does open it up, the key is not there. So she's like, what the heck, man? So she calls the realty, like Airbnb agency that got her the room, or, you know, the house, not necessarily room. And she can't get a hold of them because it's probably, I don't know, it's like midnight or something. It seems like she's there late. And that's whenever we have her going back to her vehicle, trying to figure some stuff out. But and on the way back to the car, she notices that like the neighborhood, like it kind of is a little janky a little bit.
Yeah.
It's very dark.
Yeah.
Usually you have like street lights or something.
Yeah. Or like porch lights on and stuff. So she can't tell really just how run down this neighborhood is yet, but it seems abandoned because there's like no signs of life anywhere.
And then she's in the vehicle and she sees the light turn on in the window.
And she's like, and the soundtrack cues it too. And it's like, doom, doom.
Yeah. And so obviously she's like, what? So she goes up and she's ringing on the doorbell, knocking on the door. And then we have Bill Skarsgård come up. He opens the door.
And he opens the door and is like, yeah, excuse me, what the fuck are you doing on my porch right now? And she's like, your porch? This is not real dialogue that happened between them, but it's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah. And she's like, but I'm supposed to be staying here. And he's like, well, I'm staying here. And then that's whenever they're kind of like at an awkward, like, what do we do here? And then he invites her in, which immediately I'm just kind of like, no, don't go in. But, you know, it's only the first 3-4 minutes of the movie. So got to go somewhere.
And so she goes in, and as she enters the house, we get a title card.
Yeah, and I like how
was really cool.
We transition, and she's walking, and then it's like, yeah,
and
the little bugs crawling on the barbarian.
Yeah, it was really cool. I liked the title card, although I do think it would have been better placed right after he gets his head smashed in, and right as we transition to AJ's character.
That's true.
I think it would have been really fun had they put it there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Fresh.
Yeah, in between it, and then because the true barbarian is AJ.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, Well, and also the dad in the basement.
Yeah.
But we have her then.
Poor mom.
Yeah.
Mama is just.
She's just a byproduct of everything.
Misunderstood.
Yeah, we have her getting in the house, and she wants to freshen up, but she's like, obviously, like, I showed you my information of me staying here, so can you please show me, your booking information? It's weird the way he's even like, oh yeah, just in case I'm like some weirdo or something like that.
Who's just broke in here to sleep or whatever.
It's his delivery where it makes it sound a bit like more aggressive.
Yeah.
Than like haha.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna go get my phone.
He's
and
like,
there's also
yeah,
the way he's
totally.
like, let me find my phone. Who has to find their phone? Most people already know where their phone is.
Yeah.
I feel like because we're all glued.
Maybe
we're
he
all
just
glued
meant
to our
it
phones.
wasn't on his person because he was asleep.
But even then, why we'd have to find it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he just meant
go grab it.
Grab it. Yeah. But used weird vernacular.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But basically, she goes to the bathroom, comes back out. He shows her his booking information, and
well, it's like he's like, here's the thing.
Yeah, here's the thing, and everything lines up. He had booked it on HomeAway while she booked it on Airbnb, and there was some weird miscommunication where his dates overlap with hers, and yeah, they're basically in a standstill.
And they're just like kind of awkwardly like, well, I don't know what to do in this situation.
And so she starts looking for hotels, and he says, like, just stay in here because
there's some convention
creepy out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was like, just stay in here. Don't go back, sit in your car. Like, at least stay in here where there's a door and a lock and everything. Like, he was like, I don't know if you got a good look at this neighborhood, and had she seen it in the daytime, she probably would have been a little more like, yeah, let me stay in here. But he's like, just stay in here. She's looking for hotel rooms and she can't find a room. And he's like, oh, you know what? And even the way he brings up this, oh, you know
information.
What?
Yeah.
By the way, there's
convenient.
a convention in town. Yeah. And it's like he's wanting her to stay there, which I think he was, but because he liked her, thought she was cute rather than him being an actual creep. Poor Keith and all this.
Well, I don't know. It gave
so misunderstood,
but it also gave it gave chivalrous, but it also gave that type of chivalrous dude who's like more like, where's my hug, as opposed to like,
oh yeah,
being nice to be nice, and more like nice to be like, let me get in your pants eventually.
Yeah,
if that made sense. But also, who knows? He could have just been being nice.
I kind of
you loved him.
I did.
You fell in love with him.
I did.
Yeah. Stranger danger, Caitlin.
I loved
you would get
him.
abducted so fast.
I would have walked it, and I was sitting there thinking while I was watching this, I was like, damn it, I would have drinking that tea.
And I would have got the wine. I would have
been like, wine? Yeah.
Yeah. Open it up while I take a shower.
Sounds great.
But yeah, we have her and him having these kind of weird, awkward moments at times because they're both just meeting each other. And obviously she's feeling like, this is a dude and I'm just in here kind of vulnerable. But as she's, calling for the rooms and not getting anything, that's whenever he weirdly is like, well, you know what? You could just stay here because I, as a gentleman, I can't just have you, being out and put out. Like you have to be here, and then and you can take the bedroom, and I'll sleep on the couch because this is what good dudes do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she hesitates at first, but if I was her, I would have been like, okay, well, at least there's a lock on the bedroom door, and I could lock myself away from him if push came to shove. And that was necessary. And because it made such a big deal of her locking all the doors too.
Yeah.
Like whenever she went into the bathroom, it showed her pushing the lock on the door.
Yeah.
Whenever she went into the room the first time to like kind of offload her things and stuff.
When she found the wallet and stuff.
Yeah. She locks the door really once she finally agrees to stay there and stuff. She locks the door. But she does say, I have this thing about clean sheets.
Yeah.
And he had already been sleeping in the bed. So they have to wash the sheets, which means that they're going to be up for at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. And honestly, that's kind of fast.
Yeah. For sheets.
Maybe if there's a
sheets
speed cycle
or something on this laundry machine,
Mm-hmm.
washing machine. I don't know. My dryer takes at least 2 cycles because it's
To get through
old.
the sheets. Yeah.
To get through any clothing because it's old,
just
and
old.
it just
Yeah.
doesn't dry super well anymore.
Yeah.
So if it was my washer and dryer, it would be taking
4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah.
We're not sleeping.
And
so
we're not sleeping.
they're
We're just
waiting for
going right
this
into the next
laundry
day.
and the wash. And that's whenever we have her, getting ready for the night. And then she comes back out, I guess, I'm assuming from like showering or something, or just getting ready for bed. And
He's washing her face and stuff.
yeah. And he's like, I was going to open this wine, but I noticed that you didn't drink your tea. And so to not be weird, even though I'm still being weird right now, bringing it up, I was waiting to open it in front of you. So in case you wanted some, you wouldn't think I'm trying to like kill you or poison you or anything like that. Or
Yeah.
slip you a drug, which I mean, it makes sense. And so, she's still a little bit uneasy because she's like, no, it's okay. You can drink. It's fine. But they start to get to talk to each other about like why she's there and her job interview. And they find commonality because he's seen the movie that this director had made previously that she's trying to work for, and
Blue Easy or something
yeah,
like that.
it's a jazz movie, like a documentary, I think is what it was, kind of style or something like that.
Yeah, it was definitely documentaries because she's a documentary style filmmaker.
Yeah, and so that's whenever we have then it transitions to like they've been talking a while. She's now drinking the wine, and they're at the living room, and they're having a conversation about like basically her life, right?
Yeah, because he really got her to open up
That's
to
right.
him whenever she was like, yeah, she's doing a documentary on like the housing district and stuff in Detroit. And he was like, oh,
Interview
who
me.
you should interview for that is me. And she was like, LOL, why? And he was like, well, I'm one of the founders of the Lion Tamers, which I don't really know what that is.
I think for the film was like some type of group that is probably like outreach for artists or something, or like creates spaces for artists, because they were talking about how she was like, shouldn't you be living somewhere else? And he's like, oh, I'm scouting for our next block,
block of spaces.
Yeah.
Because she was like, don't y'all own a whole block? And he
Mhm.
was like, yeah, we do, but I'm out here on this side of town scouting out new neighborhoods and stuff. And so they they transition, like you said, to drinking wine now, and they're talking, and she's opening up about Marcus and saying that basically she's trying to get out of this toxic relationship, and is coming to Detroit to hopefully, kind of turn
Start
her
fresh.
life. Yeah, start fresh, turn a new leaf and stuff. And we see that the laundry's done.
Yeah.
And they're still talking.
They're having a
So,
good time.
yeah,
The
they're
wine's
just
flowing.
vibing.
And she actually here mentioned something that I feel like is a theme for the movie, and it's very important in terms of her character. She mentions that she doesn't know why, but she has a problem with she keeps going back. Like she doesn't know how to not go back. And I think that also runs really hard in theme for the movie, because there are so many times in this movie that she could honestly just like walk away and leave and get away,
Yeah.
but she ends up going back to find out more, to help.
Yep,
Because she
and
thinks people
then
are in danger.
It ends up endangering her.
Yeah.
Every single time.
And so they end up, like you said, still like bonding and stuff and having a good time, to where they're like now getting the bed ready for her to go to sleep. And he's showing her this like, cute way to put the duvet on.
Yeah, that was such a fun little scene. And her guard is really let down, so much so that she leaves the door unlocked whenever she goes to bed, which I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's not a good
Just a
sign.
big no.
Yep.
Because now it's nighttime again. Or not again, but now it's even later in the night. They're going to sleep, and she wakes up in the middle of the night because we hear creaking like happening behind her. And then she notices that the door is open to the bedroom. So someone obviously opened it up, and she's kind of looking out through the door frame, and she can see that Keith is like, and hears him. He's having some like nightmares. Sounds like night terrors.
Yeah, homeboy's having some real bad night terrors.
And she is like, whoa. So she
and there was a weird, did you mention the weird screeching sound? Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Well, no, I didn't mention it, but yes, there was a screeching sound.
Yeah. It was like
and then she is like looking at him, and so it turns from like concern for her to like concern for him really fast, because then she's like, going out there, and she's like, Keith, trying to wake him up.
and freaked out. Like it's scary to watch somebody having a night terror. I've never, but I've been the one who scared people by
Yeah.
having night terrors.
Mhm.
So I know that it's unsettling for people to watch because they always wake up, or once I wake up, they're always like, that was fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
That's weird.
Yeah.
And so she goes to wake him up, but obviously in waking up, he's spooked and he's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Were
He's
you in
like,
my
"What the
room?"
fuck?"
Yeah. And she's like, "Were you in my room?" And he's like, "No, I didn't open your door." Like, and so she's like, "Okay." And then it's really awkward. And like at the same time that this is happening, as she's checking up on him, we do notice that the door behind her that goes to the basement closes.
Yeah.
So we now see that like, okay, maybe there's something else going on here.
There's someone else in the house with
Mhm.
them, which is terrifying.
Yeah, and then that's whenever we have her just going back to the bedroom and locking the door and then going back to sleep. So that kind of ends that night because then we wake up the next day and she's slept a little bit too late, so she has to hurry up and get ready. And then as she
And I love the transition shot too
from the night to day.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the night to day. It was like they turned on a light switch. I like
Mhm.
it when films do that.
Mhm.
And
Hereditary.
yeah. And
Yeah.
then just the way that her body had shifted in the bed and
Yeah.
stuff. It was a cool shot in my opinion.
Mhm.
They do a few transition shots that are like that or
Mhm.
similar. Like whenever she's actually driving to
Mhm.
the interview itself. There's
Yeah.
one where she's like driving, and then all of a sudden she's driving in the cityscape and parking her car and stuff. And
Mhm.
they just do a cool job with transition shots in this film.
Just little jumps. And then we have her like you said, well
Or
before
really,
she
it's like a
gets to
lack
this-
of transition.
Yeah, it's just like a jump.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's no like
It's
cool
just like
blood going
it's like
down
a glitch
drain.
almost.
Yeah, it's just
It's
like
switch.
It's like, okay, new
Mhm.
film.
Especially in the transitions too.
Yeah.
And we have her getting out, and then this is when she notices in the daylight, like, oh damn, this neighborhood is rough. And then like you said, we have her driving to the job interview, which she finally gets to, and it's happening in like a coffee shop or something, or
Yeah, it looks like
Mhm.
like a Starbucks or something.
Yeah.
On one of the houses, written in graffiti, it said "Death from Below."
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, on
Mm.
the house to the left across from the street, it
Mhm.
said really big on it, "Death from Below."
Probably a warning sign.
Yeah, a warning that there's
Whoever goes into that house is gonna die.
Yep,
Mhm.
there's death below these houses,
And
and it'll get you.
And then we have her meeting her new employer. It seems like it's going well, because they come out and they're still chatting, and that's whenever her future employer is like, "Where are you staying?" And she tells her, and she's like, "Oh, what?" And it's very much implied that like that's a bad part of town. Like she should not be staying there. And she tells her to be careful. And
Yeah.
it's funny how Tess the whole time is trying to be like, "No, it's okay. Like
The
I have a
bright
roommate."
Yeah, she was like, it's a complicated story, but
Yeah.
it'll be fine. Yeah, they're in the Brightmoor area
Yeah.
of Detroit, is where this is supposed to be located.
Mhm.
And yeah, Catherine is wildly against. Catherine's face was like, "Are you shitting me?" She was like,
Yeah.
"This is a joke, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, and but then anyway, she ends up rolling back home or back
Mhm.
to the Airbnb and is getting out of her car. And this was the most terrifying. One of the most terrifying things is whenever you just see, it reminds me of that scene in Get Out when the granddad's
yeah.
charging, running at her.
Coming towards her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Or
you just
him,
yeah.
sorry.
Oh well, yeah, and then in this one, you just see her getting out the vehicle, and you can see from like the blurred background that something is coming towards her.
Yeah, and
Very fast. And it's obviously this man who is unhoused because he's like he looks that way, and then he's yelling at her like, "Hey, little girl, get
Yeah.
it! Don't you go into that house!"
He's not saying anything that would be like,
Hey.
"There's a murderer in
Yeah.
that house,"
Or like, "Hey, like I know I look scary, but I'm just trying to warn you." Like it's very much like, "Oh, this man is about to attack me."
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Little
so
girl.
little girl.
Little girl.
And so she, very hastily gets into the house as he like runs up on the door, and he's telling her to get out, and she's just telling him to run and to go away. So she, does what anyone else I would feel does and calls the cops, and they're telling her, basically like, we're not sending anybody out there. This is not that important. He's not there anymore, so you're fine. And she's, you know, obviously spooked. And at this point, this is whenever she ends up going to the restroom, I believe. And this is when she notices there's no toilet paper.
Yeah. And so she's on the hunt for some new toilet paper
Mm-hmm.
and can't find it anywhere. And then opens the door to the basement, the last door that she hasn't checked.
Mm-hmm.
And we see down there on top of another set of laundry machines.
Yeah.
There's
TP.
Mm-hmm. And so she goes down into the basement, which I was like, no, don't go down there. That's creepy. She goes down in the basement to get some toilet paper, but unfortunately this door tends to close, and it closed behind her and locks her in.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
And so since she's locked down there in the basement, she looks down at her pocket and she's like, fuck, she left her phone upstairs. And she checks her other pocket because she has the key to the front door with her. So she's like, crap, how is Keith going to get in here to set me free? So she
Yeah.
kind of starts to like look around. She looks out the window. She can't get it open. So then she just kind of starts to like explore down there to see if there's any way or something, or maybe something to help her get out. And that's whenever she looks on one of the shelves and she sees this hole in the wall that has a string coming out of it. And this to me is one of the most spookier parts in the film. It reminds me of was it His House? Whenever he's pulling on that thing and then it
the
pulls
rope
back.
and
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, damn, I would just be afraid to pull on the rope because what if something pulls it back? Like, that's so eerie. But that's what I thought was gonna happen. But
His House was such a good film.
yeah, but it doesn't. And so as she's pulling that rope, she ends up opening like a secret door,
Which was
even. Well, I mean, that's pretty creepy.
pretty
Yeah.
cool, but also terrifying.
Oh yeah, because it's so pitch black and
Yeah.
she can't see anything. And I love how she's just looking at it intently for a good while, and we have the music building up, and then it's just like the music cuts out, and she's like, "Nope." And then
nope.
We just have her, sitting there for a while, just kind of contemplating, looking into this abyss of nothingness. And then she sees the mirror, and she kind of gets the flash of an idea, and she grabs the mirror and
honestly pretty smart.
Yeah, and reflects the light into the void. And she can kind of tell that there's another door at the end of it with the doorknob. So she sets up that mirror to where it's like leaning on some just old junk that's down there in the basement, and she decides to go in, which is pretty brave.
Yeah, I'm surprised. My notes say like she says nope, but then leaves the door wide open. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
I would
would've
have
closed it
I would have closed that.
immediately, yeah.
Immediately. I would have been like, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me to see.
Well, even when she's shining that light in there and she's looking around, it's still super scary because I was also expecting her to like shine that light in there and then it like something be there.
Something be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't expecting it to
Be
go
empty.
on as long as it did.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, it's pretty smart, but pretty terrifying that she does this. And this is where the soundtrack's so well placed as she starts walking towards the door. And I was like, girl, do not go in there. And, but she does. And she finds like a creepy sex dungeon looking thing with this room. It's got this like completely stained mattress and this camera in the corner and a bucket, which whenever she finds Keith, I love how Keith just only focuses on the bucket and not the camera.
Bucket.
Yeah. He's like a bed and a bucket and a camera and
yeah.
But just the way I was like, God damn it, there's a bed and a camera. That's a bad sign.
It's not a good sign.
Not a good sign. And a bloody handprint
on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as soon as she sees that, she kind of stays in there longer than I would.
Oh, and even walking in there, I was thinking like, damn, this door is about to close behind her and Keith's got his next victim.
Yep. That's what
I was giving.
Yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen.
But no, she ends up being able to walk out of there because she's obviously like, okay, there's something fucked up about this.
Yeah, some scary shit is going on.
That's
in
whenever
this house.
she hears Keith arriving outside. And so she goes up to the window and starts like, hollering for him, and she's able to open up that little window and give him the key. And whenever she gets upstairs, that she's having this whole freak out moment with him, telling him like, we got to get out of here. Like there's something terribly wrong here.
Yeah. And he's kind of stopping her, like quite literally blocking her from leaving, and which seemed
Crazy.
suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he was just like, she's like, we got to get out of here. There's a room with a camera and a bed and a bucket, and we need to leave. And then that's when he's like, a bed and a bucket.
Yeah.
and
it seems like he's really stalling at this point.
Come on. Yeah. And he's like backpedaling.
And she wants to leave, but he's like, look, you know what? Forgive me for just like not wanting to leave scared because you're telling me this and that. Like, just wait here for me, and I'm going to go check it out, and then we can go.
Yeah.
Basically.
And so that's what he does. He goes down there, and this makes him seem even more suspicious too.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets down there and really isn't answering her calls.
Stops responding.
Yeah. Because then at first he's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden he disappears. And she goes all the way back into the sex dungeon and like is looking for him, and he's not there. And then she realizes that that back wall is actually a door.
Yeah.
And it leads into more
room
space. Yeah. And
which is pretty freaky in itself.
Yeah, those steps, terrifying. And if I was Keith, I would have been like, yo, I found these steps. Let's go down them
I don't know
together.
why he didn't do that. And also, yeah, because it's so creepy as she's yelling for him and he's not responding. And then when she does start to like, call out his name from up top, you can hear him now screaming for help. And he's like, please help me.
Yeah, which
help.
made me feel like, oh, he's trying to lure her
He's
down
faking
there.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was faking it.
And so what does she do? She starts going down these really like narrow and like, what's the word? At an incline, like at any moment, steep. Yeah, it looked like she could have fell and like just tumbled all the way down. But they literally look like they're going to hell, which is pretty terrifying. And so she's walking all the way down, ends up coming to this
Stairwell to hell.
fucking like, it looks like those metal gates from like Titanic, like on the elevators, like type of situation.
Oh yeah.
And then she goes past
Old
that
timey elevators.
and she starts to find what the cages that are there with the bowls.
Yeah,
as
there's
she's
like
going
underground tunnels that have these offshoots of little like coves on them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's one that has like 4 cages with like a dog bowl in there. And,
all while Keith is still screaming like in the background, pleading for help.
And
And
they're
then
like the cages are like bloodied too.
Oh, yeah.
If you can see tints of red on them, tinges of red on them.
And she and then and also too, like I would not be like put in my location on blast like that, but she's just like, Keith,
I know, she keeps screaming,
and
and I
I'm
was like,
dude, I don't know if I'd do that.
Yeah.
But she then, as she's going further into it, and then it's freaking Keith just like stumbles on all fours out of nowhere, very scary, and he's like coming up
the
to
way
her.
he crawls up is honestly so terrifying.
Well, because he also has those eyes that are very like, when everything else is dimly lit and you just see the eyes, they're scary.
Yeah.
They're big.
They're
And so
his little Pennywise eyes.
she
Why he did so well with that role.
ends up getting spooked, but he's like freaking out and he can't really calm down. And she's like, we gotta go. And he's like, someone's down here. And
Yeah, I've been bit. Like
he's like, someone bit me. And she's like, what the fuck? So they try to
she's like, we got to go. And he was like, no, it came from that way. Like, we can't go back that direction.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, we have to go back this way. It's the way out. And
Yeah.
he was like, no. And then all of a sudden,
yeah,
from behind him, this giant monster creature lady comes up. She's butt naked and her little
Boobs out.
titties just swinging around everywhere.
Yeah.
And she takes little Keith's head and just
like a melon. Just starts
smashes
smashing
it against a wall. My favorite thing.
Poor thing. Poor guys.
What's with the
out.
past 2 movies having both the eyeball thing? Because Talk to Me had the eyeball with
Oh yeah, with
Riley,
Riley.
and then Riley also smashing his head open, and then this one having Keith's head smashed in, and then spoiler
There's a
alert,
lot of
AJ's
stuff.
eyes getting turned to jelly.
Didn't even Maloon have some like head stuff? And then what was before that? I feel like Hereditary. Everything we've been doing
everything was about the head.
has been doing things with heads.
Yeah.
I think even before that, but we do have Keith being taken out. So then we're like, what the fuck? And then we just have it cutting out, and then we cut to what I would say is our like second act of the film. Second part of the movie.
Yep, and we're with a really happy, upbeat song. This is where I think it would have been perfect if they would have put the title card there.
Mhm.
Yeah, because then we're with AJ, aka Justin Long's character.
Yeah, driving
and-
along the like California coast. It looks like.
Yeah, beautiful.
Mhm.
And he's singing about Ricky Tikki Tavi. Did you ever read about Ricky Tikki Tavi?
No.
Oh,
What
the
is that?
Ricky Tikki Tavi, the mongoose.
What is that?
He like saves a little kid from a snake.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And
I guess it's supposed to be ironic, maybe, or something, that he's singing that.
yeah. And then I wonder what the significance of the snake was in her dashboard.
Oh yeah,
Because it kept showing that multiple times.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And then with the song of Ricky Tikki Tavi killing the snake,
That's
I wonder
true.
if he's the
Foreshadowing.
snake and she,
The mongoose.
or at least because mongoose are still terrifying and can be bad.
I don't know much about mongoose.
I'm pretty sure they can still be very dangerous.
I'm picturing an anteater for some reason, and I know that's not a
a
mongoose.
little aardvark. Well, mongoose do look, I feel like, kind of
Similar.
yeah. Let's mongoose.
Boom. But yeah, we're with him in this little holly-go-lucky kind of scene of him driving along the highway, and it's cut abruptly.
They look kind of like a little fox,
because he gets a phone call from his agency.
or like what are those prairie dogs?
Oh, I kind of see what you mean. Almost looks like a meerkat.
Timon. Meerkat. Yeah.
Timon's a meerkat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Timon's a meerkat, but they do very look similar, like to prairie dogs. I think prairie dogs are more chunky, and meerkats are like.
I think
snatched.
meerkat's more like a ferret. Longer.
Yeah. Definitely. And the prairie dogs are more stout.
Yeah, and they killed cobras.
The prairie dogs or the mongoose? The mongoose. Yeah.
mongoose.
Are mongoose from a different country?
They're pretty cute.
Are mongoose from Australia or something like that?
Probably. Something that has king cobras.
The outback. And so
I'd pet one.
The phone call from this agency is telling him basically like he has some allegations being brought up against him from an actress named Megan, who I guess he had worked on a stint previously. And the allegations are that he sexually assaulted her.
Yeah.
The R word.
SA, getting accused of SA.
Yeah.
And he basically is getting kicked off the pilot episode that he was on, and he's
getting
out. Yeah, he's getting fired. And so he goes
Blacklisted.
to his wealth manager and to try and figure out exactly how much time he has left before he's out of money. And we figure out that he has all of 3 months before he reaches zero with all the legal fees
And his
with
spending.
zero money coming in. Yeah.
And he obviously, I mean, and throughout the whole phone call and his whole, his tone, the way he's handling the situation, we can already paint that
He's probably not the best dude.
he's a dick, and these allegations are probably true. And so we have the accountant, and then also at this moment telling him, like, I think you need to find other financial representation. So he's getting dropped by his accountant essentially as well. So this is whenever we do have talk of his other properties being mentioned, because he has rental properties, because he doesn't necessarily want to sell his house that he lives in. He wants to sell these little homes and stuff, but even the financial manager is like, you could do that, but it wouldn't buy you that much more time. And so AJ is really stubborn. So then he's just like, okay, whatever. So then we have him catching a flight. He's on his way to Detroit, all while like the story's breaking out. He's reading articles online. It doesn't look too great for him in this situation.
I figured it out.
What happened?
I looked it up. The snake charm in Tessa's car acts as a wildly understated foreshadowing, pointing to the mother, a Medusa figure of revenge warped irreparably by the violence of man.
That's deep.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is. Yeah. Everything perpetuated in this movie is pretty much caused by the man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And second, this is getting a little bit ahead, but whenever AJ looks through Keith's things left in the house, he
That
finds
book.
a copy of Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. And Jane Eyre, a man locks away his wife, Bertha Mason, in a secret room only for Bertha to get free and cause a bunch of strangeness, culminating in a massive fire. And this light barbarian becomes a contemporary reworking of the novel of a gothic horror about a man locking his prey offspring away in a basement only for one of them to eventually break free and terrorize the neighborhood.
That's true.
Yeah.
I never remember seeing that, and I was like, I don't know. I feel like this book has some deeper meaning.
Yeah.
To it.
I remember
'Cause they
looking at
cut
it
onto
too,
it for a
and I was
while.
like, I've read Jane Eyre, but like way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I thought I would share that tidbit because I just looked it up because I was like, I have to know, because they
snake,
like pan in on the snake twice.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, it's got to have some
Meaning to
significance
it.
in this film. Yeah.
And we have him then arriving to his rental car, and he's on the phone with, I'm assuming, is one of his lawyers, and he is, talking to the lawyer about how he is now in Detroit. The lawyer is like, you should not have left the state, like this looks very bad for optics, like
that should have been
obvious.
The man's not the brightest,
not at all, and he's very what's the word,
absorbed.
Yeah, narcissistic with the like everything that serves himself, self-serving.
Yeah.
And so obviously he is being a jerk even to his lawyer, I guess, on the phone. He's like, I've got to liquidate, so I'm here for work. It's not for pleasure. And so he ends up
definitely not on the lam.
Yeah,
he says
he ends up going to this booking not like a realty place, I'm not sure, somewhere where they have the keys to the house, his property, and he's like, hey, I'm here to pick up, and she's like, oh yeah, so and so said you'd be here, and she's like, 476 Barberry, huh? And we already know that Barberry is the house that all this shit is taking place at.
Yep, we're already in,
so it's connecting right now. And so he gets there and he gets into the house, and this is when he notices that there's like people shit there.
Yeah. And so he calls to be like, what the fuck?
Someone staying here? Like someone living here? Do I have squatters?
Yeah. And they were like, the last tenant should have checked out weeks ago, which so now we know it's been weeks.
Yeah. That Tess has been there.
Yeah. Tess has been locked away. And he's basically like, what? So there's no maid service that comes? And they were like, well, the maids come whenever
people rent it out. And
no renters means no service.
Yeah.
And so that nothing had happened.
And he's getting a little bit rude with her. So she's just like, have a nice day.
Have a good
Goodbye,
day.
Sir.
Bye. And just hangs up.
All good for her. And then
also I would be a little pissed off if I was having people manage my property too.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like they weren't regularly checking up on it.
I guess so, yeah.
Especially
but I mean, that
in
makes
a neighborhood
sense,
like that.
I feel like that does make. I feel you though.
I don't think I don't think he should have been yelling at her.
Yeah,
by any means. But I would have also been.
You could see the problem as well.
Yeah, I would have been a little upset too. But yeah, then he goes out. He calls his buddy. Or gets a call from his buddy after talking with his mom, and his mom was like, "What are we supposed to tell people?" And then he basically clearly doesn't have a great relationship with his family.
Oh yeah, he's brushing it off, and especially because she like wants him to come home, which is Detroit, which we're finding out, and because she's like, Detroit is just 4 hours away, and he's like, whatever, cuts off because he's like, oh, I've got another phone call, Mom, this is work. And so this is whenever he ends up getting a phone call from his friend, and he ends up meeting his friend out for drinks at the bar.
And his friend's basically like, well, just tell me what happened. And he says something along the lines of, she just took some convincing at first, which is like,
I'm a persistent guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he's really selling this character well, of like making you hate him.
Oh yeah. Justin Long plays a phenomenal asshole in this film. He does such a good job and I love Justin Long as an actor. I think he's done some wonderful things, like Accepted.
You love you a good comedy.
I do.
Yeah.
Except I love me a good stupid comedy.
Yeah. Like Will Ferrell humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Accepted. Yeah. Dodgeball.
Yeah.
Dodgeball's a great
That's a good
film.
one.
Justin Long's in that.
And he ends up just kind of digging his hole even more and more because he gets back home and starts drunk dialing her and calling her and just like on the phone is like, if I did something to offend you or hurt you, I am so sorry. But like, it's just really bad. It's really cringe.
Yeah, and he's incriminating himself.
Oh yeah, for
as
sure.
well.
And he's like, I'll just apologize to you. Like, you can just call me again and I'll keep apologizing. It's And so
it's like, it's too late to apologize.
yeah, very much so. And then we transition to the next day. And he is like, throwing up. He has a bad hangover, but at this point he starts to notice more stuff from who was staying there. So he starts to go through their shit.
I love how he just fucking tosses Tess's laptop after opening it.
Because he doesn't care about anything
but himself. Yeah. He just like is
no
like
respect.
Chunk.
Yeah. And he ends up kind of searching around through the place, and then he ends up going into the what's it called? The basement. Because I think he remembers whenever he got there, because Tess had left the chair on the door, so it was open. So he goes down there, and before he can even get all the way down there, he hears like a thud, and so he's like, "I've got a gun, and I'm gonna shoot
not
you.
afraid to use it.
Yeah,
Kind of
or you can come up and I'll let you go." Not very convincing at all. But he ends up going down there and he sees like the door open and shit. And then he goes further in. And that's whenever he goes and sees that room. And like you would think a normal person would be like, oh my God, what's going on? But he ends up immediately Googling, can underground rooms be counted as square footage?
Square footage, yeah.
And so he's down there like with this measuring tape trying to literally get the dimensions of the floor, the layout.
The door wasn't really like, because whenever he went down there and the door wasn't open anymore, and like you could see the outline of the door. I was like,
That's
door wasn't super secretive, especially once he was standing, because he went and stood in front of the mirror propped up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And
notice like, oh, what is this doing here?
Yeah, and then he saw the rope and pulled it open and stuff. But I was like, that door wasn't super well hidden in the first place. It looks clearly like there's a door there. But anyways, yeah, he's measuring. He looks it up, and even a finished basement can't be counted as square footage in the house, which is kind of weird. I feel like it should be. Yeah. I feel like the basement should be included in the square footage of the house in general.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Basement bedroom, super cool.
Terrifying. Too many ghosts. We've seen
too many horror movies.
What's that?
Which one?
The
Connecticut?
Haunting of with Ryan Reynolds that we
Amityville Horror. Yeah.
Where he goes and sleeps in the
basement
and the stuff starts talking to him.
But not for Justin Long. This this idiot just keeps going in, and then finally he finds the other door, and he's like, oh, even more square footage. Just starts going down like nothing.
Yeah, it's like so dark, and he's just willy nilly like do just happy go lucky as he's measuring all this extra square footage, and
it's not even until he gets all the way down there, and then he kind of notices that there's that like light coming from the room on the side, and he's like, hello, like, is anybody down here? And then his tape measure gets snapped.
Yeah.
And then he's like, whoa, what the fuck? And I love how we have him freaking out. And I think he even like, is this when does he run first, or do we get that POV of him with his arms and he's kind of like, I don't know. But he ends up running terrified.
Because he stops by her room for a little bit, looks in, and then we get the nursing video.
Yeah.
And stuff. And then that's when his tape measure snaps. And then, he basically just starts running. And he's running. And he falls into this
hole.
pit. Yep. And then all of a sudden this cage closes down on top of him, and he looks around for a bit, and then we see Tess is down there too.
And we see that she's still alive, thankfully.
Yep. And then we transition to
our third act of the film.
Yeah. With the house in its heyday, basically.
It's like the probably 50s. I don't know. Oh, yeah, 50s. It could be any time period.
Happy-go-lucky, bright 50s, 60s kind of.
Cookie cutter homes.
Yeah.
Cookie cutter neighborhood. Yeah. And we have Mr. Oh, what was his name?
Frank.
Frank, yeah, Mr. Frank. And he is, leaving the house. He is going to buy stuff at the grocery store. And he's buying a bunch of stuff for like a baby. And then we have a newborn baby specifically. And that's whenever we have this lady in the store helping him out getting stuff. And
And
basically,
she's like, surely your midwife gave you a list. And he was like, it's a home birth. It's just me.
yeah. And so she's really helping him out, not knowing that this dude is
A serial
sadistic.
murderer,
Mhm.
rapist.
And so he ends up getting on that shit, and this is where we see like where the video came from as well. She gave him a video, and we have a VHS, and we have him leaving. Then as he's going probably on his way home, he ends up spotting this lady, and he follows her home, and he ends up pretending to be a serviceman with also like his fucking name tag on the service outfit said Carlos. Is not a Carlos.
Clearly not a Carlos.
But he ends up, convincing her very easily, like, let me go in, ma'am. And so he ends up going in there and like locking the windows, and I'm assuming getting stuff ready for fucking kidnapping her,
Yeah.
abducting her. And so at this point, then we have him
Did you say locking or unlocking?
Locking.
Oh, I think he was unlocking.
Oh,
it.
was he unlocking
yeah,
it?
so that way he could crawl into the house and get her later.
That's true. Okay, I
I'm
see what
pretty
you
sure
mean.
that's what
Got
he
it.
did.
I got it.
Yeah, but yeah, he's being real creepy and then leaves, and it's just what different times when people didn't question things, and
Yeah.
she just let him into her house, and
And he ends up going back home, and then that's when we have his neighbor coming up to him being like, hey, like, before you see the signs and it gets awkward, like, we're gonna be moving, the neighborhood's going to shit.
yeah, the neighborhood's going to hell. And
then
little do they know that he's the reason why.
He's asking Frank, like, are you gonna move too? And Frank's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
that's why we get, knowing like that, why they stay there forever. And then we have all of that happening. He walks back into the house. We have him going all the way to where we know the basement door is, as we hear some woman screaming in the
Yeah.
background, unfortunately.
Poor woman, he's got locked in the basement.
And then we have it cutting back to Tess and AJ back in the hole.
Yep. And basically at this point, we figure Tess is trying to explain basically the rules of survival to AJ, and is like, whenever she comes, don't freak out. You absolutely must not freak out. You just have to remain calm and do like what she says or what she wants. Yeah. And so sure enough, she comes up and AJ's not, he's like, what the fuck is that?
Not complying.
Yeah. And then she sticks down this baby bottle.
So gross.
Yeah. And her hair's like all
wrapped around
the nipple of the bottle. And
it's a huge ass bottle as well.
It is.
I don't know how even where.
Also, she has a better set of nails than me now. I mean, nowadays,
Right now?
yeah, because I can't get my nails done. But her nails were like so long, but they were in coffin shape. Like she had a full set of coffin set shaped nails.
She got a lot of time down there. She'd just be filing.
Yeah, all day.
She can probably do a really cute gel set.
Yeah, for real.
And so she ends up trying to feed them, right? And he's not partaking in any part of it, but Tess is like, just do it. And then Tess ends up drinking the milk. So nasty. And then we have
It's
Mama.
probably the only way she can survive.
Yeah, for those many
too.
weeks. And then Mama is getting upset with AJ. So she like jumps down there, which is really scary because she's massive.
Yeah.
And like it makes a whole thud and everything.
Yeah, she's huge because Frank was huge.
Yeah. And then she ends up taking AJ out of there, and just, we don't know what's happening to him at this point right now, but it leaves Tess in the room by herself. And so at this point she ends up trying to before she tries to get out, it's funny because we have Mama taking AJ to that little room that we saw earlier with the video, and she's like trying to breastfeed him, but before that she does that little boop on his nose,
which I feel like is one of the best parts of this film.
You love a good boop. And we have Tess now getting out of the hole.
They booped and talked to me too.
Yeah.
At the party. Yeah. Jade comes up to Mia at one point whenever Mia's looking in the fish tank or in that whatever tank, saying I'm just being a weirdo or whatever.
Yeah.
She went boop.
That's true.
To her. She came up to her and I was like,
like a boop.
A little boop.
We love boops. And so Mia's out of the hole. and she's running for her dear life.
Yeah.
And she ends up coming past the room
Tess
where
is out of the hole.
I'm sorry. Ugh. Yeah, not Mia.
Yeah.
Tess is coming out of the hole. And that's whenever she ends up seeing that room that AJ and Mama trying to breastfeed him is in. And as she's, contemplating on like whether or not she'd help or get run away, she ends up stepping on the freaking tape measurer, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it kind of alerts Mama that she's out of her cage. But so since this happens, Tess ends up running up and out of the downstairs area through the basement, and then she gets to that window and breaks out the window
Yeah,
and
because
climbs out of the window.
The door had closed
Yeah.
and she was locked
In
down
there,
there
yeah.
again. So yeah, she had to break out of that window and she's crawling out, and she barely gets away from Mama.
Yeah.
Like the
unhoused man.
Andre
Was
his
that his
name.
name? Yeah.
Yeah, Andre pulls her out
Mhm.
just in time, and then you just see like Mama. I'm gonna call her
Reaching
Mama.
for her. Yeah.
Yeah, reaching for her, and she just kind of like hisses and is like,
Yeah.
and he's like, you got out, you're safe.
Yeah.
And he's basically explaining to her, like, she's like, no, someone's back down there. And he's like, no, you got out. Like, you better get away from here. She comes out at nighttime and you better get out of here before she comes and finds you. Because she will find you, is what he said, basically.
Yeah. You're her baby now.
Yeah, you're her baby.
And so she's gotten out, obviously, but she's still concerned for AJ, who's still in there. And so that's whenever he ends up she ends up we cut back to AJ, and he's running away from her at this point because she obviously was chasing after Tess. And this is whenever he ends up running so much that he comes across that room, and
Yep.
then Mama comes up, but she is obviously spooked of this room, so it's kind of leaving you thinking like, damn, what is she afraid of that now she won't even go towards this room.
Yeah,
and
she retreats from the room, which is like
also terrifying to see her kind of walking up and then
it's
kind
like
of
when you see
walking
the
away.
predator retreat
Mhm.
and you're like, oh god, there's
There's-
a bigger predator behind me.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But he doesn't think that way, obviously.
it's like when there's a velociraptor
Mhm.
and then there's a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now I want to watch Jurassic Park. And so she ends up I'm sorry, he ends up going into the room that's behind him, and it's basically like a bedroom, essentially, an old or a lair. And so this is whenever we do cut back to Tess, who has now made her way to some gas station or area, I guess, and she's trying to talk to those cops, who are not giving her the time of day.
Yeah, the cops think that she's just some like
Crazed addict or
drugged
something.
out,
Mhm.
individual who's been on a bender for days or something.
Mhm.
She looks rough.
Yeah.
But they're not, and they're familiar with this area of town, and it's probably large
Sketch.
vagrant community
Mhm.
and stuff, and so they're thinking that she's just another one, and they're not willing to believe her. But they're judging her solely based on her looks.
She ends up kind of getting them to go there for a little bit, though. But
Yeah.
just for them to fucking leave her there.
I would have been like, look, this is my car. I can't get into it because my keys are in the house,
Yeah.
and I was renting this house. Like, but they clearly weren't
They don't
willing
care.
to listen to her.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
And at the same time that, she's talking to them, AJ is down there basically trying to help the old man, because I guess he's thinking that he's being held captive there by the monster lady,
Yeah.
Mama. And then he ends up.
But he's also like simultaneously being such an ass. He's like,
yeah.
I'm going to get us out of here. Well, I'm going to get out of here, and then I'll go get
Yeah.
help for
and then
you.
I'm going to get that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, and don't worry, like there will be cops swarming the place in a matter of
Which obviously
hours. And
he don't want that.
he don't want that because
Mr. Frank.
that's he's been doing illegal shit his whole life.
Yeah. And so that's whenever we have AJ then finding the videotapes, the VHSs. And it kind of cuts away from that, and then we have Tess now trying to, because she's been left by the asshole cops, she's breaking back into the house through the window where the dining room is, so that way she can go in there and grab her keys. But she ends up when she grabs her keys, I think this is like a moment where she's like contemplating of whether or not she should stay and help more. And then it cuts back to what's his face, AJ, in there with the old man, and he's like, the old man is like beckoning for something, and so he like tries to give him water, and then he's like, I don't know what you want, and then
So he just moves the whole nightstand over
Yeah.
there next to him, and the whole time while he's finding all the old man's videos and stuff,
and watching
like
them.
Frank is sitting there rummaging through the nightstand drawer, and once the video ends, AJ turns to face him and is like, what is wrong with you, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And then that's when Frank pulls out a little tiny baby gun, and
aims it at AJ at first,
Yeah.
but then ends up just shooting himself in the head.
shoots himself.
Another
and
headshot.
Then he is dead.
Yeah, unalived.
But then we're back with Tess, and she is now getting in her car and has the option to drive away, but chooses to ram the monster because the
Mama comes out.
Mama comes out right in the nick of time and was like, "Rah," and then Tess is just like,
and rams it right into her and into the house. And so the mama monster is pinned in between the house and the car, but not dead because she's like, "Rah," and then ends up, I guess,
she
kind of
kinda
passing
gets,
out.
Yeah, unconscious. And that's when Tess gets out of the car and decides to go back and help AJ. So
Yeah.
she goes back down there and is looking for AJ.
One of the most like infuriating parts of the movie.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
not
I'm
the
like-
most. Sorry. There's another part that's more infuriating coming up, but this part sucks so bad.
I understand that he must have been scared, but the light was shining on her for a hot second
Yeah,
before
and it's
he
the
shot.
only light on her. Like he could visibly, I feel like, see her.
See that it was her and not the mom.
Yeah.
And
He's
but
such
anyways,
a dumbass.
he shoots her.
He shoots Tess. Yeah,
And
as she's
so-
coming to help him. And obviously, and he runs up her, and then he's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Like, and then he's like, "You're okay. We're gonna get you out. We're gonna get help." And so they end up getting out, and then that's when we notice when she comes out that, the mama's not there where she was.
Yep.
So they're like, what do we do? And she's like, I know where we can go. So they end up going to find Andre, which they do, and Andre takes them to
At the water tower.
underneath the water tower.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then he's basically explaining that she's lived there
Her whole
for her whole life. She comes out at night, and that she is basically so inbred that
It's like when
he-
you make a copy of a copy of a copy.
It gets that way.
Like that's what you get. Yeah.
Yeah, and
he was like, because he explained that he would take those ladies down there and then have babies with their babies and babies with their babies.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
And yeah, disgusting.
Yeah.
And so basically that's how we got Mama. And
It's funny because then they're also freaking out because they're like, are we even safe here? Like, what are we like? We need to go. And he's like, I've lived here for 15 years and she ain't ever come in here. And then automatically she just busts through.
Yeah.
And then
and before AJ got all introspective too.
Oh, yeah.
And
He's
was like,
like, I'm a
"Am I
terrible
bad
person." Yeah. I
Blah,
shot
blah,
her.
blah. Yeah. And it was
Yeah.
like, and then you could tell he was clearly thinking about his essay
projecting.
charges as
Yeah.
well. And it was like, dude, you're
a terrible person, yeah.
You suck. You're not a good person who does bad things. You're just a bad person.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Mama breaks in and she yanks up Andre and then just rips off his little arm and then starts beating the shit out of him with his own arm.
Pelting him with it.
So
Funny.
badass.
Yeah, funny. She's just like a rag doll, just like wow, wow, wow. And then we have them running up the stairs of the water tower.
I like Mama.
Yeah, she's honestly misunderstood. She's not really doing anything bad. She's honestly protecting her own,
Yeah.
her child. And then that's whenever they're running up the stairs of the water tower, kind of going up on the side. And man, poor Tess is fucking shot, so she's struggling here. And AJ's just leaving her in the dust. And he's like, "Come on, come on!" And they do.
She's like, "Wait for me," and
Yeah.
he's like,
They end up getting close to the top. He gets up there obviously first, and then that's whenever we have her getting up to the top, but the mama is right behind her. Excuse me. And so he has his gun, but as he's about to like pull it out, he fucking drops that.
like a little bitch.
Drops
He
that
drops
shit.
it because his hands are shaking too bad and he can't get a hold of it. And then he goes, "Well, one of us has got to get away." So then he just takes Tess and he throws her off the water tower and says, "Come get your
Come get your baby."
Come get your baby."
Yeah.
And Mama just hops right off after her.
Catches her midair somehow, I guess.
I think her body mass made her travel faster
Further.
than Tess did.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
And
She's
then
heavier.
wrapped her up in her little arms and ends up saving Tess's life. by using her body as
like
a shield.
Mm-hmm.
And then AJ comes down and he was like, you actually slipped.
Yeah, I didn't
And
even
he was like
go.
gaslighting her.
I didn't
I
go.
was like,
You slipped.
AJ, what the fuck?
He's like, here, let me save you. Let me save you. I will save you.
I was like, no,
Stupid. But thankfully,
Mama pops right up, and then she just picks up AJ by his head, and then
Rips him
takes her little
apart.
thumbs and just presses them into AJ's eyeballs, makes jelly. It looked like applesauce coming out
Yeah,
of his eyes.
it did.
And then, makes
Rips
my
it
eyeballs
apart.
hurt. And then, just splits his head in half.
Yeah.
And then the whole time, she then just drops AJ and looks back at Tess and is like babbling and is saying, like,
And then that's whenever we have Tess grabbing the gun and pointing it to Mama's head. And it's kind of like a really sentimental moment.
I know, because then Mama kisses her little fingers and then puts a kiss on Tess's forehead.
Because it's almost like Mama even knows like what's about to happen, and she's kind of giving her like permission, like it's
to
okay.
shoot
like,
her.
Do it, baby.
Yeah. Do it, Pepe. As long as my Pepe lives.
Yeah.
And
then Tess shoots her.
Shoots her, and then roll credits. The credits come on, and then we flash back to Tess getting up and
walking away.
Tess walking away and
like stumbling. Yeah.
And this is a fantastic version of where they took a happy song and made it creepy, because with that "Be My Little Baby" song, that not "Be My Little Baby," not that one,
no,
but it was a different one that
it's
also
older.
said
Yeah.
"Be My Little Baby." They did a great job of taking a happy song and making it creepy. It actually had some relevance, unlike "Smile" and "Lollipop Lollipop."
Oh yeah.
This one was good. But yeah, that is 2022's Barbarian.
Yeah, which was pretty good.
Pretty good.
Thank you for the recommendation, Miss Nancy.
Yes.
I guess I'll go first with my Bubeical review.
Bubeical.
I hated it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I really liked it.
I
thought it
almost
was
choked on my
so
own spit.
good. I remember when I first watched it too. I thought it was so good. I thought it was really upon your first watch, because you don't really know what's going on. There was so many moments where I was like, I thought it was gonna go in this direction, but then it didn't. And then you have like the breaking down of the kind of 3 different parts of the movie that I feel like really it worked for the movie, and it felt really like kind of I mean, obviously other stuff has probably been broken up like this before, but it just kind of seemed like new-ish and like fresh, and felt like the people who made it had a good like plan of where they laid it out pretty good. Like, it was, as much as like there was a twist and like, oh, I thought it was going here, it was going there, like it didn't seem like it was unreasonable or like unjarring or like, how did we get here, like what is this, what's going on, like, it all still made sense. And the acting was pretty good. I really honestly, I feel like I'm kind of sad that Bill wasn't in it as long, because I feel like that character kind of could have gone somewhere maybe in the storyline.
But we did need that good shock value to kind of reset the film.
Yeah, and to kind of throw you a bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and to make you be like, oh shit.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be feeling what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree that Mama was misunderstood, and it's kind of like an unfortunate circumstances of events.
Yeah, it's not her fault that
and even like the whole situation with Bill, with Keith and Tess, like an unfortunate event that like honestly was just kind of a coincidence, but then it works in the film of like the context of the horror film, of like why she's even there and stuff. But like it was all kind of an accident, really. She just ended up in that spot, and he was there at the same time too. And then yeah, I think that it was pretty thrilling. It was pretty scary at some parts, especially whenever like they're in the dark and you can kind of only barely see Mama at some points. I think the design on her was pretty good.
Yeah,
it was pretty. She was like statuesque and tall, but like meaty, and like even though she was like naked, it wasn't like, because being naked like that, I feel like that could have been also like comical in a way.
Yeah,
or like taken like not so seriously, but they still did it in a way where it was still pretty scary.
Yeah. No,
and it was like human
her
but not
being
looking
naked.
human.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it reminded me of like a Titan from Attack on Titan,
Mhm.
and they're like almost
Naked, right?
Yeah, they are naked.
Mhm.
But like it was almost like you don't notice her genitalia,
Mhm.
except for her boobs.
Yeah.
Which are meant to be there because she's a mama.
Yeah. Which we do see her trying to like breastfeed and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you don't notice her vagina. Yeah.
Yeah. Most certainly.
It's almost like she's like a
It's
Ken
tasteful.
doll
It's tasteful.
or a Barbie doll.
It's tasteful nakedness, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
They never like explicitly show it.
Yeah. So all in all, I would probably have to give it like a good 4.5, honestly, out of
Yeah.
5, a 4.5. I think it was directed and told very well. And I don't know if you can make like a sequel or something or a prequel. I don't know. It's cool. I don't necessarily want another movie of this, like a Barbarian, but like I want more people to look at this movie and be like, we need to make more films like this, kind of, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like how
definitely.
to make a good film. Here's an example.
Here's an example.
Take
Barbarian.
from what you will and make a good film now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it really is such a great film.
Mhm.
I really love it. You want some fun facts?
Yeah.
Let's see. The script started out after Zach Kreger read the Gavin de Becker book, The Gift of Fear, which encourages women to trust their intuition when confronted by obviously dangerous men. He used it as a writing exercise and began crafting a 30-minute short that consisted entirely of a conversation in which a woman continues to ignore a mounting series of red flags. He liked it well enough that he knew he had the makings of a longer film and began conceptualizing a broader story for the characters.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Zach Kreger originally offered the role of AJ to Zac Efron.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Efron turned it down, causing Kreger to rethink the role and then offer it to Justin Long, who accepted.
Mm-hmm.
The Hollywood Reporter expose on AJ is written by Kim Masters, who is a real-life reporter at the trade publication. In the wake of the Harvey Weinstein cases, she became known for breaking stories about men in the film and TV industry who had been accused of sexual assault. The film is set on 476 Barbary Street. The year 476 was when the barbarians invaded Rome. Director Kreger insists this is unintentional and purely coincidental.
Wow. Sometimes things like that happen in life.
Yeah.
But also people love to like connect dots that aren't even there, if that makes sense. Even though I guess it was a coincidence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Brake shared a story on Instagram about attending a late night screening of the movie, noting that a particular group of teenagers sitting a few rows behind him were really into the film and were terrified. When it was over, they were leaving the theater using the flashlights on their phones. When the light accidentally caught Brake's face, the teenagers recognized him from the movie, then screamed and ran from the room in genuine fear. So Richard Brake
is Frank?
Frank, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That
Which
makes sense.
I would be terrified too.
Right?
Oh.
Life imitates art.
Yeah.
Art imitates life.
Did we get Nancy's?
Mhm.
Okay. You want to read it?
Yeah, sure. So Nancy says, it's funny. So I don't know how to feel about this movie. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't bad by any means, but it wasn't what I expected. Kind of unsettling, which I guess was the point. The early interaction between Keith and Tess are all too familiar, being a woman in a male-dominated work environment, and I've been in many Airbnbs before, so the thought of someone living underneath me and watching me while I sleep is terrifying.
Yeah, it really is.
The film was funny and at times at the expense of the horror, but it's commendable for taking a stab at something fresh. The mama character is scary as fuck, and if I ever came across her, I would probably just let her take care of me. The twist kept me anticipating what was going to happen next, and by the end of it, it all definitely will have me rethink about booking my next Airbnb. 4 out of 5 boobs.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think any of the comedy aspects came in at the expense of the horror, but otherwise I agree.
Yeah. I feel like the beginning of it definitely felt like more rom-com vibes with a tinge of creepy as opposed to like, you know, what I guess most people feel like a horror movie would naturally be or should be, like jump scares and like all ominous and creepy the whole time.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Which I appreciate that this film didn't really rely on jump scares at all.
Mm-hmm.
It did such a good job of being unsettling anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I think
What's your Boo rating?
for me,
Mhm.
I really enjoyed this film the first time I watched it. I didn't get to see it in theaters, but I did watch it at home once it came out on HBO,
Mhm.
and I watched it with Andrew. Andrew was legitimately terrified. Sorry, Andrew.
That's funny. No, that's awesome.
Like the
That's
whole
the point of a
time.
scary movie.
Yeah, he's not as into scary movies, but he does like to watch them, and he really enjoyed this film. He thought it
mhm.
was really good.
That's good.
And that it did make him unsettled.
Mhm.
So I agree. It was creepy. It was really creepy. And it has me rethinking Airbnbs too and stuff.
That is
too.
true. You never know.
Yeah, what's in other parts of the house, or like then there's like kind of like the 13 cameras situation where
Mhm.
there could be cameras
camera
and
somewhere.
yeah. Also terrifying. But overall, I thought this was a fantastic film. This film has everything.
It does. It really does.
It's got, it's got a tint of romance. It's got a little bit of comedy. It's got a lot of the boop.
Literally
The
her
boop.
trying to breastfeed Justin Long. That's a bit laughable.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And but also like
Terrifying.
simultaneously the most terrifying thing I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
True.
And it's
Grotesque.
yeah, it's just so good.
Her hairy nipples.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah. And even the
scene.
milk coming out of it looked like yellowy, rotten milk.
Yeah.
Like puss.
Spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
Puss.
It's puss. It's not even milk. It's just puss coming out of her.
Puss.
It's just puss. Yeah.
But I loved all the acting in it. I thought Tess did a phenomenal job of portraying someone who was like freaked out and
But also like determined to like try to like help.
yeah.
As no matter how scared, I guess, or freaked out she was of what was going on.
And to be the like she had Final Girl vibes.
Yeah.
And there's a reason she lives.
Mhm.
Even though she kept going back. But I mean, then again, so did Sally
Mhm.
and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and stuff too. Not to help people, but Sally was that's her name, right?
Sally. Mhm.
Yeah. She's just running around everywhere. So I think, and then Skarsgård did a stand-up performance in this film. Justin Long, I've never believed someone was more of an asshole in my entire life.
Truly.
So Justin Long did a fantastic job with that. And then Mama was a wonderful creature design.
Mm-hmm.
They did a fantastic job with her. I really loved the way she looked. And this was one of the times where it's not scarier having her
Be hidden.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's scary seeing her
Mhm.
up front and like
Center.
and then especially too when she is like slightly shrouded with the shadows.
Mhm.
That is terrifying.
That's the scariest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me of like Slender Man
Mm-hmm.
and
Mhm.
stuff. You're just
It
seeing
was
this
super
like
scary.
spindly body
When she was
being
running
like,
up towards them the first time, I think, right?
Yeah.
Whenever she was coming towards Keith and then started banging in his head
and
in.
even whenever she slips away from AJ
Mhm.
whenever he's by the door
Mhm.
and she like kind of retreats to the shadows.
It's very scary.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's very scary. But yeah, I think I would have to give this film honestly like a 4.75.
Mhm.
I really, really enjoyed this film. I enjoyed it on the second watch every bit. It was so easy to get through. And I would honestly
Especially
go
since they break it up, into like
Yeah,
the three
to
parts.
3
It
parts.
feels like 3 short episodes almost in a
yeah,
way. Mhm.
it's very digestible, and I
Mhm.
would go back and watch this film again today if I had to.
Mhm.
I would watch it again. Like
Yeah.
if someone was like, "Watch Barbarian again,"
Breakfast,
I'd
lunch,
be
and
like,
dinner. Let's do it.
Okay, I will. Don't mind if I do. Yeah. So that's
4.75.
4.75, a 4, and a
4.5.
4.5. So we're at like a 4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.5 for the Barbarian.
For Barbarian 2023.
3. Mhm.
No, 22.
Was it 22? I thought it was 2023. It's 2023. It came out. Did it? Well, no, maybe
No,
2022. Was
it's
it last year?
2022.
My
Yeah,
bad.
it came out last year.
You're right. You're right.
I was like, at least I.
Yeah.
But who knows? I've gotten whoops.
No,
I've
it's
gotten
okay.
those dates wrong before.
No. You're right. It did come out last fall.
But yeah. So there you have it. A 4.5 overall for Barbarian by Zach
Yay.
Krager.
By Zach Krager.
Yep.
Once again, we're in the lovely Rogue Media Network studios.
That's all, folks.
And they take good care of us. You can
That's
listen
right.
to our podcast and other podcasts on their website called roguemedianetwork.com.
And you can listen to them, also us and them, on a slew of podcasting platforms, the biggest two being
Spotify
and also Apple. But wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that is the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then if you want to let us know your thoughts on Barbarian, please reach out to us on our one social media platform, which is Instagram, and that is at
Boobays Podcast. That's at BOOBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
Yep. And then if you want to keep following along with us for this spooky month of October and keeping up with the other films that we'll be watching, make sure you follow us there, and then you'll figure out what we're going to cover.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we know what we're going to cover.
But we're going to find out.
Yeah, we could do Tusk with Justin Long.
We could.
Keep Justin Long in the mix.
Just Justin Long for the rest of the year.
Justin Long, everything.
There's a lot of horror movies.
Yeah, he does have quite a few. Love them.
But until then,
bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Hey, y'all, this is April.
Oh, this is Caroline.
This is Thirsty Thursday.
Oh, good. What are you drinking? Water?
Oh, yeah.
We did have a long night last night. We had a
dirty Chad night.
Yeah, we had a dirty Chad night. For those of you who don't know, we are doing a separate podcast called Dirty Chad, which is based on my ex-husband. And
is Caroline. That's Caroline.
Yeah,
talking.
that was me. And while we are in the process of releasing it, we're also in the process of researching it, which it's just putting it together.
Yeah.
It's putting my ADHD brain together into pieces. So we've been talking to a lot of people, and they have a lot of information.
Yes.
So it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Hopefully we can figure out how to put it together, but it's a lot and it's good.
Yeah. We'll have an episode come out
so
here
I was
pretty soon.
Meaning to say, what are you drinking? And then I went and I just started talking.
Yeah, what are you drinking? I'm drinking water.
I have Gatorade and a little bit of vodka with a giant straw.
There you go. I'll start drinking when I get home.
Okay.
So, if you're new to Bloody Happy Hour, on Thursdays, we do our full episodes.
Yeah.
So if you pull an episode and it's titled Quickie, those are our Tuesday episodes. That's where we give you what's going on in the news, some articles that maybe catch our stories that catch our eyes, and we follow up if there's been some updates. If you're on Patreon, we'll drop a bonus episode a couple times a month on our Patreon. So you can go to, what is it? Bloody Happy Hour / Patreon? Or Patreon / Bloody Happy Hour.
Patreon.com/Bloody Happy Hour.
And you can subscribe. That is where Dirty Chad is at and will continue to go. And you'll get bonus episodes. Also, you won't get all of these commercials that are going to come on in a minute. So there is that.
So Dirty Chad could actually subscribe and listen.
Yeah, he could, actually.
Yeah.
We'll send him the link.
Yeah.
So, Caroline, we haven't done one of these in a while, and I know you hate them.
Oh, gosh. It's either a suicide.
No.
Something about pets or dogs.
No. It's unsolved.
Yeah, I do.
So.
But they need to be told.
Yes.
So I'm okay with it, but as long as it doesn't involve... I think what I get real mad about is the people who go on these killing sprees and they kill themselves because you're like...
Yeah.
No justice.
Well, unsolved is just frustrating because there's no finish at the end.
Yeah, it's like you've... Exactly.
You got to think
don't
about it
finish,
forever.
and you never want to not finish.
Speaking of...
Not finished?
Been in the news recently is Jelani Day's story. So Jelani Day is the story that we did when we did the WTF month.
Yeah.
And he went missing around the same time Gabby Petito went missing, and Gabby Petito blew up. And so we did that story, and I think it's whatever year that happened. So it's probably like year 2. And his mom has just been putting on the Jelani Day page that still no answers. She still cannot get any help from the police.
What?
And
Still?
nothing.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, nothing. They won't even really recognize that anything has happened. So go back and listen to that episode if you don't know the Jelani Day episode. But this time we're going to go to Ohio. And this involves a concert.
What, Ohio?
We're going to go, it's Cleveland-ish, but we're actually Fremont, the guys from Fremont, Ohio. Okay, so Caroline, have you ever been to a Jason Aldean concert?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. So
I
so
actually
have I.
do like Jason Aldean.
I do too.
Yeah.
I've went to a Jason Aldean concert years ago.
Yep.
And after you hear this, you may not ever want to go to one again.
Oh, no.
And it has nothing to do with small town. Nothing to do with a small town. So, and it has nothing to do with the Vegas shooting either. That was too a Jason Aldean concert.
That was.
So in 2017, at Mandalay Bay,
yeah,
we kind of talked about that because you went there. You went to the room.
Absolutely, I did. Catherine and I.
Where the shooter had all these guns and shot 60 people. That was a Jason Aldean concert. But this is another one, and I just stumbled on this story.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, everybody, welcome to the special edition Benjamin Betts episode, esports, League of Legends. That's what's going on. We got our World Championships happening here this weekend. Starts tomorrow at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. It's happening in Korea. Jared and I, I'm not going to lie, we're going to admit something. We recorded a pretty cool episode last night, and we forgot to hit record. So, it just lost in the ether. But you know what? I'm going to do a little recap, and we're going to get our bets in here. Esports betting, a little different than our traditional football betting that we do every week, but similar in how you place your bets and spreads and over-unders. They got that in League of Legends. So we're going to just run through this. There's 8 games happening Thursday. We're going to I'm going to run through our picks, who we think is favored, over-unders, things like that. And then we'll come back next week. We'll recap. There'll be games happening Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But then next week, we'll kind of do a recap of what games happen and then the ones moving forward, and we'll give our picks for that. So without further ado, we're going to dive into League of Legends World Championships, Benjamin Betts betting. And right off the bat, we got SKT out of Korea, has been a legendary team for a long time. They're amazing. They're playing Team Liquid, who's from North America. And if you follow League of Legends, you know this. If you haven't followed League of Legends, it's a global sport. So there's teams from Korea, China, North America, Europe, all over. So, but regionally, League of Legends is like the best teams are from Korea and China. So the NA teams never show up. They are a huge underdog in this first match here. So we are taking SKT in this match. They have a 10.5 point spread on this, and that's when you have a spread with League of Legends, it's based on kills. So in these matches, there's kills that happen, but then there's an objective that has to be done for the team to win. So, but we're taking SKT minus 10.5. It's a lot of kills, but there's a lot of kills that happen in these games. So SKT taking that one. We move on to the next game. It's actually a pretty close match. Cloud9, another NA team versus Mad Lions. They're a European squad. This is a pick'em. This is even line here. We're going Mad Lions plus 4.5. So they can lose this match, but as long as they're within four kills, then everything is good. So that is what we're looking at here on that spread, Mad Lions. We're moving on to the next game. Rapid fire here. Gen G, Korean squad. They've won Worlds before. This is a good organization playing GAM Esports. GAM Esports is from Vietnam. Vietnam does not have a great esports culture, but GAM made it through the gauntlet to get here. They're huge underdogs. This is massive. This is like New York Giants playing the Patriots in the Super Bowl. They're huge underdogs. We're actually taking GAM Esports plus 12.5. So, again, they can lose this match, and they probably will, but I think they'll keep it close. And we're getting 12.5 kills on this. We're going to take that all day long. Give me GAM Esports, 12.5. Then we go down to the next match that features the favorites for this whole thing to win the whole tournament, JD Gaming out of China. They are the favorites to take home the World Championship title. They are playing BDS Esports. BDS is another team that qualified from a smaller region, but they have experience here, and they've been playing well leading up to this, but this is another David versus Goliath matchup. We're rolling with BDS. They're getting 11.5 kills here, plus 11.5. So we're taking the underdogs here. Again, not in an outright win, but we're taking them plus 11.5. Then we're rolling to G2, which is Europe's top squad. G2 has a great organization. They got good players. They're rolling against D+, which is another Korean squad here. But G2, we believe in you, G2. And they're getting plus 5.5 here. We're taking that in the points. We think this is going to be an outright win by G2. So not only they're covering, but they could win this match. We're taking the money line plus 130. But for the sake of the spread as well, just to let you know, we like the plus 5.5 that G2 is getting against the D+ squad. Then we're rolling to the next match. NRG out of lowly North America. We're just not good at this, guys. We're not good at League of Legends. It's a popular sport here, huge following, but we just don't perform on the world stage. And NRG is going up against Weibo Gaming, who is another Chinese squad, and Weibo is playing well. And this is going to be Weibo all the way. We are gonna, let me look up the odds here again. But Weibo is playing. They were like an upstart Chinese team, so they're not like your main organizations that are coming out of China. But Weibo is playing well. They're young. They're feisty. They're minus 800 to win this match, so they're heavily favored here. But we're taking them to cover minus 9.5. Weibo is going to come in here. They're going to slaughter NRG. So give us 9.5 the points. Weibo minus 9.5. That's what we're rolling with here. Then on to the seventh game, 7 out of 8 games here. Fnatic EU. This is a European royalty. Fnatic won the first World Championships that was ever held for League of Legends, and then the rest of them had either been won by a Chinese team, a Korean team, or a Taiwanese team. So, but Fnatic has a rich history. They're coming up against LNG Esports, but Fnatic is not going to get this done. LNG is minus 150. Minus 150 to win the match by 8.5 kills. So they're minus 8.5. Give me LNG minus 8.5 on this match. We love you, Fnatic, but it's not going to happen. They got their boy Reckless, who I think he's my age. He's still playing esports, still playing League of Legends. But give us LNG Esports. And then the last game of the night, or the middle of the night, however you're going to look at this. BLG versus KT Rolster. This is going to be a phenomenal matchup. Chinese team versus Korean team. This is our only Chinese matchup versus Korean matchup in the first round, or in our first set of games. So this is going to be very close. This is an even. This is also just a toss-up. We don't know who's going to win. We're taking BLG here minus a half a point. So they just got to win. They got to win with over 1 kill and win the game. So put your money down on that. We are pumped for League of Legends. This sport's been going on heavily since 2010. This is probably 13th year. I could be off a little bit there, but it's a global sport. It's very popular, has big followings, and now there's esports with it. So big shout out to Bovada Esports. I think you gotta bet some Bitcoin on this or something in order to actually put your bets down. But recommend starting an account there. Get after it. If you having any gambling problems, call the Tennessee Red Line. If you're in Tennessee or if you're in another state, they probably got some hotlines there to call. But don't put money down that you can't afford to lose. That was Kurt Warner's tip last weekend watching NFL games. So I'll steal that line from Kurt Warner. But we recommend get in on the esports action. So those are our a slate of Thursday games. Those are our picks. Let's see how we do. Join us next week. Come on back for another esports episode. Don't forget to check out our normal NFL episode that drops on Fridays. But we're excited to get into some esports. So thanks for joining the Benjamin Betts Esports Podcast Edition.
Yeah.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros Foes Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about bros and foes and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband, Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. The Waco History Podcast is sponsored by Brotherwell Brewing on historic Bridge Street in Waco.
Welcome to the Waco History Podcast. We're going to air for you over the next few months a special series of Waco History Living Stories. These were segments that were originally aired on KWBU here in Waco. They were produced by the Institute for Oral History editor, Michelle Holland, and narrated by two fabulous narrators, Louis Maze and Kim Patterson. And so these highlight oral histories from the collection of the Institute for Oral History at Baylor University, which I direct, which has been around since 1970 and has over 1,000 interviews related to Waco and McLennan County history, and we're happy to highlight those here.
Cross the Brazos at Waco, ride hard and I'll make it by dawn.
On this Living Stories vignette, we learn about restaurant sit-ins, an important part of the civil rights movement that you all know nationally, but it had a local angle as well.
Then the night came alive with gunfire. He knew that at last it'd been found.
This is Living Stories, featuring voices from the collections of the Baylor University Institute for Oral History. I'm Kim Patterson. In the early 1960s, many Southerners, fed up with racial discrimination, were participating in restaurant sit-ins, hoping to change the status quo. Robert Cogswell of Austin, a social justice activist, recalls taking part in the movement in Houston.
It was customary for black people who were demonstrating to have a token white among them to show that they weren't exclusivist, and I was often the token white. My activism had to do with a small group of youth in the NAACP who challenged the idea that Houston restaurants were already integrated. We spent our Saturdays driving around to restaurants and walking in, sitting down, and not being served. We received a lot of responses that bordered on the absurd. A waitress would ignore us for a long time and then come to our table. In one case, the waitress said to me, "Are your friends Africans?" And it developed that if they were Africans, she was willing to serve them, but if they were American blacks, she was not. In another case, I went into a restaurant with a young man who was in a pre-medical program in the University of Houston. He was well-dressed and clean-cut looking young man. and we sat down at a table, and there was a booth near us which contained a drunk old man who was abusing the waitress verbally, using language that neither I nor my friend would ever use, telling her in no uncertain terms that he would like to be having sex with her. And the waitress was polite to him and served him politely and refused to serve us because my friend was black.
Arthur Fred Joe was a spearhead in the integration of Waco restaurants. He explains an early sit-in on the old Dallas Highway.
So I sat there for 3 hours in this restaurant and refused. But they didn't have the volume of trade that I thought that we could march in and sit in to hurt their business. See, my angle was to hurt you in your pocketbook. Right. And this is what the program was all about. If you couldn't hurt them in their pocketbooks, you wasn't doing nothing, no good, not as far as civil rights concerned.
Joe describes his first victorious sit-in at a restaurant on Austin Avenue, where he went during his break from work.
Some said, "Don't you go home this morning for breakfast. Go there." I just drove my car up in the park and got and went in there. I sat there, and they kept walking by me, these little waitresses. So I took a newspaper in with me. And this way I started my movement. You always have something to read, so you just wouldn't look stupid.
Restaurant sit-ins such as these were instrumental in the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which ended legally sanctioned racial segregation in the United States.
Thanks for listening to the Waco History Podcast. Like what you heard? Subscribe, rate, and review our show on iTunes so we can reach more listeners. You can find show notes and info on every episode at wacohistorypodcast.com, and more info on Waco's past at wacohistory.org. Our theme music, used with permission, is Cross the Brazos at Waco, performed by the late Billy Walker. For more info on Billy's music, go to billywalker.com. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time.
When I reach San Antonio.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
I married a guy I knew most of my life. We knew each other in high school and even went to prom together. But little did I know, I did not know him at all. I will call my now ex-husband, Dirty Chad.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline.
With Bloody Happy Hour.
And we are bringing to you Dirty Chad. Get it on patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour exclusively for all the details and all the red flags.
Caroline's finally telling her story.
My truth.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This episode is brought to you by Columbia Sportswear. It's snowing again, and that wind chill is killer. But you're not worried about that because you shop the Omni Heat Infinity Collection. It's warmth perfected with tiny gold dots that reflect your body heat inside and protect you from the cold outside. No snow or chilly temps can stop you now. Go out anyway. Shop the Omni Heat Infinity Collection now at Columbia.com/infinity.
Stream your favorites and discover more with the Disney Bundle. Watch the new season of Loki on Disney Plus. On Hulu, fear creeps in with the boogeyman. And touchdown with college football on ESPN Plus. All of these and more streaming now. Get the Disney Bundle with plans starting at $9.99 a month. Plans with ESPN Plus starting at $14.99 a month. Terms apply. See DisneyBundle.com for details.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Benjamin Betts.
It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby.
You know what's up? Yes, and Benjamin Betts, baby.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the rift that is the Benjamin Betts podcast, League of Legends Worlds 2023 edition. We are not in Korea, but all the teams are. I'm your co-host, Corey. I almost said Jared. And I
You wish you had my record.
I wish I got my co-host Jared with me. Jared, you were cooking. You were cooking these last two days, my friend. Oh my word. I would say day one. Let's throw a little water on the situation. Cloud9, Fnatic. You got that one wrong. This was Thursday. It's okay. Fnatic won 2-1. But you were correct. Weibo 2-0'd Mad Lions, and you got all three of those bets correct. So really, okay, well, sorry. You got that correct. Then we moved into yesterday, or very early this morning. You predicted D+, the Korean 4 seed that was going to sweep GAM Esports in convincing fashion. You got all three of those bets correct. Game 1, Game 2, and the series 2-0. And then the big one, dude, this was the hard one because these were two very close teams, KT Rolster versus LNG, and you predicted it correct, man. You had LNG 2-1-ing. They did it. They did it in the order in which you thought it would. Now, you missed one game there, but that's okay. The spread on game 1, but you got game 2, game 3. Do you feeling good?
Feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. One of these is a super easy pick for me. The other one, there's some nuance.
Okay. Well, you are 8-1 in your last 9 games. If we throw out Cloud9 Fnatic, which we'll just throw that out because it's NA, who cares? 8-1. So you're cooking here. So we move into the final games of the 2-2. So both of these teams, are 2-1. NRG is 2-1 versus G2, that's 2-1. SKT is 2-1 versus BLG. I was going to try to say the full name. I can't. Who's also 2-1. So the winners move on. The losers actually play each other tomorrow as well, but more of an appropriate time for us at 11 p.m.
Yeah, we'll watch that.
We'll watch that game. It'll be hard to make a bet on that because we won't know what it is until that time, but we might throw something up on Instagram or something like that. So, all right, you ready to dive in?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
All right, first game out the gate. The great NA hope. The last team that could make it through, NRG, plays against the European 1 seed G2. We have a game 1 spread of, oh my, that is a lot. 9.5 kills. 9.5. Are you taking minus 9.5 G2, or are you going to take plus 9.5 NRG?
So I wholly believe that this game will be 2-0 G2. This series will be 2-0 G2. But this is NA's last hope, and I think game 1 will be closer than what people think. Like, I could very well see NRG jumping up on a lead and then just throwing.
Yeah.
Right. And here's the biggest ride. Look at who NRG has played. They open pool play with a loss to Weibo. Then they play Liquid. Yep. Then they play Mad Lions. They have been tested by their strongest team they have played against is the Chinese 4 seed. Yeah. That's the strongest team, and they get to look at themselves and say, "Oh, we're 2-1." Like we've got a chance for a miracle. And on the other hand, you have G2, who is actually smacking around people. They've beaten a Korean team. They've beaten a Chinese team. Did they get smacked around by the top Korean team? Yes, they got 2-0'd. But those games were not blowouts. Like G2 is just very clearly the best Eastern team or Western team, excuse me. And they're gonna, but I think NRG surprised them. There are some European players on this NRG squad. There's some familiarity there, Corey. So
we
what
do
happens
always
is
we do always have to preference that when we say like these Korean and Chinese teams. A lot of the NA and EU teams have Chinese and Korean players. They can't make a squad of all of them based on.
They get the retiring. They get the Korean and China. They get like LeBron James in his 21st season.
They get Tom Brady to the Bucks, which he did win a Super Bowl. But
it's like Messi coming to the U.S. It's like that's the best analogy. He's not going to win another World Cup, but he's here having fun, embarrassing the rest of the Americans. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Living in Miami, he's loving up, like living in L.A. Some of these Korean players in NA, hanging out in Germany if they're EU, they're having a good time.
They are. So yeah, I'm taking NRG plus the points in game 1, and then I don't care what the spread is in game 2. It's G2
8.5.
Yeah, easy. Take it. G2 slaughter in game 2.
G2 slaughter. Sorry, I need to update what we're doing here. Okay, G2 slaughter, and then that leaves the big question: what will the series breakdown be? We have the options are based on what you just said. So who's winning game 3? Are you taking G2 or are you taking NRG? No spread here. No, just purely.
I'm sorry. I'm saying 2-0 G2. I'm just taking NRG losing in a close one and getting fun. Yeah. I don't think NRG wins a game. I just think game 1 is close.
Gotcha. Okay. My misunderstanding. Now I'm going to tell you some stats. I don't think you're going to change your mind, but our boys over at factor.gg, thanks for all your stats. These guys go way in depth. They have percentages on this series here. G2 is favored 58%. NRG is 41%, or 41.7, 58.3. So G2 heavily favored here. I will give you a little something. This game could get wild because if you look at all the games that have happened at Worlds so far, okay, who do you think number 1 earned the most gold in their game? One player. So this is ranking all. I'll give you a hint. They're all
probably. Is it Palafox?
No, it's not Palafox. All of them. The top 10 are all 80 carries. These are specific games. This is a team that is still in the tournament playing against another team that is still in the tournament, and this player went off. And now I think it was probably a long game, but they earned. This is the most gold. Who do you think it was?
Was it FBI? I feel like I'm led to say it's FBI here.
It's not FBI. It was Elk on BLG versus KT. He had 22,790 gold earned in that game. Second was Hansama on his Draven. I watched that game against
he
DK.
was wrecking.
But then FBI, 4th place right here. NRG versus Mad Lions. He's 4th on Kaisa. So I am expecting a good matchup in the bot lane against these very aggressive, and these teams flow through their 80 carries. They're going to ride through Hansama. They're going to ride through FBI. So you're picking it. I'm not. I'm just saying I'm excited to see this bot lane in action.
Okay, I like it.
All right.
I like it.
All right. Now for the marquee matchup. I'm on the French kick. The piste resistance. That's even a French word. If I said it right. You got SKT. They're the Dallas Cowboys of South Korea. Let's be honest. That's what they are.
That's a very great
fan favorites. They do win though, so I guess they're not the Cowboys because the Cowboys don't win. Playing against BLG, the Chinese squad. How is this going to break down, Jared? We have game 1. The spread is set at 3.5 plus 3.5 SKT. the favorites BLG in game 1, so -3.5 for BLG. Which way are you going?
Well, here's what's so interesting about this matchup. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm pretty sure. I think if you took all Chinese and Korean rosters and compared them year to year, I think these are the two teams that have maintained most of their players.
Okay.
Like that T1 team is almost identical to last year's, if not identical to last year's T1 team. And BLG, they're very similar. So this is like continuity central. So what I'm thinking in this game is I think this is going to go the distance. We're going to be hearing some silver scrapes. This is going to be a 3-game series.
Okay, all right.
But I like BLG winning in the first game by actually a pretty good margin.
Okay, so you're taking the -3.5.
I'm taking the -3.5.
Okay.
I am. I think BLG surprises T1. And I mean, if you go back and look, T1 has played Liquid. That was a challenge. They lost to Gen G. That's an inner rival. It's a good game. And then they bounced back and beat Cloud9. They have not played a Chinese team yet.
Okay.
That is crucial because the regions play differently. And you and I talk about this all the time when we're not recording. Every region has like their source. So I think they're gonna kind of get kicked in the teeth game 1. I really do.
Okay.
And but what's the spread in game 2?
Man, this is killing me here. I am not finding a spread. Our boys at Bovada here are dropping the ball just a little, unless I'm completely blanking. But I don't actually see it. That was super frustrating. You know what I'll give you here. Let's get you going on the fly here. What I do have is over under for kills.
Okay.
So in game 2, the over under is set at 25.5 kills combined. This is both teams.
Sure.
You going over 25.5 or under 25.5?
I just think you see a controlled game by T1. Like they're gonna, it's like a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
Like they're gonna take a big hook in the earlier rounds, and then they're gonna come out, throw some haymakers, and they're gonna strike back. So, but I just don't think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be tactical. I don't think it's going to be, when NA teams, we, start picking Teemo support and crazy picks. So I like T1 in a little more controlled game. So I'll say under the 25.
Under 25. I think that's very wise. I'm looking here. I can't scroll. I feel like I'm failing you all over the place here. But you have SKT averages 9 deaths a game. That's their average is 9. And BLG, I can't even find. So they are at least under that. So
yes,
these two teams are tacticians. They're not diving in. They're not NA, Jared, going for all the kills, So I like your under there. We'll take under 25.5 kills. But who do you think is going to win? Wait, hold on. So your last bet, you're going to tell me. So what's going to be the series breakdown here? Win, loss, win.
It's going to be SKT, loss, win. SKT
wow.
is bidding in. I still think BLG will be there.
Okay.
That you will see BLG in those 8 teams that are going through the bracket, but they will pick off, in my opinion, any of these 3 teams that are coming up.
Woo!
They've already beaten Fnatic. I don't think that Kia has enough, and I don't think they've mastered Weibo in their own region. So
yeah, you're plus 500 on those odds there, and this half makes me want to wake up at probably about 6:30 in the morning to catch that game 3 if there is one. I just put some money down on this. I'm not going to tell you how much, but I think I'm going to get my I think I'm going to get my booty up to watch that game. I'm either going to be very unhappy. Oh, I guess if BLG wins the first one, SKT wins the second, then I'll be very sad. But if SKT loses then wins, and on game 3, I'll wake you up.
You're going to be cooking, baby.
I'll wake you up. Yeah.
You're going to be cooking. Call me.
All right, man. Those are the 6 wagers locked in for the night, or early day. These 2 a.m. games are just awful, but it's okay. We're doing our thing. So you have NRG plus 9.5 in game 1, G2 minus 8.5 in game 2, G2 a win-win in their series, so they locked that down. Then we got BLG minus 3.5 in game 1. You have BLG minus 3.5 in game 1. But you had them. Sorry, SKT loses that one.
Yes.
And then win-win. Sorry, that makes sense.
Yep.
Under 25.5 in game 2 because the spread's not up, but you're like SKT in that game to then force a game 3 where the home team pulls out the win in Korea with a win. SKT loss.
That's it,
win-win.
man.
Love it, man. Let's
That's
do it.
it.
Cool. All right.
It's exciting. You want to know what's super interesting right now, though, Corey?
Wow.
I want to make sure I have this right. I do have this right. Every single seed from Korea and China is still alive. Based on how this plays out, you could see 4 Korean and 4 Chinese teams in our bracket.
Well, wait.
I believe that's correct.
So, where did D plus? Isn't D plus still in this thing? Because
They are. They're coming up. They were in the 1-2 match, and now they're going to be in the 2-2. Same thing with Weibo. They were on their last leg, and they're up. So
there's still more games here.
Oh yeah, the 2-2s, the ones we've been waiting for. We got 3 2-2 games tomorrow, October 28th. That we can be talking about as well. Maybe if we do another short episode. We just don't know who's playing who yet because we haven't seen the other 3.
Well, wait. So is that going to be? That's going to be 11 p.m. October 28th, and then there's going to be 2 more games on Sunday the 29th.
Correct.
And then there's 3 outside of these 2 that we just picked. There's 3 more potentials, right? Because there would be the 2 winners of these, or the 2 losers. Sorry.
Yep.
D plus.
We'll have Fnatic.
KT
Fnatic
roster,
is still alive.
Weibo.
D plus, Weibo, and KT still get to come back and play the losers of G2 NRG and BLGT1.
So okay, okay. But aren't there 12 teams that move on? Or there's 8 that move on.
There's 8, and that's what I'm saying.
It could literally just be all of them. Yeah.
But it depends. Like there could be brackets where, Fnatic might be playing G2 if they lose or something crazy.
Yeah.
Like it may not be set up to have all the teams in there that way. They may have to give the West something just to continue playing.
Just little breadcrumbs there for the West. I like it. I like it. Well, then who's the other Western team? Why am I? It's NRG, G2,
Fnatic, and G2.
That's only 3. Shouldn't there be one more? Oh, because the teams have already moved on. Teams have already been signed. I'm sorry.
Because you still have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
good.
I'm dumb. Sorry. Everyone stopped listening to this pod about 2 minutes ago, so I apologize. All right. Well, Jared, let's see what rolls. Let's see what happens. We maybe depending, maybe we get on for a little bonus episode tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll try.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Everybody, don't hold your breath. But we'll try. All right. For Corey, for Jared, this is the Benjamin Betts Podcast. We're going to win you some money. We're going to win charity some money. And we're going to win ourselves some money, maybe. All right. Sounds good.
Oh, that's good.
I'll tell you later how much I'm wagering.
I don't want to know how much you made already. I can't be influenced. If I know, I'll be influenced, and I don't want to be. I want to be uninfluenced.
That's why I couldn't tell you. I just tell you one thing. You call us over, baby. All right.
You call us over.
Okay, I gotta bounce. I said I was going to do some work.
Not to complicate our plans, but I had a very interesting call this morning with some VR people. So you and I can have a conversation later about that.
All right, I can't wait.
We'll talk soon.
Can't play with them. Okay, see ya.
Yeah.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
and we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and Foes and Heroes. Gonna tell you about Bros and Foes and Heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Central Texas Life with Ann Harder presents Central Texas Events.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Events. And I tell you what, Waco Cultural Arts is going to keep you busy. There's lots of things happening. Doreen Ravenscroft, you are just amazing because of all you have done for so many years for the cultural arts scene in Waco. But starting tomorrow, we've got pumpkins and we've got all kinds of things all the way through next weekend.
We do. Mm-hmm.
So tell me, first of all, what's happening
Okay,
first.
so first of all, what's happening on Saturday? We're doing Pumpkin Fest. It's at the Wilbert Austin Park on Hood Street in East Waco.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done that in conjunction with Neighbor Works. We'll be there from 11 a.m. to 2. We have pumpkins, hot dogs, face painting, and costume people. And we hope lots of little people will show up in costumes too.
I bet they will. Will you be doing some carving?
No, we are actually
Okay.
painting the pumpkins, but
Okay.
it's not going to be the usual messy paint. We've got tempera paint sticks, which we think we're going to be much more fun and easier to carry home. You know,
Yes,
because
yeah.
they're always wet when it's time to carry them home.
Yeah.
And so the tempera sticks, I practiced with them, and I think it's going to work.
They're gonna dry
Yeah.
easily enough.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it's a great time of year. So
It
much
is.
fun stuff
Yes.
happening right around Halloween. But
Mhm.
on the first weekend of November, this is the big thing.
That's the biggie thing.
The Cultural Arts Fest,
Yes.
and it's in 2 different locations, correct?
Well, Waco Cultural Arts Fest is in Indian Spring Park, but it's also in the convention center.
Yeah, yeah.
So we start November 3rd, and the main stage will open at 4 o'clock, and it will end up with our headliner Cam KT, who is a rap artist. So it features a lot of rap musicians on the
Really?
Friday evening. But also in the convention center, we will have WordFest. So we have an open mic that's beginning 7 to 9. Obviously, family friendly contact, please.
Good. Yeah.
But we're encouraging young poets and people who have written books to come and just read at an open mic.
Mhm.
And
Not a poetry slam necessarily.
No, it's not a poetry slam.
Right.
We've done those, and
Uh-huh.
so it's just an open mic for reading poetry.
Yeah, just to share
Yes,
your work.
yes.
That's the whole point of Waco Cultural Arts.
It
and that
is.
is for people to really flourish.
Yes.
When it comes to everything from the visual arts, as you
Yes,
say, to the
yes.
written word.
Yes.
To
And we're-
music, I mean, you name it.
Yeah, we're actually absolutely excited because one young lady is 17. I actually met her at CRRC meeting and said, you need to submit. Because she read a poem at one of CRRC's event, and her mom stopped me a couple of weeks ago and said she got accepted in the anthology, and that is really great. We have published an anthology which only the anthologists attend a reception on the Saturday evening, and then it's an open event afterwards for the poetry reading of the anthology. So that gets published on Amazon. And we have entries from all over the world for that.
I'll bet you do.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Yeah. Well, the history of the Cultural Arts Fest is amazing.
Thank
and
you.
what all you have done in 19 years, raised nearly $700,000.
Yes.
Through that. Almost 200,000 guests.
Yes.
It's a very popular event, too. But the permanent art sculptures that have been raised thanks to you guys, $4.3 million for public art permanent sculptures, of course, the Chisholm Trail.
The Chisholm Trail.
Monument at Indian Spring Park. Everybody knows. I mean, that's iconic now.
Yes, yes. That was exciting because, Robert Summers, who was like the Remington of today, he did all the sculptures. And I was so excited when, we were all wanting tourism to begin. Now it's, established and booming.
It's a big
and
thing in Waco.
There were some British voices at the monument, and I thought, oh, I'm going to ask where they're from. And they'd actually been told to stop in Waco to look at the Chisholm Trail sculpture.
Really?
And I called up the visitor center and said, we've had our first coach, our first coach load of guests from out of town coming and visiting art in Waco. And so, because now we see coach loads of people all the time. So, but that was really exciting that, some public art had raised enough interest that they would stop as they toured Texas, and they would stop in Waco.
And of course, you've had such a huge impact on the Doris Miller.
Yes.
And so I interviewed you many times as you were raising money for that. And what a tremendous hero in Waco for us to honor in this way there at Bledsoe Miller Park.
Yeah. And, talking about it yesterday, or like at the beginning of this week, we actually got the final piece of steel welded into it, which had taken...
I didn't know it wasn't quite complete.
It got delayed because of COVID, and there was one really high piece that had to go in, and it was a little complicated. And then finally, we got all the donor steel plates installed, which was really exciting. I was so excited, I was eating donuts too much. It's like I was so nervous. Were they going to fit? Would it work? So... I mean, to see all those names and all the people who supported it, and including a little boy who was only 3 in, I think, 2010 when we did the groundbreaking. He gave us $1 out of a wallet. He was like a little tiny old man pulling his wallet out and, scooting through it, and then gave me $1.
Oh.
And if there's one story that's the most important, it's kind of that one, because his name is there too.
Oh, yeah, it was truly a community effort, and
it was
everybody behind this wonderful event to see this sculpture of Doris Miller. Of course, murals.
Murals.
You've been involved in all that.
Yes,
I mean, $65,000 raised.
Yes.
For them, and it's kind of made Waco sort of a mural city.
Yep, and then it was great that when Creative Waco came, they took it on even further with the apprentice program. And murals are blossoming all over Waco now, which is great. Makes you feel happy.
Oh, you cannot look at one of these and not just have a smile on your face.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel when I'm ever around you, Doreen. But I want to. You obviously don't sound like you're from around here, and you mentioned those British accents. So tell me a little bit. What brought you to Central Texas? Where are you from? Where are you from, girl?
I'm actually from the north of England. My hometown is very close to Chester, which was a Roman town. My husband came from Liverpool. We both met at Unilever, which is an international company. And to shock everybody, I was a chemistry, physics, and maths major. And that's how we met, because I worked in the research laboratory for Unilever, and so did Bill. And he joined M&M Mars. We went to, and eventually came over to Waco.
Yep, the home.
Yep. And 76, we were actually in New Jersey, 1976. And then Bill was moved to Cleveland, Tennessee, and did lots of commuting, and we finally ended up in Waco, Texas.
Yeah. Now, I heard Little Bird told me he might have some connection
With
to the
Skittles.
the S in Skittles.
He
Tell me
does.
about that.
Well, yeah, he was one of the. He was called Mr. Skittles.
Okay.
Basically, because of doing all the research and development work for Skittles. But we actually came to Waco because of Twixt,
okay.
to reformulate it, or not me, for
Right.
Bill, because it was a British product. And
what was it called
It was called Twix in England.
It was called Twix in England.
And at least I think it was. I hope so. But the cookie bar was very hard, and Bill had to reformulate it because we have more gluten in our flour in the United States than we do in Europe. And so when you transposed a massive recipe into production, it's basically a chemical formula.
Right.
And so the chemical formula was wrong. And
Okay.
now Twix tastes good.
Very good. But then he kind of morphed into Skittles, or
He morphed into Skittles, Starburst flavors.
Yeah.
The sour flavors and the tropical flavors in Starburst. He developed,
Aw.
and so
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's
And
amazing.
mini M&Ms.
Well, we
For
are
the
so
bakers.
oh my gosh, we are so glad that that delicious candy company brought you here to Central Texas. Your love, though, for the arts, where did that start?
Well, we're all talking about wars at the moment, and so I think people can relate to this. Well, I was born in 1943, so I'm a World War II baby, and very close on the other side of the Mersey, Chester's on the other side of the Mersey. But Liverpool, ASAP after the war, decided that the theatres were going to open. And I don't think they opened in 45, but definitely in 46. They were open, and my parents and an aunt took me to see a pantomime.
Really?
It was Cinderella. Well, I was so excited. I was wriggling on my seat. There was like a fire curtain, and then that went up, and then there was this gorgeous red, velvet curtain with lots of tassels on it,
Oh, sure.
And then that goes up, that kind of pulls up. And then the stage was so bright, so colorful, so full of lights, and I was smitten.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that was performance arts, but it was the arts. And my dad worked for a paper company, Bow Waters, and I had free paper, and he sharpened pencils, and I drew and drew and drew.
Yeah, an artist yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you have done so much, Doreen, to lift Central
tried.
Texas and the cultural arts community. But again, the Waco Cultural Arts Fest, you don't want to miss these activities, and this is going to be happening November 3rd through the 5th.
It is, yes.
And it's free? Is there a ticket?
It's free. We always try to have our events free, except our fundraisers.
Sure.
It's important that it's on a bus route, that families can reach it, and it's also important that families can walk from the apartments and houses that are around to the festival. And so we have some wonderful arts activities that are run by students and art teachers. And, we began it in some ways because at that time in 2004, lots of the schools didn't have a lot of money, and the
Right,
arts
budgets
were being cut.
Exactly, budgets get
And
tight, and fine arts are the first to go.
Fine arts are the first to go.
Yeah.
And many of you probably have visual learners. I think I was a visual learner. My son was a visual learner. And I think losing the arts at an early age, especially elementary, when the brain is developing, it was really important that we could have an arts festival that was quality, that was free, and that could encourage parents to have some paper and colored pencils or crayons.
Yeah.
At home.
Simple things.
Simple
but so
things.
important. I presume you can use volunteers and helpers.
Oh, we can. Please go to our
and
website.
Money too.
Money is always wonderful to make a donation,
Yeah.
because we can't do it without our supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I'm writing grants or it's individual donations or it's companies, it's really important so that we can have that, maintain a quality event, because prices go up and things change. But then we do need volunteers. We have registration on our website. It's wacoartsfest.org. Just click volunteer and fill in the form and sign up.
Take part. Take your family. I mean,
Yes.
this is just a wonderful, wonderful reason to connect with the community.
Yes.
But also work on your brain when it comes
Yes,
to
yes.
these wonderful art activities and the
Yeah.
music and everything.
It
It's
is.
just going to be fabulous.
And we still have easel art. And I think my favorite thing is to see a 24-inch sheet of cardboard walking down the street, and you see two little feet and two hands and maybe the eyes popping over the top. But what's being shown is the artwork.
Yeah.
And to see that pride in a little one. And I have heard that people have moved house and they have not been allowed to throw the Waco Cultural Arts Fest art pieces away. So I'm sure there's a lot that are gathering dust in Waco, but that's wonderful, because it's also a measure of how you can track how your children are developing, is how they create their art.
But it's been going strong for 19 years.
Yes.
But this is just the beginning of more great things.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Well, Doreen, it wouldn't be happening without you. And you are just a delight. I'm always happy to be around you.
Thank you.
And just see all the great things that are happening when it comes to cultural arts in Waco. Cultural Arts Fest, November 3rd through the 5th, Indian Spring Park and the Waco Convention Center.
Yes.
Take part.
Yes.
Thank
and
you.
come to the Laser Light Show on Saturday evening with the Mike Stanley Band.
Oh, man, it's going to be great.
Man, it's going to be great.
Thank you, Doreen, and thank you for joining us for Central Texas Events. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
This episode is brought to you by Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic, a 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic formulated with 24 clinically and scientifically studied strains to support healthy regularity and your gut, immune, and skin health. Optimize your gut health. Visit seed.com/Spotify with code Spotify for 30% off your first month of Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I am your host, Debbie, and today we have some very special guests here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'll go first. Chris is over here a little shy. I'm Crystal Zimmerman. I am the founder of Project Eden. And I'm actually excited and extremely nervous to be here. So
No worries.
I felt like the CEO would have the first say.
Yeah. Okay, touche.
So I'm Christopher Danish, treasurer and vice chair for now for the Project Eden, and we're trying to make something happen out here.
Yeah, shout out to Scott Tucker, who's our secretary. He's at work. He's an electrician by day.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
That's really exciting. And we are here today to talk about an exciting event that you guys are having this weekend, not only to kick off your organization, but also to kick off spooky season. Tell me what you guys are doing this weekend.
Well, apparently we've got a musical guest coming out. Crystal can tell you more about that. We're going to talk about our vision, our planned impact for the community, our vision for our nonprofit, and what our hopes are. We're hoping to also get the word out about the support groups or social groups that we want to start through Project Eden.
Yes, I have a lot. I just as a starter, I am diagnosed with Asperger's, and as an Asperger's advocate, I would like to, provide more opportunities for neurodivergent individuals to seek community. So that's kind of one of the big things for me.
Yeah, I love that. And you guys are going to be creating this community space for people to come and get involved and get active in our community. You guys are hosting this event. You said there's going to be an amazing musician. What can people expect?
Well, from 2 to about 4 o'clock, we will be having just kind of like a meet and greet. We'll have a few snacks, and people can sign up for various prizes, door prizes that we have acquired from the community and then from myself, just a bunch of kids' toys. So I encourage you to bring those kiddos, because that's kind of the core of the project itself. And we are going to have Lucas John Turner, who's an amazing spirit.
Yes, love him.
Yes, he and his girlfriend Lumen, they are just two creatures of beauty. They're amazing. And he approached me at my last event and was like, "Hey, I want to do more of these things. I am all about what you are doing." And so he's the first person I called up whenever we decided to do this project with Cultivate 712. And so I'm looking forward to that and his amazing talent. And then from 5 to 6, we'll just be kind of doing a drawing of all the different gifts. And I have a lot of children's door prizes. So please, like I said, bring those kiddos, because I'm going to try to make it to where every kid doesn't leave empty-handed, and hopefully through this impact and vision, we as a community can build something together, because this isn't just for me. It's not just for people who have mental and emotional issues. It's an opportunity to provide people a charitable cause to give a piece of themselves. For instance, for me, I try to impact people daily, and sometimes all you need is just a little something extra to make you feel fulfilled, and if it's on your heart to give and help us build this together, just shout out to me on the Heart of Texas Project Eden on Facebook. You'll see our little Trinity tree symbol. So
yes. We also have the costume contest for
woo.
kids and
Yes.
adults. We'll have 3 winners for that contest: first place, second place, third place. I think it's 2 to 5. So we'll be doing the prize drawings from 4 to 5, right?
Yes. And we can also do the costume contest around. We're just going to kind of play it by ear,
Yeah,
some of the stuff.
That'll be amazing. Well, that sounds such an amazing opportunity for people to get involved. Is there a ticket price at the door? How can people find out about it? How can people get involved?
There is a ticket price. It's $10 for adults, and then 12 through 5, $5, and then 4 and under is free. So I want to see all the cute babies.
Yes.
So
I want to see them all dressed up like little pumpkins.
I know. I love kids.
And
Perfect.
Cultivate is sort of like it's really the community art gathering, you
We
know,
try.
and so we're trying to bring art space to the community. We're trying to engage uh, those dealing with mental health issues, um, you know, an avenue of escape or expression more so,
Yeah.
something to, you know, involve themselves with the community. And so we'll talk more about how we want to, you know, facilitate those social groups at the
Absolutely.
event.
Absolutely. And as a person who has social anxiety myself, you know, I'm doing this for those meek individuals who are like, oh, it sounds like a cool cause. You know, I would go, but I just, you know, well, this is your opportunity. You
Yeah.
know, if something's telling you to close yourself off and hide, you know, you're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
You know,
I love
it's
that.
for you.
I love that. That's an amazing message behind it as well. So it's really amazing what you guys are doing here for our community.
Yeah.
And of course, shout out Cultivate 712. We're so excited to be involved.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for sharing about the event. And we're gonna take a quick commercial break and then we'll be right back. All right, take your break. Perfect. Good job, guys. You're amazing.
I was
Naturals.
I was struggling there with the
No.
stuttering. I was like, oh Lord.
You're great. The
Losing
more
my
you talk, the better. Like I said, when we get back from our commercial break here in just a second, the first question I usually ask is, what would you like to see more of in Waco? You guys can start talking about seeing more inclusive spaces, whatever. And then we'll talk about your mission and what you guys are hoping to do. Why is it so important for you guys to be here in Waco? And then we'll have a little shout out section at the end. So if you have anybody else you guys need a shout out, I would say you can shout out your mom, your dog, or your grandma. All of the above. And then at the end, plug your socials, Facebook event where people can find you at the very end. And then that's it. And then I'll give you your soapbox moment.
All right.
Soapbox.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
Hop
shout
on your
out.
soapbox. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Are you guys ready?
sure.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And we're back. So we're just talking about this amazing event happening this Saturday at Cultivate 712 from 2 to 5 p.m. where our community can get involved, enjoy an amazing costume contest, some amazing goods, and little prize baskets. There's going to be so much opportunities for our kids to get involved and really just see our community together. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back is, what is something you guys would like to see more of in Waco?
For me, I would love to see more things done in Cameron Park as a social group
Yes.
gatherings.
I love that.
You know, especially more art opportunities.
Mhm.
You know, because free art opportunities.
Yes.
Because you know, as a child who came from a single parent household, you know, I didn't always have the financial opportunity to engage my
Yeah.
talents and let them meet their full potential. And
Yeah.
so that's a lot of like what I would love to see.
And
I love that.
Speaking of reaching our full potential, community is definitely important. I feel like that's necessary for us as individuals to grow. And if I had a community facing similar issues that I was facing, you know, during the dark periods of the mental health crises in my life, I think it wouldn't have been as much of a
Yeah.
crisis as it turned out to be.
Yeah.
So we want to have this space for individuals who are suffering through those issues to, you know, gather and, you know, develop a community,
I love that.
share resources, and be able to work with a facilitator and co-facilitator, and essentially embrace art.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of individuals, you know, haven't had the opportunity to develop themselves mentally and emotionally. And, you know, if I can bridge the gap,
Mm-hmm.
and not only that, but find a way to build a community of leaders,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because a lot of parents are working all day. You know, we as a society, it takes a community
Yeah.
to build children.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was definitely one of those problem children. You know, Oh Lord, the list goes on. My school was not a big fan of me.
Yeah.
To say I super glued my lips shut
Wow.
once. Yeah, it was.
It happens.
But I see that as charisma.
Yeah.
What if they would have taken all of that energy,
Yeah.
figured out what I'm good at, and channel all? I
love that.
love like those kids that are just out there rebelling. Like
Mhm.
okay, how about we rebel against negativity and build you into your maximum potential.
I
So
love that.
like.
And that really just shows what the mission behind your organization is. So, what is the heart behind it? What's your mission?
The mission is basically to claim the meek,
I love that.
And my definition of meek is basically an individual who basically suffers in silence, like we all have those different pieces, and everyone has coping skills, but what about the ones who have not been provided opportunities to learn coping skills?
Yeah.
This vision is to grab those children and grab those adults and teach them to remain moldable.
Yeah.
You don't want to harden your heart based on the negative cards you were given.
Yeah.
We want to be that card in that deck that you can pull out and be like, all right, it's going to be okay.
I love that.
I've got all these resources. This is what I've learned. This is what I can do. That was essential in my recovery from negativity as an at-risk youth. And, I had a bunch, I didn't do it myself. I actually had an upbringing in Alcoholics Anonymous. And even though I was not a drug addict or an alcoholic, that was a yet for me.
Yeah.
I was a potential.
Yeah.
And my mom was tired. She gave me the best that she could.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunately not enough for me to be the person I am today. If it was not for these women, I didn't have just one mom after that. At 17, I had like 8 moms. And then,
that.
A father that worked all the time. The father was not present in my life.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden I had like 10 dads and, like so many people that taught me to love beyond the flesh, and that is essential, and learn to love the things about me and, ask myself, how do I protect my usefulness? How do I give away my pain because pain is useful? You can mold mountains with pain if you use that energy. It's all energy. And that is, I know because I'm living proof of that, and I just had it put on my heart, once you receive what you receive, you have to give it away in order to keep it. And so this is the process of me giving it away.
Yeah.
And I have a few adolescents that I keep touch with, and I do a lot of the cool mom talkings.
I do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love it. And people are like, oh, I know I only come to you whenever I have problems, and I'm like, no, I need that. It gets me out of myself.
Yeah.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure. You can find us on Instagram at @bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
We are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're 2 Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything. Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And now, back to the episode.
And why do you think there's such a need here in Waco right now for you guys?
Well, Texas is the worst in the U.S. for mental health.
Yep, you're not the first. We had NAMI come on recently. Shout out National Association of Mental Illness, NAMI Waco. We came on and just talked about this. It's so crazy how there's just such need here in Waco.
Yeah.
The Waco Youth Development Project, headed by Professor Kyle Ickes, Dr. Kyle Ickes. He's really been an influence for me, and the wonders he's doing, like the work he's doing for a youth at risk across high schools in the Central Texas area. It seems simple on paper, but they're impacting lives out here. And going back to this idea of suffering, we need to adapt, in a sense, to view suffering as an opportunity to grow, to cultivate a more loving nature, a more compassionate nature within. And so I'm hoping to also bring some meditative techniques to these groups. We're hoping to work with a facilitator who's a licensed professional who can also give some skills, and all this would be free,
I love that.
skills that you would otherwise have to pay money or have insurance.
This episode is brought to you by Columbia Sportswear. It's snowing